Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We're back with another one of them things. I appreciate everybody, man. We got ourselves a hell of a topic to talk about today, man. There's so much. It's starting to become a never-ending soap opera out here in Charlotte. It's just an ongoing situation. Shout out Marquez in the building early. Let me drop the link for my man Marquez. Salute to all y'all. We got ourselves a hell of a show. Listen, before we get into it, man, we got to get all the details and everything situated, but we got to give you everything that we have to gather up right now. This is breaking news. Where do Charlotte go from here? They just went through the situation with Bridges. They're reeling off of his absence. LiAngelo Ball, underutilized. Could have, I just felt like, just let go. Been waived, and now you have a situation that we heard earlier today involving Booknight. Like I said, as more details emerge, we'll be able to give a clear outlook on things. But nonetheless, it's looking very nasty up here in Charlotte. What's next? Then you got Melo missing the start. You can't make this shit up. It's getting problematic. And like I said, I got solutions too on how we can fix this. We're gonna outline the whole situation. And it's up to the Hornets. Take it or leave it. The choice is yours. Shout out my man Basil in the building. Shout out Yeshua, Kyle, and everybody that's in here. Shout out my man Zen Master. Zen Master has entered the building. All access. What's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir, Flight. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the panel guests as it feels during the stream, and shout out to the chat. We know we love you, brothers and sisters that's in that chat, that's engaging constantly and with high premium chatter. And shout out to everybody that pulled up on these Flight Sports streets, rocking with us. Even if you double park, don't even trip. We're not giving out no tickets. It's all good here. We ain't putting them people on nobody. You feel me? So, yeah, Flight, this is devastating news. It's more devastating than people. It's more devastating than people are portraying it to be. And the reason why, Flight,
break it down,
this is devastating news is because Booknight is one of their prized possessions.
Number 11 for
Booknight is one of their prized possession. They have high anticipation on Booknight. Cliffy, just about a month ago, Coach Cliffy was talking about how much he enjoyed Booknight and his presence and his growth and development. And he was expecting somewhat of a breakout for this young man. He was explaining how the slate had been clean for Booknight And what happened under the old coaching regime was water under the bridge. So here we go with the Bronx baby, James Booknight, being arrested with firearm. But I'm not mad at the firearm flight. The man needs to protect himself. I mean, he's somewhat of a public profile figure, and people could recognize him. And he could have trouble because we know it's been a lot of bad things happen to young black celebrities in recent years. So protecting yourself is not a bad thing. But is the firearm legal? Was the firearm registered? And is the firearm his? That's the question. That's the 800-pound gorilla that's in the room right now. By him being arrested, are they charging him with a felony possession? Or was it just an infraction or a misdemeanor? And they can sort that out during the complaint if the prosecutor choose or the DA choose to pick up the charges. But there has been a string of bad publicity hovering over this organization. This dark cloud cannot dissipate no sooner, no faster. It is something going on down here in Tobacco Road that really needs to be explained. We had the Trez situation. We have the Miles situation. Now we have Booknight situation. And it could be other situations that just didn't catch mainstream media that we don't know about. It could be other situations that happened that didn't catch mainstream media, so we don't know about it. But with this latest incident, it could cause a snowball effect, and some of the incidents that was kept quiet and swept under the rug might resurface. Might resurface based on intel. And we just hope the people that we appreciate have no involvement. We just hope the people that we appreciate, that team, has kept everything within the guidelines to keep the people that we appreciate successful. And this is why I always talk about people when they speak that gang shit. That's such it's insidious term, and you can't turn into an endearment form because we know what gangs means. And even though the black community has inherited gang activity from the mob and all those people back in the rolling 20s, the Al Capones and Maya Lansky's and the Frank Nitties and all those people of the world, those were the original gangs. There's a documentary, I believe, on the History Channel that exposes that. But one thing about those gangs, whatever bad they did, somehow they normalized and got integrated into a service-oriented society. And now these are the bigwigs and the movers and shakers in a lot of the industries that we enjoy. So, Flight, I just hope Charlotte Hornet can come up out of this dark cloud and clear their aura. And it would be a wonder under heaven, Flight, if this brings Jello to the roster.
Facts. Yo, what's good? What's good?
Yeah, what's good?
Shout out to the
That was
panel.
a beautiful soliloquy, Dex. Beautiful soliloquy.
Lil Rave in the cut.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the panel. Um, we're talking about this because whether we like it or not, this is important. These are professionals, and not only these are professionals, people. These are their lives. We can talk all the shit all they want. There's a lot of players that has a great future on their heads, and they can throw it away that easy. I remember not. Dex can formally say can formally vouch for it. I remember talking to him and Marvin when Miles Bridges, literally few hours after I said, just jokingly said, "Hey, Miles Bridges can get into something and ruin his his future," and bam,
Really happened.
breaking news, Miles Bridges does something. And now here we go with James Booknight having an issue, and the season's about to start. And it's stupidity. At some point you have to be disciplined. Like I said, we can talk all shit all we want, but these are professional players. These are lives, and you cannot ruin it doing something stupid. And you're saying, like, you got a lot of money in the future. You're supposed to begin. You're supposed to be trying to stay in the league for years, or do whatever you gotta do. Even if you're the greatest sixth man alive, at least you're trying to do something and create a career, man. So this is travesty to me.
Yeah.
I would like to have something to say real quick. I want to say something, and it's gonna hurt somebody's opinions in the chat, but I don't care. James Booknight and Bridges, they've made mistakes to where they need to take accountability. You don't do this. You don't risk your whole NBA career for certain things that you can change. You don't do that. The report I read today was Booknight was arrested for a DUI. I don't know how true that is. I do know he was arrested today. Doing something like that. Now, what would have happened if he would have killed something? God forbid. Right. What would have happened if he would?
Let's not go too overboard here. We don't know all the details. We don't need to go to the extremes.
Right. Let's not get to the extreme. I'm saying that
that's what we're trying to extreme. What you about to say? You want to say something, Juju? My bad.
Oh no, he can finish. I'll go after him. No, you can go ahead, bro.
I'm saying that it aggravates me, y'all, when people don't never. It's hard to be an NBA player in the league, and to see people make stupid decisions like this, regardless if it's 100% the case or not. The fact that you got arrested and put yourself in this situation, and you make $1 million a year, it's unacceptable. It makes himself look bad. It makes this organization look worse. Now, the Hornets got to deal with Booknight is potentially going to be gone too, along with Bridges. And if we're being honest, Juju, I don't think that.
Marquez.
I just want to say, like,
I just want to say this to Marquez real quick. Keep in mind, Marquez, that James Booknight was found unconscious in a parking lot.
Oh my God! Oh.
He was just playing like shit, and he was just playing like shit.
God.
Hey, Dex.
Dex. So
hold on,
Dex.
This now. Repeat that again.
I just want to share this before Juju go, because I want to just get that information out there. He was carrying a Glock, right? Now, if you're unconscious in a parking lot, which was smart, I give him credit for parking the car. How drunk are you? How inebriated are you? How much intoxication that's in your system when you pass out?
Please, for clarification, did you just say he had a gun? Did you just
Right.
say he had a
Wait,
gun?
hold on, Dave. Did you say he was
No
passed out with a
way.
gun in a parking lot?
Can I say something? I don't know. Maybe I don't know about 100% sure about the gun, but I do want to educate people about down south because of the reports are just saying the DUI for him. But until we, like I said, we don't got all the facts. When it all start coming out, we'll be able to give more. But in the South, you know, you can have, you know, you can bear arms, you know, so that's why maybe you hearing it, and the reports, and the reports are coming out saying that is you don't never hear any of that. So until we get more factual evidence, because right now it just says a DUI. So like I said, this is a tough call, man. You know, the Charlotte Hornets is in
Yeah.
trouble, just point blank, period. What we about to say, Juju?
I just want to say, intoxication while driving, as being a professional athlete that makes a bunch of money, having the career that you do, you should never, just like you said, Marquez, you should never, ever put your, bro, you, all this money you have, call an Uber, dude. Get a friend to drive you home. Like it's so many other avenues and alternative ways to avoid situations like this, right? We've seen situations in the NFL. Henry Ruggs, a good buddy of mine, went to the University of Alabama, driving while intoxicated, and we see what that causes. It ends careers. It puts people in jail. It puts black people that were successful in jail. It's not something that you want to do. It's not even something that you want to play with, right?
Fact.
Booknight in that regard is completely wrong. And the thing that I hate, right? I'm trying to be more of an optimist. I'm trying to be more optimistic about everything, just life, my takes, basketball. But it's just so hard to be optimistic when young people that are virtually the same age as me make mistakes and take risks as big as these. Like it just completely messes you up. And right now it's a black cloud over Charlotte right now. It's a black cloud over the Hornets organization right now. With Miles Bridges, that's the first thing. This dude was the soul, the heart of the team, even with Lamelo. Takes him out. Now Booknight, and this is a situation that easily can be avoided.
Could be avoided. If you want to get drunk, he could, even if you was scared, right? And if you was drunk, you mean to tell me you ain't got no family, friends to drive you around?
Yeah.
Even if you want to keep the Glock on you to protect yourself.
I mean,
You can have somebody drive him around.
Man, fuck that. Get a security guard,
Allegedly.
man.
Allegedly.
These dudes got money, bruh. Like, I don't want to hear that, bruh. You got so many avenues to not even have you don't need a gun on you.
Bruh,
You can do other things.
Bruh, this is okay for the chat.
You're not in the hood, bro. Like you're not living the life. You're not living like some of these other dudes
Juju,
in the hood.
Juju, we have to say allegedly. We're gonna say allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah, we don't
allegedly.
Juju,
Allegedly.
you from Atlanta.
Yeah.
So you know what's going on down here, man. You know what's going on in the South.
Yeah. I'm not saying that he's like legally not right. I'm just saying from the standpoint of who he is, he does not need to put himself in that position whatsoever.
Shout out Sky. See, Sky knows exactly what's going on. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, hold on.
The gun is not the issue here. It's him being passed out in a parking deck drunk. That's
with the gun. Allegedly.
With the gun.
Bro, wait a minute. Fuck allegedly. In flight, I don't know what you talking about. This ain't no normal human being just sitting around in the parking lot.
This is an NBA player.
This ain't no fucking Juju chilling, playing cards with his boys.
This ain't Marquise drunk.
Professional athlete.
Yeah, this ain't Rave eating a cheeseburger, passed out. No, I'm just playing.
Damn, I didn't get it.
Yeah, he didn't go high.
Anyway,
I'm fucking with you.
This is not a normal human being flight. All right, and also let me shout out to Ball Facts with the amazing interview with LeVar Ball, by the way. Nigga, even LeVar said, "The hell with the Hornets. The organization is trash flight. I'm not defending the Hornets no more." And I advise that a lot of other people don't do it either. Nigga, he said it. He said it. What I've been saying for the longest. The organization is a horrible ran organization. It's pathetic. and they continuously keep doing it. And he said something I said before. If it wasn't for Graham getting hurt, then Lamelo will still be on the bench.
That's a fact.
So once again, I'm not defending the Hornets, bro. Fight, I'm not.
Yeah, I have a question for y'all. So do y'all?
With the Hornets, bro. I only watch the Hornets.
I'm done.
Just so I see our boy Lamelo and Jello do they thing.
I don't think we can say that, bro.
If it ain't that case, the Hornets are horrible. The organization.
We're exaggerating now. We're exaggerating. We can get into the optimistic things and the benefits that this can give the team.
Hold on.
We can get into that.
I'm not exaggerating about what?
No. I'm saying like you're like I think this is a big deal individually for Booknight, but I don't know how this reflects the successfulness of the Hornets or just the Hornets in general. I still think the Hornets can be successful in spite of them. I think this could probably help them.
Hold up. What do you mean? They're starting the season already injured.
But Juju, can I interject here?
Yeah, go ahead, Dex.
But Juju, you got to understand that this is a young man. This is not no old, over the hill NBA player that's trying to hold on and he's stressing about his mortgage and his kids' future. And these youngsters are coming to take his job, and he might just have that moment. But this is a young man with so much promise, and the organization is behind him 100%. There's no way you should be out there like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. So you're saying you're saying that this is a reflection of the Hornets organization. Like they could have done something and not put him in this moment.
No, I think what it is that the Hornets probably knew he might have a drinking issue and probably just turned the other head because they don't want to put him in some type of program because that's their investment, and they hope that him and his team can kind of figure it out without the Hornets intervention.
Well, I don't. I'm not saying that's not a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. I just don't know. Like, it comes down to if you see Booknight being the type to like have a drinking problem. Like, I don't know.
Don't you see his play on the court? That's
he's talking about he drunk on the court.
Yeah, because we always wonder, like, what is he doing? What's going on with Booknight? We have wondered
really got to be on something without
his stats is horrible. So something is going on with this young man. We knew that this is not the same young man that came out of Connecticut.
Brother, a kid.
He don't look comfortable.
He's been spiraling downward.
A kid.
I would agree with that.
Bro,
I would agree with that.
does not drink himself to where he passes out. Goddamn it. Look at it.
No,
I mean, some kids have though, bro. Keep it 100. Keep it 100. I've been in situations.
I mean,
where,
college, they do that all the time.
Like that's what I'm saying. He's an NBA player. Come on.
But,
he got money.
But you're talking about the average.
Oh my God, we got some breaking news in the chat. J-Boy said this is his 4th reckless driving incident. Look it up.
Wow.
Are you serious? I gotta pin this. I'm sorry, Ball Facts. I gotta pin this. If this is true.
If that's true, that you're right, Dex. You're 100% right.
And
I didn't even know that.
Another thing is we gotta stop comparing him to a normal human being just sitting around. He's a professional athlete that has an NBA contract, and not only NBA contract, he has.
Wow, a lot of stuff is coming up, even in college.
This isn't no normal. Y'all keep comparing him to a normal person. He's not. He can't just walk down the street and say hello.
But Ray, despite that, this young man has an issue. If that's true what J Boy is saying, and then somebody else said he had incidents in UConn.
Dex. Just to
you're definitely right. This makes the Hornets drafting. The front office looks even worse. Mitch Kupchak, who are you drafting, buddy? What is this?
Panel, J-Boy, panel, J-Boy, I'm confirming it now. J-Boy is absolutely correct. I just looked it up, and as first thing it pops up is the one that came in Mecklenburg. Then there's a story about him having a reckless driving in UConn, and I just saw the last 3. This is his 4th reckless driving incident.
So this answers the questions. This answers the questions that we all needed to know. This absolutely makes the Hornets franchise organization front office look terrible. It is no way. It is no way.
And you know what? Also, in that exquisite interview that Ballfax had. I won't even call it an interview. I'll say conversation because LeVar kept saying not an interview. It's a conversation because that's how they interact because they like that with each other. He mentioned and he compared Io DeSumo and James Booknight. And one is trending north and the other one is trending south. And he said, why is that? He didn't go into details, but he said, why is that? Because Booknight it's not really a bad comparison. It was just showing that he got drafted in the second round.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, you're talking about that. Yeah.
He got drafted in the first round, and not only the first round, he's a lottery pick.
Right. Yeah, I think his point there was like your draft number doesn't matter. You can still be like a better player. And I think he was trying to tie that in with Jello, I believe. Can't really remember. I need to finish that interview.
No, he didn't tie it in with Jello. He was just showing the difference of the organization. That one can pick a lottery pick, and that lottery pick is spiraling downward, and the other can pick a second round pick, and his stock is rising.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's an accurate point. The Bulls front office is much better. Just unbelievable. Like I just don't understand why the Hornets, when they're looking at these players and they're doing their research, why they aren't looking at the personalities. Because these in what we see using any type of inductive reasoning based on the history of the player that they're drafting. If you know these things about Booknight, you know that he has these reckless driving moments, and you're not doing anything to alleviate that in any way, that's on you.
Yep. And let me tell you something. These scouts, this organization, know the history of the player that they're about to draft. So let's cut it out. Let's pretend this clearly is. Let me tell you something.
Is this an indicator why Melo kind of shied away from Booknight?
Maybe. Maybe it could have been that. It could have been his play. It could have been his play on the court. Maybe Booknight's play on the court just kind of turns Melo off.
Definitely.
It could have been a play thing. I don't think it was the whole situations off the field.
I don't even want to say Melo like knows anything about it, or I bet Melo's probably turning a blind eye today. He's like, man, I'm staying in the gym, so I'm not even gonna throw him in there. So it's probably his play on the court.
It's the fact that he has all these incidents with him drinking, and they knew it, and they still took the risk to draft him, and that goes back to an organizational issue.
And let me tell you something. And
thanks for the news, J Boy. That was wonderful. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
In professional sports, I know there's a lot of guys that know more than me, but I don't know for a fact. In professional sports, they put a lot of things under rugs, and the Hornets probably put Jaden Booknight history under the rug, and here we are.
They definitely
revealing the information about him.
It's not even an if. They definitely 100% certainly did. There's no way you have multiple, not even one. You have multiple instances at UConn and before him being in the NBA.
Juju. I just looked up James Booknight's name and his incidents. And when I tell you it was the Charlotte Hornets incident, and after that it was three different incidents at UConn with him drinking. I'm like, if I can search this up and see it like right then and there, ain't no way these NBA teams not looking at this. They kept it on the wraps so they can. This is just.
I just don't understand why you do not look at a player's history.
Guys, if you remember, Booknight slid in the draft. Remember,
he was supposed to be top 6.
Higher.
Yeah, he was supposed to be top 6 or 7.
That's right.
I don't understand why. I never was high on him. I thought we should have drafted Chris Duarte. Wasn't Davion Mitchell drafted after this dude? Oh my goodness, man. This is no way, bro.
Herb Jones. Don't forget Herb Jones.
Bro. Oh yeah, this just completely confirmed. And I've been an optimist on this front office. I've always advocated for Mitch because I've seen what he's done throughout his career. He can make a good team. He can do things. But this just completely confirms that they don't give a fuck, or B, they don't know what the fuck they doing.
Juju, it's the first one. Juju, it's definitely the first one. Because ain't no way. You see, bad organizations, they don't always make the same mistake twice. It's the team, it's the organizations that don't care. They'll literally see all the problems with a player right in front of you, and they'll still draft him because all they can see is the ticket sales. Now, I'm not trying to say that they draft him to boost up their revenue, but come on, bro. All these drinking incidents and you still risked it.
Let me tell you this.
I would even draft it Booknight when I saw him falling.
Let me tell you this, man. I'm not gonna agree with whether they drafted it for revenues or not. But in that interview, ball fans, LeVar said when they got that boy Melo and got that boy Jello, a lot of pictures was happening, a lot of eyes was on them. Now LaMelo's hurt. You just cut Jello, man. Ain't nobody paying attention.
And
So
that's a fact.
That could mean a little something. I don't know. We'll see.
You talking about outside of Charlotte, of course.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Man, even
outside of Charlotte.
Yeah, outside of Charlotte. Yeah.
So what y'all think Charlotte should do?
I mean, I'm in North Carolina right
sign
now.
They
another
should bring
player to
Jello
get
up.
us
That's what they should do. What do you mean, Sky?
Yeah, so we can get into the optimistic things. Like, do y'all think since Booknight probably isn't going to be there, that they can sign a player that would help them in a better way than what Booknight can? Because we've seen Booknight just kind of not good on the court.
I hope it ain't Kimba.
Please, no. God, no.
Oh,
God, no.
Lord of mercy. Oh, my
But they
God.
told talking to Kimba. I hope it ain't him.
If they sign
It's gonna be Kimber. It's gonna be
sign
Kimber.
his ass, I swear to God,
So y'all prefer Jello or Kimba?
I prefer Jello, man. Fuck out of here, bro. Kimba?
Not Kimber with the bad knees.
Kimba's old. Passed on the court for 2 days.
He got cut from Detroit. So what you mean?
What? Nigga said Kimba. Don't do that, Scott. That nigga Kimba.
I'd rather get
He couldn't
Quinn
make
Cook,
Detroit.
Man, I'll take Quinn Cook before I take a Kimba. You bugging. Nigga, Kimba bugging. Oh, no. Hell.
The only reason why I asked that because I know a lot of teams made cuts, man. So, that's still going to be tough, too. They might see something else they like out there.
But Jello's there and Jello is cheap. Might as well sign him.
Man, Jello must ain't show them people nothing, man. People ain't about to sign him.
Going back to this.
It's obvious.
Hey, listen,
Nigga, did you not watch the summer league and what he did in the G League? What are you talking about? They've seen all this shit. They know what he can do. Like, stop saying that.
No, y'all know what he could do. They don't know because they cut him. What?
Did he not play on national television in front of many people, in front of many NBA people in the summer league and in the G League?
Man,
why do you stop saying that?
Juju, the reason why you're getting upset is because you're trying to use logic for a nonsensical organization. All Sky is telling you is that it's the fact that they've been around Joe for 2 years, 4 years, and they still haven't seen nothing shows you that they just don't care. They don't care, Juju.
If we're saying that the organization is if we're saying that the organization is incompetent in any way, we can also just draw the conclusion that they know how good Jello is. They're just fucking ignoring it, or they're just stupid. It's not that he's not showing them anything. He can show them everything in the world. They're not
hypothetically speaking, right? Hey, Sky, hypothetically speaking, what if that was to happen? Since Jello is right there, okay, Booknight can play the same position as Jello, right? Shooting guard, sometimes off ball. So what about if they just say, you know what, let's just bring Jello in to start the season and let's figure it out from there? What would that be crazy?
Man, what are we talking about?
I don't see him doing that, though.
I'm just saying, hypothetically, that would be crazy, though, right? I mean, like,
nah, that wouldn't be crazy because at the end of the day, like, is he gonna get minutes? Now we question if he gonna get minutes.
That's a fact.
I mean, he'll have a clear opportunity to get minutes now.
It'll be crazy. Look, it'll be crazy for them who made the bet because that means Coffee would have won the bet. But now we got a question for us who fans. All right, they signed him onto the roster. Is they gonna give him minutes now? You see what I'm saying?
I mean, with Booknight out of the picture, he'll have a much better opportunity than he would have before.
Nah, not really.
Well, Booknight is like top 8 in the rotation.
But you think they're going to move somebody else up and push him back?
Yeah, but that other person that would have been moved up probably wouldn't have been as good. They probably been worse. Like, in terms of overall ability and skill. Like, they probably would have been worse than Booknight. So Jello would have more of an opportunity to, like, outplay that person since they're worse than Booknight.
Man, they're not even giving him opportunity. That's the point I'm getting at.
No, we're just talking about the hypothetical without Booknight on the team and he gets the roster spot. like he would have a much better opportunity or a much greater percentage chance than he would have before. Because whatever player that gets moved up in a rotation for Booknight's position is probably going to be worse overall in skill, or the Hornets organization is going to view them as being worse. It's just logical.
Right. I get what you're saying. I agree with you, Juju.
Yeah. But this guy leave, I was responding to him. I was trying to explain.
I think he
I'm right
muted his
here
mic.
listening to you.
Oh, okay.
Sky's on daddy duties right now.
Oh, shit.
Now I'm watching the game. That's what I'm doing.
This is man.
This is embarrassing, man. It's annoying.
It definitely is annoying.
It's like, you know, but hey, I can't fault, you know, it sucks that you can't choose who you get drafted to, Juju.
It's like,
Unless you Eli Manning, you can.
yeah, if you got that type of superstardom heading into the NFL like that, yeah, you can definitely do it. But Booknight,
I ain't going there.
Right.
but yeah, I was gonna say like I looked at that draft and I'm like, I was an advocate for not drafting Booknight. I said we should get Davion Mitchell. He complements Lamelo Ball much better. He can play the defensive end. He takes better shots. Quish Duarte as well. This just helps that position that he was not the right pick in any way. Like that's just 100% right based on his character and based on what he's done on the court. So, you know, I feel bad for him, but it is what it is, bro. Next man mentality.
So,
who got that next man?
Who's the next man though, Juju?
Who got that?
I want it to be Jello. I think it should be Jello. I think it should.
Jello,
I mean, I don't know why.
Jello, okay, hold on one second. So Jello got cut, and from the Booknight situation, he's going to come from being cut to all the way to like the 8 man in the roster.
Yeah, well, like schematically, I don't know if since they waived them, I don't even know if they're eligible to even I don't even know how that works. I don't know how.
Yeah, you can pick them up.
Oh, they can pick him back up. Okay, so
yeah,
he's
hypothetically, I wouldn't see him being the 8th man in the roster off the bat. But since they would have to move multiple people up or move their rotation up, I think they could maybe fit him in at the 13, 14, 15 man spot if they wanted to.
Man, you know what's crazy though? Booknight ain't going nowhere. It ain't nothing but a drunk drive.
No, they're not going to release them. They're not going to release them, but they might set him down for a few weeks or make him go into a program. That gotta happen. He gotta go to a program.
Man, they're not gonna do that.
He might not play.
Soon. He might fight it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Right now.
No, man, you can't do that, man. You gotta go to a program. That's
all right.
Bro, you gotta go to a
program. That's mandatory.
Nah, man, we gotta.
Dude, you can't get no DUI, and you get arrested for a DUI. You don't go to a program. That don't happen like that. You ever heard of MAD? You ever heard of that organization MAD?
You gotta be found guilty.
Mothers Against Drunk Drivers.
Man, you gotta be found guilty.
They instituted.
Scott, this isn't. Oh, Scott, this isn't his first. Hold on. Scott, this is not his first incident.
But he still got to get found guilty to get the program.
Scott.
Guilty. They already know it. Listen, how you get a DUI?
Oh no.
Sky, how do you get a DUI, Sky? First of all,
you're not a judge.
When you get a DUI, right? Boom, you go to jail, right? You still got to do a court.
No, how do you get a DUI? How do you get a DUI? How you get even charged for that? There's something happens on the scene.
Drunk. You got to be.
How you get it?
How you get it?
You go through testing.
Okay, there you go. Now we're talking.
Hold on. Let's be straight with this. You got to be real. All based off of wherever he got arrested. That depends on if they got the equipment to even test. Because he could fight if they just went off vision. Because
but they redo it once you get into the substation. Where they bring in a doctor or the ambulance that's there. You know the fire truck comes. If you passed out, the fire truck coming.
We know that.
They have the equipment.
It's the point.
The ambulance people have the ambulance people have the equipment to test you right there.
He have to go. Hold on. If he was passed out drunk, how he drunk and driving if he ain't in the car?
Oh my God!
What are you talking about?
Y'all say he was passed out, right?
In the car.
Okay, let him explain. Let him explain. So
how is he driving if he drunk in the car?
Okay,
don't
this
have
how
to.
this how the
Passed
rule go.
out.
This how the
So he
rule
was
go. Okay,
he was
this how the
asleep
rule
from
go. Listen, Sky. If you're drunk or intoxicated in any
right,
kind of manner, right,
right. We know
and
that
you
already.
behind your steering wheel,
Yeah,
parked or not parked, you get charged because you still have access to the vehicle because the keys is in your possession. You can start up at any given time.
we know
That's the
that.
law.
But that's where they got to prove that he was guilty about drinking and driving. That's the point I'm
Are
getting
you?
at when he go to court.
I'm taking it
I,
off,
I
bro.
thought I explained if he's behind the steering wheel
Scott, this is a
Man,
with the
we all
keys.
know that, man. Listen what I'm
He's a
saying. That's
Remember
professional
that happened to
guy.
Marshall Lynch. Remember that, right?
all right, all
Marshall
right.
Lynch,
You gotta
Marshall Lynch
I'm not
had
I'm
wrecked.
not
Marshawn.
Yeah, Marshawn Lynch had wrecked
Mhm.
a
we
brand
know
new
that.
Mustang, and the car was running, but he was pulled over. No tires, no nothing was on the car because he ran the car into the ground. But
Right.
when they caught up to
The
him,
Mustang. I know what you're talking about.
yeah, when they caught up to him, he wasn't driving. He wasn't driving,
But it was
but he was
obvious
behind the steering wheel
he don't
with
got nothing to
access to the
fight though.
keys.
He don't got no he had nothing to fight though. What I'm saying is he don't have nothing to fight. And he still
Sky,
got it.
like
Come on,
I
Scott.
will say, legally,
Why?
you don't really have an argument here because, like,
How you don't
because
have an argument
no, I'm
legally?
saying
How you
because
gonna
if you
tell
look
us
at it legally,
Scott.
it's just as Dex explained it, right? If you're
nah,
behind
nah,
the wheel
nah,
in any
nah, nah. I'm
way,
a
it does
criminal.
not mean it does
Nah,
not matter if you're parked. You
we not
still
about
have
to do that.
access to
No, we
say
not
that
about
he's
to do
drunk
that.
driving.
Man,
Scott, and he's a
I'm a
professional,
criminal.
Scott.
I'm a
This is not no
criminal.
normal human
Man,
being.
I'm a criminal justice
Y'all
major.
gotta
You can't
stop
hit
it,
me with that.
man.
And the point I'm getting at is with the situation, they still have to find him guilty even though he's drunk and driving. And you want me to give you an example of
That's
that?
if he fight it. That's if he fight it. Most
Yeah, give me
likely,
an
he'll
example.
probably
Go
plea
ahead.
out.
Give me an
Look, this is
example.
the point I'm getting at. I give you an example right now of somebody that's going through that. Devontae Graham, ain't he playing?
Yes, that's right.
All
Who?
right then.
Who?
But Devontae Graham happened over the summer. Remember that. So that
But
was months ago. He probably went through his 12-step program already and completed it and
you
did his
don't think,
community
man,
service and everything
we
else.
down here,
Yeah,
we down.
yeah, Scott. You
This is what
have
I'm
to give
saying.
me a you have
Nah,
to give me
nah,
an
nah.
example that correlates with the season starting, like right now. Like
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm down here. The point I'm getting at is everybody that go through something that's an athlete down here, they come on the news. What they charge is. How you think I know about
why does that apply to the
Jackson
Charlotte
Hayes?
Hornets though?
What you mean? How it apply? What
Just
I'm
because
saying,
just because one franchise does it, you can't generalize it and say it
man. The
applies to what the
point I'm
Charlotte
getting at
Hornets would
is
how they would handle it. They could still
this.
suspend him or put him to a program to where he's not playing.
No, the point I'm getting at is
Especially
see
with all the
you
bad
fussing.
publicity they've been getting lately
Y'all fussing
of their
over something
players.
that I'm not arguing against. I'm saying they can do that, but they also can let him play until he go through trial. That's all I'm saying.
Why would
But
why would they put him on the court after they already had the stigma with Miles Bridges? Now you're
And
gonna have
Trez.
stigma,
And Trez. Don't
you're
forget
gonna have
Trez.
another guy have and remember Miles Bridges is a domestic violence case.
Like-
Okay. Also, you're about to have a stigma of allowing James Booknight that was caught with an armed weapon and drunk
Allegedly.
unconsciously, and you're gonna throw him out there on the court.
Man,
Sky,
just-
stop
This
it.
this Sky, this is where
see,
arguments
this
on
what y'all
court.
no,
don't
Sky,
understand.
honestly,
This
this is
what
where
y'all
your
don't
logic
understand.
this is where your logic fails because if you're a front office or if you're any competent leader of a front office, why are you going to throw this young man who's been going through his ups and downs, he's still developing while he's going through court? That's going to fuck him up even worse. That's not a healthy result for your team. That's a bad recipe. So if you're a guy that's a leader or in the front office, any competent dude, why would you make that decision? That doesn't even logically follow.
No, what y'all saying is not logically, because what you acting like he's a star, like literally, like he's not.
He's
no
an eighth.
star.
He's an eighth man in the rotation. He's a guy in the rotation. He plays minutes off the bench.
Oh man.
He's like an 8-9 man dude on the rotation. What do you mean?
One thing y'all ain't never realized, y'all ain't been right all this time, and y'all always right. And I'm telling y'all again, y'all always be wrong.
I'm not saying that I'm always
Oh my
right.
God,
I'm just
Sky.
giving you what's more
Hold on.
likely.
So the Hornets,
Alright.
what do we?
Sky, you're not always right. You said the Pelicans were going to be good last year.
Exactly, Jessica. Thank you. The whole damn team. Like Ray said, LeBron that shit.
Oh yeah, I said that. I already told y'all, LeBron that shit. I already said it. I already know. I was first one to say that. LeBron that shit. Nigga, Sky, what do we say wrong?
Montrez and 2 pounds of weed.
No one ever. Hold on. What do we ever say about the Hornets that were wrong? No one ever put this team on a pedestal. Only person, people that we really
Man, y'all said they
advocate
were gonna sign
on this.
Jello, man. Jello at home.
Only people we advocate is the Ball brothers
I ain't
on
say
this
that.
team. When it comes to this team, we have been said they're trash. The organization is run horribly. They have a bad mashup of players. They cannot construct it on
All right.
who's supposed to go, who's with. So
Oh,
we've
Reed.
never said nothing wrong with this team because you literally said what we've been saying about
Oh,
this
Reed.
team for the longest.
And we go
You
off
saw
your.
them play for the first time. You're like,
This
oh
what I'm
no,
saying,
this
Reed.
team is garbage.
Reed, what I'm saying is, if we go by everything you saying, he gonna play.
Oh, I get what you're trying to say right there, but
Thunder, what do you mean by the Hornets is the
he
Inglewood
don't
of
need
the
to be playing.
NBA?
He don't need to be playing. He don't need to be playing, dog. He
If
need to
you,
go to
if you
rehab.
say if you say them team, if you say they incompetent, what makes you think they're gonna make the right decision?
I
and
know.
not
I feel
playing.
okay. I know what you're trying to say. I get
All
what
right,
you're
then.
trying. See, I'm starting to finally get what you're saying, but you gotta understand. We're just trying to think logically. Like at the end of the day, he don't need to be playing. He don't need to be on the team right now. He need a rehab.
Yeah, he need help. The young man need
If
help.
you already had issues with this, and then you get Cole again coming into the season, and you knocked yourself out, Cole, with the armed weapon. Come on, dude. At some point, like, hey, Kev, listen. Hey, you need to go to
Like
rehab.
Juju said,
dog.
that's a recipe for
You gotta
disaster.
go rehab, big dog. I know what you're trying to say, Sky. Like this team is trash, so he probably gonna still have him out there because how trash they are. But I'm just saying, we all saying like he don't need to be out there. He needs to be in rehab, real fast in a
Right.
hurry.
And the reason we're saying that it's more likely that even if he's not guilty, that he'll go through some sort of rehab is that he has an experience doing these things before they drafted him. It's not like he just did this for the first time. This is a first offense. He's done this 2 or 3 times before this. So they have more of an agenda or more of an incentive to put him in these programs and not put him on the court so he's not successful because he already hasn't been successful.
So how many times he did it already?
Four.
I think
2-3 times.
4.
And then put him in the program after all this? And y'all expect
It was
him to put
before
him in the
before
program?
they
it was
drafted
before
him.
they drafted him.
Before they
So
drafted
he had 4. Well, this is 4. This is 5th one then. That's what y'all saying, right?
Blame the
No,
organization,
Sky,
Sky.
this-
first one on the team. First one on the team.
Sky, if
Just
you want
blame
to
the
say
organization,
if
Sky.
you want to say like their front office is trash for drafting him in the first place, that's fine, and probably sweeping this information under the rug and being like, "Fuck it, we're not going to put him through any programs." That's fine, but I don't think we can like say, fuck, I forgot what we were going to say, but I think that's
Or
fine.
maybe
though,
they
if we
might
say
have
that.
put him through programs and he
Yeah,
just,
we don't know.
relapse.
We might not know, and he might just
Yeah,
be
we might not
fighting through
know.
that
So,
shit.
yeah. Because people go through programs and relapse.
Yeah, 100%.
And we're talking about a young player that we haven't fully even seen what we're fully going to get out of him. So especially since they clearly want him a part of the team. So if they want him a part of the team, they got to see what he's fully capable of or what he's fully not capable of. So if they can't get that while he's drunk, so that nigga got to go to rehab, dog. That's all we saying. He got to go. He got to
Jessica, you so funny.
Like Draymond said, I got to take a time away from the team. That's what he got to do.
Cut that dude, bro. Just cut
He
him.
got to.
Let him go.
Wow, that's a harsh GM. I mean, the kid is still redeemable. He's only, what, 20, 21 years old?
I just
He's
think
still redeemable.
if we're going under this weird hypothetical where the Hornets have invested some time into trying to like alleviate this problems he's had in the past, 100% you let him go. But if this is like if this is something, or even if this is something where you talk to him about, you've been like, is this a problem that you resolve? This, like, interview questions before the draft, and he answers them coherently. He shows that this isn't a problem that we can worry about in the future, and he still fucks up. I think you gotta. If I'm the GM, I'm looking at it like Bill Belichick, bro. I'm the Patriots, bro. You gotta go, bro. We not having no BS. Like that's BS.
I'm more than Bill. I'm more than Bill
The
Belichick.
Juju way. That's
I'm
the
LeBron
Juju
this
way.
motherfucker. I'm LeBron this motherfucker.
Wow. Yeah, Anthony Alvarado. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, he's very young, and I just believe in the redeemable factor in human beings. That's just me. You know what I mean? I'm a second chance guy. I had a second chance in my life when I wasn't on the right path, and look what happened. You know what I'm saying? I got a wonderful life. I have a wonderful situation. You know what I'm saying, with my daughter, with my grandkids, and with my significant other, and it's just good that you able to have a second chance after you mess up. But the thing about it was, I only messed up once. That's, you know what I'm saying? I was a first time offender, and I'm scared straight. So now I'm legal as an eagle. And when I was messing up, I made a buku amount of money. But it's never worth your freedom. That's all I can tell you. And what Booknight is doing is not about his freedom, it's about his life.
Yep.
You out there being reckless with your life and jeopardizing others. And my niece had an alcohol problem. As beautiful as she is, beautiful woman, had an alcoholic problem. And she got arrested twice for DUI. And the third time, she had to go to jail. She had to actually go to jail and lose a good job because she couldn't stop putting alcohol down her fucking throat.
And that shit ain't even that good.
That's what I'm saying. That shit nasty as
That
man.
shit not
Come
even all
on,
that
bro.
good, bro. I had. Let me tell y'all something, dog. Let me tell you something, bro. I'll never forget.
Drink
bro.
water.
I swear to God, I had beer this one time, bro. That shit tastes like piss, nigga. I'm like, bro, I don't get you. nigga, I stick to my pink lemonade, nigga. Fuck y'all, nigga. Y'all bugging.
Yeah, you must not have had no German beer.
No, I mean, don't get twisted. There was
But beer, you got to drink. You got to consume a whole lot of beer to get drunk. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Beer is just right past carbonated soda.
I can't get into it, and I try.
Yeah, I don't do no drinking. I don't do no smoking.
I can't, man. I can't do it. I mean, I don't understand the people who do it. It's just like, bro, like, I get it. You feel good at the moment,
but
nigga,
you got to understand this also. The NBA and the NFL have plenty of players who have addiction issues, and some of them are just functional addicts. And those who are functional addicts might do their thing on the weekend, go to the gym, work it out, sweat it out, or whatever. You follow what I'm saying? And you never hear anything about it. But if you're going to be an addict in an environment like professional sports, you're going to have to do something to counter your addiction. You know, and if you don't counter your addiction, then you're going to succumb to it. And when you succumb to it, you might have episodes like this, or episodes like Horn. I mean, what was that wide receiver from New Orleans? Damn, I forgot. It wasn't Joe Horn, was it? It was a wide receiver. It was a wide receiver from the Hornets that they was down in Miami, South Beach. He was intoxicated, and he hit and killed somebody. Lost his whole career.
Yeah.
You're talking about Henry Ruggs?
Stallworth. Yeah, Stallworth.
Because that happened to Henry Ruggs too.
You know what I'm saying? And but Stallworth was a Pro Bowler, and he was a very good receiver for the New Orleans Saints. And then he, like you say, he went down there and made a bad decision, which was an executive decision, and it cost him his career. So, and then how would you have that on your mind that you killed somebody because you was intoxicated? You were so inebriated that you didn't have control of your faculties.
It ain't cost him his career. He got sued. They ain't cost him. He went to the Baltimore Ravens. Don't forget.
He got traded then. Saints and Patriots. Yeah, he played for the Saints and Patriots. But just think about that. But just think about that.
It's still Sky. That still was his downfall.
Yeah. Josh Gordon is another one. Now everybody remember Josh Gordon on the Cleveland Browns, right? That dude was super uber receiver.
Oh man!
And his addiction got the best of him. Tom Brady tried to help him. He tried to help him, and it still didn't work. Mm-hmm. And because of addiction. But I mean it's so many stories like that. Some players we know about, some players we don't know about. But the one about Josh is that his affliction only was to him and maybe to some people of his family and friends that probably supported him, but it didn't go outside of his circle and inflicted other people where they was harmed or even lost their life. So Josh was more internal and self-inflicted, but Starworth, you understand what I'm saying? He got a body on him, on his conscience. And how would you like to live with a body on your conscience, not out of self-defense, but out of ignorance and recklessness and abandonment? And you took somebody's life that was probably dear to their family, breadwinner of their family, lovable to the family, a glue to their family, and you just ripped that from a family member because of your recklessness. And now that family is torn. It's torn and somewhat mentally tormented forever. When they look to their left and they look to their right, they don't see that loved one. The only way they're going to see it is they got to go to their graveyard to see it and plant new flowers because of somebody's unable to discern the right from wrong when you reach the limit and it affects your faculties, and then you want to get in the car and drive because of your hubris. Oh, I'm a football player. I'm a star. You know what I'm saying? I can handle alcohol. I do this all the time. And then whack, somebody's life is over. And this was a conversation I had with my niece, and we fell out for months over this conversation because I wanted her to look herself internally and ask her the question, with your beautiful daughters that you have, college and all that, sports and all that, your beautiful daughters, if somebody was intoxicated and ripped them from amongst your heart, just rip them right out of your life, how would you feel? Thank you. So that's why you had to go to jail after not one, not two, but 3 DUIs in your city.
Let me tell you something, man.
Bruh.
That's why
Isaiah Curry, alcohol consumption is biblical. That's not justification, bro. Because even in the Bible, it clearly shows you that you're not supposed to let it consume you.
Yeah. Fact. It's in the Bible, but
we don't want to get too spiritual. We want to.
This nigga talking about the Bible. He don't even know about that shit, bro. Come on, Curry. What you doing, nigga?
He's talking about it's a way of life.
Talking about the Bible. So James Book and I can just drink and just get fucked up, huh? Come on.
Right. See, that's the difference. See, you have to. That's why I use the word discern. You have to be discerning. Now, we know alcohol is legal. After many years of prohibition, right? And the many bloody wars that was in the streets with the gangsters and the law enforcement, they finally found a way to tax it. So now alcohol is legal. But guess what? To a certain extent. After that extent, then it becomes illegal. And what is it, 2.0 or something like that? Anything higher in your blood after 2.0, then you're illegal. If you're driving, or if you have a bottle in your hand, you walking down the street, if it ain't Vegas or Atlantic City or something like that, then you cannot even do that. Like in California, you can't walk down the street with an open container. That's illegal.
In New Orleans, you could. They got
especially in the first quarter.
That's why y'all New Orleans
y'all niggas swim with alligators, nigga. Be quiet. Of course,
man, they got this the crazy part.
Ray, Ray, that's people from Florida, Ray. Don't do that.
Them niggas swim with alligators for fun. Come on, we know it's legal over there.
Man, you can buy liquor through
something
the
else.
drive-thru.
You're talking about the wrong state, Ray. Ray, that's wrong state.
Nobody cares. Them niggas in New Orleans, nigga, they do that for fun.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck in New Orleans.
In New Orleans.
Bro, them niggas.
It's Mardi Gras every fucking day over there.
Them niggas cook raccoons, nigga. Fuck out.
This the crazy part.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no, that be going on, Marquez. Down south, they be eating that. I don't.
And you said, wait, hold on, guys. Let's get some calm here. Zen Master says somebody in the chat got to blow into a tube to start the car. That's when it's really bad, Zen. And the only reason why they allow you to blow into a tube is based on your what you call it, your like your job. Like if you have a job and you have to commute to work and things of that nature, they give you that They insert that in your car so you can still make a living. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not just trying to take you from making a living, especially if you're a first time offender.
You
But
know that
if you need your car to commute to work, they insert a tube in your car and you have to blow in it every time you start it, and it gives you the measurement of any type of intoxin that's in your breath.
Dex, you know you can get drinks through the drive-through in New Orleans.
Bro, we
But
know. Thank you for
but like I said, that's not a
We don't
problem
want to hear
because it's
about
legal.
This nigga
We don't
flexing.
We don't want to hear about your spot. We already know that niggas can do everything.
Shout out to KNT Radio.
New
What's up?
Orleans has the
Coming off
highest
of that
crime rate.
crazy interview.
You watched that? You watched it?
Of course I did.
Yeah, that joint was that was crazy.
Did you hear the latest KNT was going on?
You said what?
Did you hear the latest was going on with Booknight got arrested?
Yeah, DUI, right?
Yeah. You have anything you want to share about that?
They don't got no guidance in Charlotte, number one, and number two, like this is setting up great for the situation that LeVar talking about. I'm gonna just put that out there.
And see, and listen, the reason why I go hard like this, because sometimes when you privilege your information that you just can't expose because it could cast a bad shadow on the people that we love and respect in sports, it's important that you have a strong team, right? Your team got to be stronger than your weakest willpower. Because we know that a lot of athletes, when they get to the situation, if they not groomed or nurtured in a way to not allow the bright lights to get to them, these type of things could happen. And if your team is weaker than your weakest will, then you probably most likely will succumb to it someday, somehow. So this is why it's very important to have a strong team around you, not just to build your financial portfolio, but to help mentor you in ways to make you stronger and not placate to your weakness. Because a lot of teams that's around these superstars, they will placate to their weakness based on they don't want to lose their status amongst that circle. And it's very important that this don't happen to the guys that we appreciate and love, that reach the bright lights. And so you gotta be careful with the team, because when you start listen to me carefully now, and hopefully you can read between the lines. When you start making money as a young man and you got a lot of older people around you, a lot of times these older people, especially if you're drawn away from your family, a lot of times these older people guide you in a way where they gonna come up. Not so much guide you in a way where you are safe and sound for the rest of your life. Because sometimes people in your team got families to feed too. And they got mortgage to pay. They want to guarantee their things. So they will introduce you to things and get a kickback. Not a kickback from you, but from the kickback from the person they're introducing you to.
Dex, go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Think about it. Why do you think there's mentor? Why do you think everybody's trying to be a mentor? Why do you think they say bring the veterans on teams? Let me tell you something. These young cats, and that's funny. It's funny because I'm young too. But these young guys act like they know all be all. And when that happens, not saying you don't know it, but they act. Some of these youngins act like they got it to the point where they don't ever need help, and they fuck around and screw themselves. Let me tell you something. Kyrie Irving said Kobe was a huge help going in his career when he was being a youngin. Kobe was a huge help. He asked Kobe a lot of questions, a lot of help. And that's the worst thing about nowadays, because these young guys act like they can't ask for help. Don't get it wrong. I feel like the young guys can help the old guys, and the old guys can help the young guys. But you can't be stubborn and act like you just oh my God, I don't want no information. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear how somebody can help me in the future, rather than being helped just because you feel good on that one day. The older generation is trying to say, listen, let me tell you how you can be successful and be prepared for years to come rather than being successful for 2-3 years. Now you're bankrupt and broke.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear it like that. They just want to hear it. No. I'm lit. I like that. I'm like, all right, bro. All right. You keep being stubborn like that, you be nice and broke in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Hey, Rap God Unloaded. You could be drunk. You could be drunk as hell, having sex like crazy, in back of a Maybach with a chauffeur.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
So let's not get too off the rails.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is like nobody's necessarily trying to blame the Hornets for what Booknight did, but this just gives us more justification to say that this Hornets is their franchise is just not going in the right direction. But go ahead, Flight.
I got a question. How can the Charlotte Hornets, how do they move positively from this? What moves do they got to make? Because games still got to be played, and nobody's going to be there. Melo's not going to be there at the start. Obviously, we know what's up with Bridges. He's not even even accounted for. Booknight. Who knows what's going to happen with this? What the hell? What's going to happen? Who's going to fill in? What the hell? What's the direction on the basketball floor?
Well, it starts with leadership, and it starts at the top, and you just have to get the message across to everybody. And again, like we mentioned earlier, this is a next man up mentality. So if I'm the coach, if I'm the veterans on this team, Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, this is a bad situation individually for Booknight, but this is something that we have to move past, and we have to look past it, and because we have the season, just like Miles Bridges. The Miles Bridges situation is even larger scale in comparison to the Booknight situation. And this team right now it looks like they're going with the philosophy of moving forward. So they just have to look at this Booknight situation similarly. And, the front office has to fill in the roster spots correctly now without Booknight not playing, more than likely.
I agree.
They should have kept Jello, man.
Yeah, I mean,
we all say that.
Yeah, we've been saying that.
But I just want to.
But that's not the reality right now, though. KNT, right?
I mean, obviously, I was trying to at the start of the season before Melo's injury. I was trying to have some faith.
Then you crazy, then.
Yeah, he wild.
But obviously, it's looking like right now the Hornets can really plummet the standards, man. I'm concerned for them. I think San Antonio could knock them off. They're gonna be in trouble, against New Orleans. But
I don't think San Antonio might. I think they still got enough to beat San Antonio because Booknight didn't move the needle that much to where his loss will be a grave thing. You know what I'm saying? So whatever they have going into San Antonio with or without Booknight, I still think they're strong enough to propel over the San Antonio Spurs, who's trying to get into the lottery. I mean, they're trying to get into the lottery. So if they lose to a team that's trying to get into the lottery, then that says
we trying to get in the lottery. That's what it's saying.
Charlotte Hornets is the most beat down team right now.
No, you still got Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier, Lamelo. It's a little different.
Is there any team right now hobbling more into the season right now than Charlotte?
Yeah, San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Hobbling with injuries.
They only got one person. That's Jacob Portal, and he's hurt.
Yeah, but that shit was manufactured.
But that's what I'm saying. You said limping. That's limping. Isn't that limping?
No players.
Isn't that limping, Flight?
I guess. I think it's some crazy shit. I think that they need to be investigated.
Right.
Man,
I think the main concern is just. Oh, go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
They got 2 players they got out there that they could go get.
That's what I was just going to ask.
What 2 players?
They and I say veterans. They could go get Alfred Payton. Or they could
go my God.
Or they could go get.
No, that dude is trash.
This nigga said Alfred Payton.
He trying to sabotage the Hornets. That's what he's trying to do.
No.
Don't say those cursed voodoo words, dude. What is happening, bro? Jesus.
Hey, my God, Sky. Go ahead and repent because goddamn it, you should never even say that out your mouth.
Yeah. But that's what I was gonna say. Like The main concern here is that Booknight's probably not going to be on the roster, so we have to get somebody to fill his shoes. But as Dex mentioned earlier, Booknight doesn't have any like large shoes. This dude probably wears like a 5 or some shit, so his shoes should be relatively easy to fill. Like we just need somebody that's going to run the floor, maybe be able to run the offense, which we kind of already got with Dennis Smith. But if we do get somebody, I think we need to get somebody that can play defense and also shoot the ball, which is a luxury to have. But Elfrid Payton is not that, bruh. Hell
What about
no.
Rajon Rondo?
Hell no.
How old is
He said
Rondo?
Elfrid Payton.
Rondo,
Y'all don't even want Elfrid Payton.
49?
No.
Yeah.
The point I'm getting
How old
at
is
is
Rondo?
nah,
49?
see,
Name some
see,
players
what
that you might want on your team, first of all, Sky.
Let me see who's up.
What I'm saying is, if you're gonna lose and tank, at least they can't go with no more young players. They got to go with a veteran, dog. They have to.
No, they don't have to. We ain't getting no damn Elfrid Payton. You smoking?
I think they just need to win this first game. The Hornets need to win this first game. Win this first game. Get a sigh of relief because you haven't won a game in the preseason. So the winning emotion is not there just yet. So if you can get this first game under your belt, you'll be 1-0. You'll be in first place of your division. You'll be top. You'll be one of the top teams in the conference if you get this win. Depending on how large the margin of victory is, you can be the number 1 seed in your conference if you get this win. So get this win up under your belt first and foremost, and some of that bad aura that has encapsulated the Charlotte Hornets can probably slowly dissipate until the next game.
Man, they ain't trying to win over there, Charlotte.
I'm looking at a couple people. I don't know if these people are locked up or signed already, but I'm looking at DJ Augustine. I don't think that's bad. He can shoot the basketball. I also like Kent Bazemore. If he's not signed, I would like to get him. He can play some defense. He can also shoot the ball. So there's some players out there. The Hornets just have to make a decision and use their resources correctly. But there's players out there.
Man, let me tell you something, bro.
Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. He said the Hornets are favored by 2 on FanDuel. So the Hornets is coming into this game limping as a favorite. That's how bad San Antonio is.
Man, I'm telling anybody who play the cards, man, take that too. Y'all gonna get killed, man. Take that too.
Bazemore trash? Y'all hated. Bazemore used to be good back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. But let me tell y'all something, man.
What the Pelicans gonna do in Charlotte?
Hey, let me say this real quick.
We got a bet, man. You already know.
No, I didn't. I said
man,
the Brooklyn
you got
game.
a bet, man.
That shit is off. You know that.
Hey, let me say this, man. Look, oh yeah, Flight did say the Hornets are going 4-0 or some shit.
Whoa! What the?
No.
He said some wild shit. I forgot what it was called.
That was before.
Yeah, he said some wild shit.
It was still wild, even before they had a full team. It was still wild.
I didn't. I said they was gonna start the season 2-0. That's what I said. I said they was gonna win. It was gonna beat San Antonio and they was gonna beat New Orleans at home.
That's wild right there, though. That's wild, Flight.
That's not that wild. That's not wild.
No, there wasn't gonna be no Pelicans. No way. They don't have the firepower to beat the Pelicans.
And everybody else, they could beat the Pelicans.
No, they don't have the. Trust me, they don't have the firepower to beat them young Thundercats over there, man. Pelicans are deep, dude.
Pelicans are good, but they have a lot of.
No, they're better than good. They're better. Good is average. They're better than average. Listen,
I'm not going to say that. That's all conjecture. We have not seen that.
You know how I feel about the Pelicans.
Yeah, I understand how you feel
at that
about the
bench.
Pelicans.
That bench is deep, just like the Bulls. The Pelicans and the Bulls might have the deepest bench as far as talent-wise.
Yeah, but they have weaknesses as well. The Pelicans,
all teams got weakness. Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. They have weaknesses. They have weaknesses. They have weaknesses that the Hornets could definitely exploit, and if the Hornets have their full team, we're talking Miles Bridges. Offensively, the Hornets were one of the best teams in the league last year. What?
No, but that's true. But listen, we gave the stats on that, Juju.
I won the Pelicans. Like what?
I know. It sounds weird. I know it sounds weird. But Juju, we've been watching the Pelicans develop And we all come to the conclusion that we have to suck our own spit on that one. Because what those young guys did in the absence of Zion, and then you bring Zion back, coupled with their experience, those young guys' experience, you can't knock
that's the
that.
question mark. No. But the reason I can knock it, because I am a skepticist, so I can knock it with simple questioning. The question would be, since Zion is being implemented back in the lineup, can this same lineup that they had last year, or the people that they had implemented in the lineup, can they keep up that same pace, or will they falter?
Yo, I can answer that. Let me answer.
Will Ingram be better with Zion on the court, or is he better with them off the court? Those are questions that also need to be answered. That needed to be answered prior. So go ahead, Scott.
Hey, Juju, listen. I said that myself.
I love the Pelicans. I just got a lot of questions about them. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, Juju. I said the same very thing. Okay, because we're talking about now. Zion has the ball a lot more rather than Ingram.
That's not a good thing for Ingram, though.
So things can change. We don't.
But Rave, that's not a good thing for Ingram.
No, here's what I'm saying, though. We're not talking about the season. We're just talking about the Hornets. You specifically said yourself, what are we doing with this team? What direction is the Hornets going? Pelicans at least have a direction.
No, I'm not disputing that the Pelicans have a brighter
they have
future.
A better coach. They have a better coach. They have a better. They have a better team overall, clearly.
See, y'all are looking at potential more than like what we've already seen. Like based on everything that I've seen with Ingram's characteristics on the court, CJ McCollum and some of these other players, I don't know if just adding Zion is instantly just going to make them. I still think they have kinks and things that they need to work through, and they still have question marks that need to be answered.
But listen, Juju.
Hold on. But that's true. Wait. Let me have this one. Yeah, that's true. But that's the same thing. We have the Hornets and more. Hornets, they got kinks
with their full team, with Miles Bridges.
The Hornets full
oh my God, y'all are wilding, man.
Okay, listen, Juju. No, all we gotta go is let's use history. But Juju, let's use history as a precedent, right? As a precedent, because when you look at the historical fact, the Hornets could not get past the play-in. The Pelicans got past 2 play-in games and took the number 1 seed to 6 games.
Well, that's why.
Without Zion.
Well, again, this is my point on this. This is my stance. First off, would you agree that the East is deeper than the West last year, and like for the last couple of years, actually? So does it like the Hornets are competing? If they're competing at the bottom, they're competing more heavily than the Hornets at the bottom.
What?
Based on the country or the conference that they're in.
Yeah, well, they had a better record. Yeah, the bottom part of the East had a better record than the bottom part of the West.
Right. The Hornets won 43 games last year. The Pelicans won like 36.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm saying that the bottom of the East is better and tougher. So I don't think that really matters. But I think the main point that I think I need to address is like what they did against the first seed last year. Who was the first seed last year? The Warriors?
Phoenix. Oh,
Phoenix. Yeah. They were fucking scrubs. Nah, that's a dub.
What?
But anyway, what I'm saying is that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's a non-sequitur. What I'm asking you is, scrubs. I think the main question that I don't think you can answer is how Ingram will be affected, how CJ McCollum and all of these other players will be affected by putting Zion on the court. He needs the ball.
Easy. The thing that will have to shrink will be the play of Valanciunas as far as being an offensive weapon. Valanciunas can concentrate on shot blocking, rebounding, setting hard picks, and things of that nature. Ingram played very well off ball with CJ McCollum, because CJ McCollum was on ball majority of the time.
He played off ball? I thought he played on ball a little bit as well. Like he was handling it too. It wasn't like he was just like I think what I'm saying is like even still, if you add Zion in that lineup and you're centered on giving him the ball, then that's still gonna have Ingram with less touches. And I don't know if he can be as effective with less touches.
What you forgetting?
That's a fair question.
No, that's not.
Oh my God. That's been his whole question, his whole career. That's been his question since he was like, even when he was at the Lakers and he was a really good player, they were like, oh, he needs the ball in his hands to be even better. So we need to ship him out for Anthony Davis. Then he goes to the Pelicans. He's even better because he has the ball in his hands. And we see even when Lonzo was on the Pelicans, Ingram put up better numbers when Zion was injured.
But go back, listen. See, you guys are stuck on. Hold on one second. You guys are stuck on the BI of the past. With CJ McCollum, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. With CJ McCollum, BI had no problem playing off ball. I mean, we watched the games. We streamed some of them. He had no problem playing off ball. And in the playoffs, he scored 35-some points playing
But
off
that's not
ball.
my
He
argument,
wasn't ball
Dex.
dominant.
I'm not saying that he can't be a competent player playing off the ball. I'm saying, can he be the same Brandon Ingram on the consistent basis throughout an 82 game season and without getting the same amount of touches? That's a question that we cannot answer.
Yes, he could. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Like he was telling you, the Saints. I mean, I said the Saints trash, but the Pelicans deep, right? And what I mean by that is, let's say if Zion not getting the ball and it's running through Ingram, right? They could always take Zion out and rotate on Jackson Hayes in there at that spot with Zion there and let B.I. get him. Move B.I. out, move on Valanciunas output. It's just ways they could do it. They could and move on Herb Jones in the B.I. spot and let Zion get him.
So are you saying that the coach needs to implement different rotations with Ingram in different lineups for them to be successful?
No,
right?
No. What I'm saying is they so deep, it's tons of ways. Now, if you're looking for all of them to get the same amount of points every night, that's not gonna happen.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, can he get 25, 26 points like he was doing when they first traded for him? Like, can he be that Brandon Ingram? Because that dude is special.
Yeah, but remember, Zion was out. Zion was out.
That's my point, though, Dex. I'm asking, can he do that?
Zion was out when he had that All-Star season.
Right, but that's my point, Dex. Can he replicate that? Can he be that same, even better, really? Because I think the Pelicans really need him to be better.
I don't know about his scoring output. Hold on one second, Sky. I'm gonna let you go because this is your team. I don't know about Brandon Ingram's scoring output because now you got 4 formidable scorers. You got Valanciunas can get double digits, right? I'm talking about high double digits, 15 and up. You got CJ McCullough can get double digits, high double digits. You got Zion can get high double digits. So now B.I. gonna have to reorientate his mindset that he don't have to be the B.I. that do all. You follow what I'm saying?
But that's another thing, though. That's another question I have.
That's what I'm finna get to.
Okay.
I'm finna get to it. So when he first got with C.J. McCullough, it was a little, it's a little struggle because a different player, different tone, different pace. So he kind of struggled just a little bit. But once he got into his groove and he took that momentum into the playoffs, you see that B.I. wasn't dribbling the ball a whole lot. He'd take a few dribbles and boom, pop. He'd take a few dribbles and go right to the rack dunk. So that B.I. is the B.I. that I'm expecting to see this season, not the B.I. of the past, who 24-second B.I. He's not doing that anymore. So if something happened with Willie Green that convinced B.I. you don't have to bounce the ball 10 or more times. You're lengthy, you're quick, you're swivel, you're sleeky, you're good around the rim with both hands, ambidextrous. Just take a couple of dribble and use your height and force to dominate going towards the bucket. And that's what he did in the playoffs.
That argument I would agree with. Like, Willie Green has done something to evolve Brandon Ingram's game to the point where he doesn't have to take those bad shots or dribble 50 times between the legs and ISO, BI, all that shit that we saw in the past. He doesn't do that as much. But my question still would be, right, can he replicate what he did in the playoffs at that level with less shots and having the ball even less with Zion? That's still a question mark.
Right. That remains to be seen. I agree. That remains to be seen. But go ahead, Sky. Go ahead, Sky.
I still think they're going to be good. They're going to be a top 5 seed. Top 5 seed easy.
Did Sky leave? Oh, yeah, I think he left.
Oh, damn. Okay. I wanted to hear his point. Good. Pelicans are good, man. I like talking about the Pelicans. They're going to be good, bro. I'm telling you, they're going to be top 5.
Man. I think what Juju is saying is what I said before about the Pelicans. Only reason I have Pelicans, the only reason I was on the Pelicans side right there, because he was talking about versus the Hornets. But I would definitely agree with you, Juju, if you were talking about the entire season. Then you're right. How can which remain seen how they're going to share the ball amongst all the scorers. Is any of them going to have a huge ego? We'll never know. Is someone going to be like, hey, hold up now. Hey, I feel like I'm a little bit in the shadows. I don't like that. So that's remained to be seen. So that part I was agreeing with you. I was only arguing you was because when you said Pelicans versus Hornets. And that's
we did get off topic.
Okay, Sky is back, so he can chime in whenever you want to, Sky.
That's why
Yeah,
I like the
well,
Pelicans.
like, I can give you my more concise and coherent argument for why, like, if the Hornets were at full power of some sorts, I think they would have an edge. It's just based on what we've
So
seen
you believe
before.
the full power Hornets
Yes,
versus the full power Pelicans, which you got Zion
yes,
and Brandon McCollum. You're
yes.
telling me you feel like the Hornets would probably somehow win.
Yes, and the reason I say that is because we've seen with the Hornets, even when they have pieces out in and out the lineup for the last couple of years, they've been one of the more prolific offenses in the league with their fast pace. And usually when we see the Hornets play the Pelicans,
How win?
No. I'm trying to use that as a foundation to build up as to why I think the Hornets is just like would win, or they're just better in terms of comparing them, right? So they use that to their advantage when they play the Pelicans. They simply outrun them every time they get a rebound. They're up and down the court. They just beat them in the pace game, and that's how they're able to win. And I don't think with Miles Bridges a year older, a year better, Melo a year older, a year better, that offensive thing isn't going to change. It's just going to get better. So I still think they would have that advantage. Now, if you want to make the argument that the Pelicans have gotten much better defensively to the point where they won't allow them to get out on a break as much, that's an argument that, you know, maybe you could get into. But I still think that's a hypothetical. Based on what we've seen, it's just, I think it's more evidence for the Hornets.
You know the way our roster set up, Juju, it's real talk. This is going to be the easiest money B.I. ever made, the easiest money Zion ever make. You know that? It's a lot of games they're going to just sit out because they could win without them.
I don't know about that yet. I still like a lot of those pieces off the bench, or some of those pieces are young. Like I like Herb Jones. He's a young player.
All right.
I don't know how much you can put on his shoulders.
What about Trey Murphy?
He again, that's my other gripe. He has talent. Like y'all got a lot of talent.
What about Larry Nance?
Larry Nance is a player you can definitely count on for sure. He's a veteran.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. What about Herb Jones? Jose Alvarado.
Jose has been around the league for a while. He's just gotten into the NBA. I think this is his first time being in his role, but I think he's comfortable. I can put trust into him, bro. For sure.
He could give you 28. He just gave 28. What about you still forgetting we still sitting on Devontae Graham?
He ain't giving you no.
Devontae Graham, I don't think he's gonna. I think his value. Wait, hold on. Let me answer this question right quick. I think Devontae's Graham. No. I just want to address Devontae Graham. I think based on the rise of Jose Alvarado, that Devontae Graham's value has greatly diminished, and I don't think he's going to be anywhere near as productive as he has been. So I don't really think he's a factor.
I agree with you when you say
Scott, you're not getting away with that.
What I'm telling you,
you're not about to say Alvarado not giving you 20. Cut it out. He's not like that.
He just gave 20.
He just gave 20. He did have 20
in the preseason game.
In a
preseason game?
He's not saying he's going to do it in the season, though.
Bro, fuck preseason, Scott. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Nigga, watch his highlights last year. He's a baller. He's a dog. Come on, that dude's raw.
Hold on.
That's what
Juju, I hate when you talk. I hate when people try to talk about how great of a player he is when we're talking about what he said. I'm not saying what Alvarado is. He is a dog.
Yeah,
he's a scrap.
But Ray, you're getting bogged down on semantics though.
But you just said he just said Alvarado can give you 20.
Yeah,
like
Rave, I understand what he said, but I'm telling you that you're getting bogged down on semantics.
No.
He's just Sky was just trying to say that Jose Alvarado is a very competent player that they can lean on. That's all he was trying to say. He didn't literally mean that. Like he was just.
What he said. No.
Oh my gosh.
Dang, Basil, you don't got my Lakers in there, Basil?
Okay.
Come on, Basil.
Oh my God, Ray.
Okay, Sky, what'd you just say again about Alvarado? Repeat that.
Alvarado
I don't know what game.
I
don't know what game. But the point I'm saying is,
he can give you 20. Stop it.
He just said he can give you 20, bro.
Well, let Sky repeat himself because Sky is here.
I think he said 28.
No, he said he got 28 last game. Let Sky speak for himself because he's here.
What I'm saying is, Rave, based off of last year, he gave a 20-point game too. If you go back and look and see. All I'm saying is, man, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's gonna give you 20 points every game. What I'm saying is, if he plays somebody like the Spurs, he could give you 20. He plays somebody like the Oklahoma, he could give you 20.
No, he ain't.
Yes, he can, man.
No, he can't.
You see, he did it last year. What do you do?
Man.
What are you talking about?
Man. I'm not saying if he play a high-power team like.
Oh my God, Alvarado! You guys are killing me.
Like Denver, he'll give you 20. That ain't his role. But I'm saying if he play, This is what I'm saying. You don't want to admit it, bro. But
why are you hating on Alvarado? Like, what was
I'm not hating. No, I'm not.
You are hating.
Man, no, hold on. No, I didn't.
Anyway.
Bro, anybody.
You got so bogged down on him talking about 20 points. That's not even what he meant.
Even the chat said it's saying the same thing I'm saying. The man, when it comes down to Pelicans, they surprised me. And I was talking all that shit. I paid my purest homage when the Pelicans, they made it to the playoffs. They showed me that guys like Alvarado, Herb Jones, Troy Murphy, all those cats went out there and not only worked as a team.
Oh, you didn't mention Najee Marshall?
Oh yeah, that dude is good too.
I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to talk about him. Anyways,
he was ass when Lonzo and them were there, but he got better after.
Look, that's what I'm trying to tell him.
I paid my homage because I was talking all that shit. I apologize to Sky and Jessica because they did surprise me. We watched the game.
Okay, so why are you doubting him? Why can't you just give Alvarado his credit?
Bro. But you're not. Listen. When it comes down to Jose Alvarado, they're gonna have film on him now. It's not gonna be some slippery, easy bullshit last time. We're gonna see what he does with the film they have on him now. He's not.
Listen, I don't think they really putting film on Alvarado. I mean, they got a lot of other heavyweights to deal with.
Man,
they're not wasting time watching film on Alvarado.
This is what I'm getting
right, and even watching film isn't going to help you. That's not going to stop him really.
When you said the Spurs, anybody gonna get 20 on the Spurs.
Reed, the point I'm getting at is,
act like you can count on Alvarado to give you 20 on a night. Cut it out. It ain't like that.
I don't think that's what he's there for, Ray.
That's not even his play style.
He's not even in the starting lineup, so I don't think that's what he's there for. He's there to slow down. He's there to slow down the ball movement or the what you call that, the imminent strike from the opposite point guard.
Right.
That's what Jose there for. He's there to be disruptive.
Yeah, I kind of looked at him as a guy. He's in there to basically speed up the game offensively and defensively. Like either if that's playing, full court defense on the point guard when he's bringing the ball up or pushing the ball, after they get the rebound. So he's
being disruptive. He there to be disruptive.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. He's a pest out there. He can probably give you a couple layups, a couple points, hit a three here and there. But I was just only arguing when you said that nigga can just give you 20. Like, stop. No. It don't work like that.
That wasn't his point, though, Ray.
Man, the dude did it, man. You started saying stop. He did it. He did it on the highest level, man.
See, let me tell you something. For Sky, I'm in love.
Look and see. He did it, man.
Shout out to Jessica, first lady of Flight Sports TV.
Sky finna say it right now. Alvarado is better than Lonzo. Go ahead and say it, Sky. I know you want to. I know you want to.
I don't have to say it, man. He gonna say it.
He said Gary Temple is better than Lonzo. When they got the trade, Thomas Satoransky. Remember when he got the trade?
Thomas Satoransky.
He said the Pelicans won the trade.
We didn't win the trade.
This nigga said Thomas Satoransky.
Oh my God.
Y'all made other moves. Including Josh Hart. That's how you won. Not the Lonzo trade. The Lonzo trade, y'all got blistered.
Man.
Yeah, y'all did lose that because they won the championship.
We flipped that.
The only thing y'all got out of that trade, bro, is literally Ingram and some picks, and like probably y'all.
No, not that trade. We talking about the Lonzo trade.
Oh, the Pelicans. Oh, okay,
yeah. They got Thomas Satoransky and Gary Temple.
Oh yeah, y'all niggas got finesse, bro.
They got fleas. They got fleas. But they recovered. They recovered. We got to give them credit. They recovered. They threw Josh Hart in the trade and they recovered.
How we got finesse, right? One thing I can see is Gary Temple played the whole season and Sandorowski played till we traded him. The point I'm getting at is how we got finesse.
Okay, how you feel about Sky? See, Sky, you back talking. Sky, you back talking. Listen.
How did we get finesse?
Okay, listen, Sky.
Stop it.
How do you feel about Gary Temple being on your team?
Gary Temple ain't even a factor right now. That's what y'all.
No, how do you feel? How do you feel him being on your team?
He could go.
Exactly.
Okay, how you felt about Thomas Satoransky on your team? How you felt about that?
Man, we did right by Thomas Satoransky. We flipped him. You forgot that's how we got
Graham?
Not Graham. Actually,
Tripping.
Actually, that
traded
wasn't
him.
really a flip. That really was a wave.
Man, we traded
Y'all
him.
actually
Who did
waived
y'all
him.
trade him
You just happened to throw him in the trade. Just throw him in there, like take him
Yeah,
too.
basically, it's the truth.
From McCollum?
It wasn't like he was a focal point or centerpiece. Lonzo was a centerpiece of y'all trade.
No, he wasn't.
Thomas
No,
Yes, he
Satoransky wasn't.
was.
Look, how was he a centerpiece? How he was a centerpiece when we tried to lowball him?
It doesn't matter. He was the centerpiece of that trade.
If somebody telling you it's just common sense now, though, Dex, we got to use common sense with this. If somebody telling you they're gonna give you 60 mil, and then you got another team saying they're gonna give you 85, and we standing on that, we ain't giving you the 85 because you can't forget.
No, the Hornets did give him the 85. Don't say that. Not the Hornets. The Pelicans gave Lonzo 85 million and then traded him. So don't say that. Y'all didn't give it to him.
Now you're manipulating it. Only why?
Yes or no? Did they pay him? Yes or no?
No.
Only why we?
Yes, they
gave
did. Yes, they did.
Only
Go back and read the clippings. They paid him.
It was a signing trade.
It was sign and trade, exactly.
That's what it was.
That means he signed with the Pelicans, and then
they traded him.
Yeah, tell him why we gave him the 85.
You got to use common sense, brother. You was just talking about common sense, but you ain't practicing.
No, that's not common sense because he wouldn't have got the 85. If we had to pay him the 85, he wasn't getting it. Due to him,
pay him and keep him. You saying pay him and keep him?
Talking about?
We wasn't
saying pay him and keep him.
We wasn't paying to keep him. We wasn't. Because we still could have matched that 85.
Okay, listen, you see how Sky getting tempered, right? Now, Sky, let's slow down. Sky and Jessica, let's slow down. Remember when the trade happened and it was executed and you guys got what you got, you was on here barking how they got fleeced and David Griffin need to go.
They didn't get fleeced. The dude played 35 games. We said we wasn't playing him because he injury prone. He did.
No. You guys got fleeced by the components that y'all received.
No. Check this out. See, you trying to manipulate it. This is what I mean by that.
God, you was on here crying about it.
Check this out. Whoever thought we was going to win with Gary Temple and Sanders? Y'all thought.
That's why we say you got fleeced.
Check this out. Y'all thought y'all was a championship team when y'all got Lonzo Ball.
They what? You talking about the Bulls? You talking about the Bulls? They was the number 1 seed.
Who got fleeced?
They rose to a number 1 seed during the season when Lonzo was active.
35 games, man.
Bro,
Scott,
you're
capping.
Hold on.
The first 35. Everybody at number 1 seed when the season first start, 1-0.
Hold on. Sky, you're capping.
So everybody.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why you're capping.
We beat the Brooklyn Nets. We the number 1
capping,
seed.
bro. Hold up. You're capping.
If we beat the Brooklyn Nets on day 1, we was the number 1 seed.
You're capping. Hold up. You grabbed.
Hey, come on, man.
Hold on, Sky. You're capping. When you grabbed Lonzo Ball for Skanarowski, Garrett Temple, you got finessed, and y'all didn't figure out. This how y'all know y'all didn't figure out y'all got finessed because y'all still played like a couple games with those boys. Y'all kept them on the team for a couple of games,
and it was 1-12.
When you put Skanarowski out there, you were like, this nigga ain't doing shit for us.
There was 1-12, Ray.
Put
that out there. There was 1-12, while the Bulls was 9-3.
Well, I guess sometimes you got to think of the long run and not.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell him.
Oh, look at Jessica. She's trying to save her boy. He's trying to save your boy.
I'm just saying.
We could have did the 4
only
years
kids
today,
think about what's going on right now. Adults think about what's going to happen in the future, the long run.
But Sky, what we're talking about with Sky, he's talking about the
Sky was crying, Jessica, about he came on the stream daily crying about that trade, and they got fleeced. That's what Sky was saying.
I don't even know how that trade helps you in the long run. What did that do?
We don't have Santa Rats.
I'm saying, what player did y'all get out of that?
2 players.
Who did we trade him for? CJ?
Yeah, with Josh Hart. Y'all threw him in there as an extra body.
Josh,
man, I don't want to hear that.
The long run.
Hell.
Without him, it don't go through. We got to match that.
Y'all could have traded a piece of trash for that, bro. Come on,
we could have traded a what?
No, see,
the only reason why they keep Gary Temple because he got family in Baton Rouge.
For CJ McCollum instead of Thomas Satoransky. Y'all could have replaced him for him.
But
like, that's not a
why not trade? Why not trade?
Like, Jessica, you cannot tell me that y'all traded Lonzo Ball for Thomas Satoransky. It was like, okay, we're finna get Satoransky and get him CJ
No,
McCollum
but
for
we
him.
knew
Like,
we
come
was gonna
on.
get, but we knew we was gonna get rid of him to get. He was gonna be a part of a deal. We wasn't gonna
The
keep.
only reason why they got CJ
Come
McCullough
on.
because he got tired of playing with Damian Lillard, and he knew that organization wasn't
It
moving
don't
forward
matter
to winning a
what. That
championship.
That is
don't
true.
matter. That don't matter.
Yeah,
It does matter.
How does it matter? Okay,
despite how
that's
you
the
guys
way
be
of
trying
life.
to
He
paint
got
it,
okay.
it
He
worked
got
out well
time
for
to.
the Pelicans.
That's what
Yes,
I'm trying
it
to
did.
tell
It did
them.
work
That's
out
what I'm
well,
trying
no
to
doubt.
tell them. They crazy. We
No,
need
no,
check
we
this
were
out.
just
what?
saying,
Worked
But
out?
but Sky, listen,
right now, y'all
Spike,
sound like y'all trying to figure out anything
we ain't trying to
anything
figure
to
out
say
nothing,
Not
to
Jessica.
really.
say
We
anything to
just
say to
gave Pelicans a
to
prop,
make
but
the
Sky the
Pelicans
one
look
that came with
bad.
that
No,
foolishness.
no, check this
But
out.
you talking about
Yeah, you can't,
overall.
Jessica, like, you can't tell me right here, right now, that y'all traded for Thomas Satoransky and he's the godfather for why y'all are good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
come
doing
on.
too
That's
No,
much.
just
who said that
Yo,
disingenuous.
though?
just
Who said
relax,
that?
bro. You're
Nobody
doing too
said
much.
that.
Hold
That's
on,
what I'm
wait a
trying to
minute.
Sky
tell
did.
them.
Who
That's what
said
y'all,
that?
that's what Sky was
Yeah,
saying.
Sky, you
No,
said
I
it because you
Hey,
said
real
they
quick,
no,
flipped
I
the
real
Who
quick,
script.
said
real
that?
quick.
I
Hey,
say
bro,
That's
move.
what
don't.
Sky was
Hey,
saying.
we're
Who
smart
Jessica.
right
said
now,
I
bro.
that?
We're smart.
No,
Don't
I'm
Sky.
don't
saying
do that.
Sky said
Sky.
that
say
he
we
came
use.
in here
Don't
I
defending
do
say
him.
that,
we
bro.
use
Don't
that
No,
piece
I
insult
of
the
came
money.
in here and
intelligence
said
like
I
what
say
that.
I
we
We
had
were
to
use
trying to
that
get
say.
through
piece of
without
move.
having an episode, but I guess not.
I
Because
say
ain't
we
No,
try
nobody
to
Jessica
use
said
that
that.
piece
always
of move.
defending Sky,
Nobody
and he
said
said
that.
it's bullshit.
No, I'm defending my team, and Sky's a
Well, we
part of
ain't
that.
talking about the
So
team. We're
call it
See,
talking
what
about
you
what
will.
this
Sky
is where
said.
y'all get, this is where y'all homers come in. Y'all be so home team and then y'all get biased
Nah,
instead of just
you're
looking at it
insulting
from a
How
logical
we
everybody's
being
standpoint.
intelligence by trying to
biased
paint
when
that
I
Okay.
narrative,
when
bro.
I
All
sit
right.
I'm
up
not
and say
insulting them. I said they're
at the end of
good.
the day
No,
we don't
you're
have
the way you're trying to
Satoransky.
paint a
So do
narrative
it
is
matter? Who
insulting our
cares?
intelligence.
We're not talking
Man.
about. We're not
Oh
talking about the
no, it's
team.
They're
not,
not
bro.
controlling themselves, Anthony.
We
No,
talking about
that's
Sky.
we don't even
Lamont,
have
you know what time it
Satoransky.
is.
So who does it matter, y'all?
Yes, because Sky's talking
He's
about
not on the team, Rave. Who cares? He's not on our team no more. Why? That's not even relevant no more. Why talk about it?
No, the
Hey
point that we
now.
were
Sky is. What are you talking
the
about?
point that we were trying to
No,
talk about.
y'all is. Sky is
No, no,
just.
no. Sky was
I told
replying
you,
to
y'all
what
are
we
trying
were
to
overall
find any
talking
little
about.
thing to make it look bad.
Well,
We don't have
he was trying to say.
Xanarasky. We do not have Xanarasky. He's not a part of the Pelicans, so it doesn't matter.
And
Yeah, it
not just
doesn't
that.
matter,
Look,
but
look,
see,
look, look,
Sky
look,
was
look,
using
look,
it
look,
as a
look,
part
look.
of his argument, so we were addressing it.
Oh, at the
Man,
end of
look,
the
this
day,
what he don't understand. Santa Rossi, hold on, let me kill him with that.
he
Santa
we
Rossi
got
was a part of our
Xanarasky and we
plan.
got rid of him.
Yeah, he was part of our plan. And then what they forgetting to
You
tell
Oh
cannot
y'all,
my
prove
God. Oh
that,
my
You got
God.
bro. I
you
just
got a
addressed
player that was
that.
going.
you want
You
You
me
got
did
a
to
not
prove
player
it?
that was
trade.
going to be.
You
It
did
was
not trade for
No,
Thomas
no.
Satoransky and looked at this dude play on the court for 2
No,
seconds and said
no.
we're getting a star player out of
That
this.
ain't what
You
we
did not
nah,
think
but we
that.
said
That was
no.
complete
We
luck.
might
Hold
not
on.
have said that,
That
but
was
we knew we
complete
was going
luck.
to get rid of him.
CJ
We knew
said he
it
did
was
not
going to
want to
be.
be there, and that's why y'all got CJ. This is not has nothing to
No,
do with
check this
What
out.
Thomas did,
Check
or
this
even
out.
the deal that y'all
You
did
right.
previously.
Right,
Check
you
this out.
right.
He right.
Y'all got
You know why?
finessed.
No,
We
we
didn't.
didn't. He's not
You
on
know
our
why?
Oh
team
my
no
Man,
more.
you
God.
Who
got
cares?
You gave
And
up
we got
Lonzo
how
for
we get finesse,
Satoransky.
and we
For
got rid of a
finesse.
player
Y'all
that
got
was on the
finesse
bench
because y'all gave up a player that can give you damn near triple double numbers and
that's
also,
sitting on the
Look,
bench.
shoot the
That's
three
look.
sitting
point
on the
from the
bench.
3-point line at a high
That's
clip
sitting on
for
the bench.
two
That's in
bench
street
players
That
that
clothes.
don't
caused
do
so much
anything.
trauma.
That's in
Listen,
street
hey,
clothes like AD.
Jessica, that's caused so much trauma to Zion that he was willing to sit out a year and recover
I don't give
from
a
the
damn about.
absence of
I'm glad
Lonzo.
he did. I'm glad Zion did. That was probably the best thing
What
he
do you
could have
mean you don't
done.
give a damn? Damn, calm
Look,
down, Jessica. Why you get so hot
She
under the
going
collar?
off.
look. I'm glad Zion decided to make that choice. So you say that
Oh, Jessica.
that was probably the best thing that happened to the Pelicans.
Oh, Jessica. This is what they don't understand too. What they spell.
Y'all Pelicans fans are just so
Oh man.
emotional about just admitting and
No, y'all
conceding
are
that y'all got
emotional.
finessed.
Look.
Y'all got
Check this out.
finessed. Just admit it.
Check this. I'm gonna tell you how you was in
I'm
the
not
plan.
admitting nothing.
Let me tell
Oh
y'all
my.
how you was in the
Because let me
plan,
tell
right?
you that. Want me to tell you why I don't feel like it's a finesse. We had Lonzo, Bi, and Zion on the floor, and where the hell did that get us?
What?
Where are you trying to get to?
What?
Y'all were pretty
We
good
trying
before
to
the
get to the
Listen,
bubble.
wait, hold,
top.
hold
What
on
you
a second. Hold
mean?
on a second.
Hold
Jessica,
on. Let me address that. What do you mean where the Pelicans were going? They were going to being one of the top teams in the
Man, did
league
you?
before the bubble hit. The bubble hit and COVID hit, and this
So
team was
you
not as
telling
good
me
as
that
they
when
were.
Bi, Zion, and Zoe was on the floor, we was really a championship
Yes, when
team?
Zion came
No,
back that
Nah,
we
same
was
season,
not.
y'all
no, that's
lying.
We
not my
was
argument. That's not my
not.
Y'all
argument. That's
lying.
not
The
my
proof
argument.
that
No,
you
My
we
was
was
argument,
championship.
not.
that wasn't what you said.
Y'all
Because
not
right
even a
now,
championship team now.
that's
What
what
y'all
I'm
talking
saying.
about?
Right now, this is the gist of my argument.
If we still
What
had
we
Zoe,
think,
we wouldn't be
what we
we would
think,
not be heading to no championship because Zoe
y'all are
came
not
off the
heading to a
bench.
championship now, Jessica. Y'all not beating the
We in a better.
Warriors or any of the
You know what? Let
teams
me tell you
ahead of
okay,
y'all.
something.
The
okay.
Let me
Nuggets.
tell you
What do you
something.
mean?
I feel like we're in a better position now than
But Jessica, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain why that's not the case. Can I please let me please convince you?
Nobody right this second.
Let me convince you right now. Let me convince you right now. At that time, at that point in time where we had Lonzo playing at an all-star, damn near all-star level, we also had Ingram playing at an all-star level. I'm not talking about, I'm not, bro, hold on. I'm not
never made the all-star game.
These niggas, y'all niggas are keep cutting me off. You won't fucking let me finish. You don't know what I'm saying. You do not know what I'm saying. You do not know what I'm saying. You cannot read a fucking mind, Scott. Let me finish. When Zion came back, Lonzo was indeed playing at an all-star level, nigga. Do you want me to pull out the numbers? What are you talking about? He's playing like an all-star.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. So again, when Zion came back, you had Lonzo at an all-star level. B.I. was already at an all-star level. You had Zion as an all-star. That team was legitimately competing with the best teams in the league. Until COVID hit, that's what knocked them out of rhythm. It's not talent.
Oh, man.
They made them. Hold on.
I kept up with that team. I know this.
No, you didn't. Not like me. You lying.
That season, Sky, I kept up more than you. On God, I swear. When Lonzo was there, I kept up more than you, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute, because wasn't that the year where they made up a plan just to get the freaking Pelicans?
Exactly.
That's right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
That was after the bubble. That was after
based
COVID.
on Zion getting into the playoffs. Yes.
Okay, but so why did they have to make something up to get Zion into the playoffs when y'all saying that you got an all-star?
Because they started off bad because Zion was injured.
Okay, then. And then
I'll tell you,
no, I'm trying to, Jessica. The reason we got to the bubble and we did not have that record like we had to. Wait, Jessica, because you're lying. Jessica, lying. Hold on, Rave. Jessica, you are a
because New Orleans is a French town.
Oh my gosh.
Give me 1 second to talk. Damn, y'all be talking all day, every day. I just come in here for a second, okay?
Lying like a
Let me just say something real quick. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a little time to talk without being interrupted. Then y'all can go on and keep doing what y'all been doing. When they made that playing team, for Zion to get to be in the playoffs, to give him an opportunity, it was Zoe, B.I., and Zion. You said Zion got hurt, right? And that's why they
got initially.
I ain't done.
Oh my gosh.
But guess who was hurt last season?
Zion.
And we didn't have Zoe, but guess what that team did?
They did it in the weaker West.
The play-ins, and they made it through the play.
They did it in the weaker West.
They didn't make it.
Why were they in the play-in?
I'm not done talking. 1 second.
Why were they in the play-in?
They didn't make it through
because they were bad.
When they had Zoe, B.I., and Zion. But without Zion,
and I told you, Jessica.
Guess what they did? They made it past the play-in, took the first team to the 6th round. Okay,
you didn't listen to me earlier
with the minus 15 overall record because there was 15 games under 500.
Exactly,
right.
And what I told you,
so they was deep in the hole.
She's not listening.
Had to get it out the mud and come on.
Jessica, if you're,
we give them credit.
Well, Jessica, I'm not trying to not take any credit away from them, but you are completely, legitimately ignoring all context in every aspect that they were in the bubble and that they did not play for months, and it affected how good they could have been in the play-in. You're just completely just ignoring that. You can't apply that context.
You know what?
Juju,
that's the same thing about LeBron winning the Mickey Mouse ring.
Wait.
Ain't no Mickey Mouse ring. Watch your mouth, woman. Watch your mouth.
But yet, that's the same. The bubble was the bubble. Like, this is the same excuse for the teams who didn't make it, and the same excuse for the teams that did make it. I don't really care about all of that.
No, hold on.
Bro, the difference is that team is a veteran team, and the Pelicans are a younger team.
What was that? That was the third year, right?
No, that was the first. That was. I'm not wrong. I'm right.
That was the first year. That was the first year.
That was the first year.
First year.
What happened after the other years? What happened after the other years?
He was on the Lakers and he was playing with LeBron. That was fucking up his development.
Zion been in the league for how many years?
4 years. He was injured last year, and then the year before.
He was with Zoe.
Or 3 years. I'm sorry. Or 3 years or 4 years. I can't remember.
3 years he was with Zoe and B.I. What did they do those 3 years?
Bruh, you're not, Jessica. The reason you cannot understand. Jessica, you're not listening. But
no, it wasn't a Mickey Mouse ring.
In the background talking, I don't even know what he's saying. I just hear Ray.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Jessica, you're not listening to me, and that's why you're not understanding.
Y'all
you keep
forgot.
talking about
Y'all
the same.
missing
You keep
stuff.
hollering about a bubble.
Yes, because I'm
Because
telling
y'all
you,
missing-
I'm telling you, it's not only the bubble, it's the fact that COVID knocked them out from playing basketball to this
Pelican
But
game
fans
that
was
was
having an
finals.
last
episode.
year.
We have
That
a
was the
Pelican
first year
fan
that they were
having an
together.
episode.
No, it was
Or
not.
the second year that they were together. That was the. I mean,
they
yes, it
made
was the first
bubble.
year.
Oh, before
No, it
when
was
they
not
made the
the
bubble,
first
they
year
had
they was
more
together.
games.
Bruh, oh my God. The same year Zion was a rookie and he was injured the first half of the year, that was the bubble year.
Okay, so if that was the bubble year, look, let me tell you something. Hold on. If that was the bubble
We
year,
having a
then what
Pelican
happened
fan
the
having an
next year?
official episode.
2020.
What happened the next year?
No.
The next year, everybody, he got injured. What do you mean?
And okay,
Can
and
I-
what
can I
happened when
please
Zion
talk?
got
Can I
injured?
please talk?
When he got injured, everybody's played the minutes because Zion is a vital piece to the team's success. That's what I keep telling you.
But what happened to the team last season when Zion was injured?
They did not play in a bubble, Jessica, so you cannot apply that context to the same thing.
It was three.
You just stop saying the bubble. They still
COVID, bubble, all that
Juju.
shit.
It's Juju, and don't forget it. Superstar Juju. Put superstar in front of it.
But Jessica, what I'm trying to tell you is that the Pelicans. Wait, hold on, Ray, because the music's off. Let me just clarify. Wait, hold on. I'm not missing a point. My point is concise.
We all can't
That's what I'm
talk at the
saying.
same time.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh, you realize that, huh, Jessica?
Oh my gosh, bro. Listen,
David,
we're
I
not
need
missing
y'all on the
it.
panel.
I'm explaining the point.
Missing it, bro.
Man, Reeves gotta talk, man. Let Reeves talk, y'all. Please let
hold up.
Reeves talk.
No, stop.
Juju talking about 1 year, but what I'm trying to get him to understand is that Zoe and
No,
Zion
that's not
played
what. That's not my
3
point,
years
Jessica.
together,
My point. Jessica, my point is that. Wait, hold on, Rave, because I finally can talk now. Shh, be quiet. I'm trying to convince her. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is when we see this team at its highest potential, right, was when Zion came back from injury his rookie year, right? At that moment, this team was playing very well for 20 some odd games, right? Then COVID hits and you have months on months tops breaks. You come back to the bubble. It doesn't, I'm not missing anything.
Yes,
right?
they had
this is all I need.
game. Hold up, you're missing it. Let me
Oh
this
my
one thing, let me
gosh,
talk.
bro. This does not matter. This
hold
nigga gonna say
on,
something that does not matter.
Before the bubble happened, and they was going off and Lonzo was dropping 20 points per game. They still had seasonal games.
That doesn't matter.
No, it does. It does
Oh
because hold on, bro. I'm gonna tell you how. Because they said the Pelicans was they was on a streak.
Yes, before the bubble.
They was on a
in the bubble, they didn't play well at all.
Before the bubble, they was on a streak, a winning streak. They
said that.
I know.
Nothing you're saying is contradictory and it doesn't add to my argument. My point is that they were playing well and COVID in the bubble messed them up from playing at the level that they did after that. And then they didn't play at the same level because every time it's a crucial piece that's missing. If it's Lonzo, if it's Zion, even if it's not having the right coach, they didn't have Willie Green. Willie Green's a better coach than Stan Van Gundy. It's so many factors that you're not factoring into your conclusion. If the most logical conclusion here is that team had
wasn't Stan Van Gundy coach team though.
What coach was that? Alvin Gentry?
Yeah, Alvin Gentry.
Yeah, Alvin Gentry. I think Willie Green's still better. But Jessica, I know you can agree with all of that. They have a better coach, and then they didn't have to go through COVID, and that's why they looked as good as they did in comparison to the other team.
They looked as good as they did because they got C.J. McCullough. He's a decent general, and he got those guys to buy in because Willie Green was basically barking at him, and Willie Green's voice wasn't resonating with him. Yeah. That's why they went 1-12. B.I. was absent. They end up getting C.J. McCullough, and then C.J. McCullough and Willie Green voices was in consensus. And when you have a person like C.J. McCullough in consensus with a coach like Willie Green, it's going to resonate to players who really want to challenge themselves and become winners. And that's what happened. They came back. They was realigned with the mission of Willie Green and the Pelicans going forward. They bought in and they just took off like a rocket and made their record somewhat reasonable as the Lakers fell off, as the Clippers got hurt. A lot of things did happen for them, and eventually the Pelicans got that 10th seed. Remember the Spurs was involved. Remember Sacramento was involved, and remember at one point Portland was involved. So there was a lot of bottom feeders scrambling for that 10th seed, and then Portland started to rebuild. Spurs wanted to go into a rebuild mode, and that's what happened. And Pelicans won out, and they did what they did.
I don't understand why people always try to discount the 2020 bubble year. It's not the fact that they're playing in a bubble with no crowds. It's the fact that these guys did not play for months and months before that bubble. So you don't know what chemistry could have been disrupted. You don't know how these players could have responded like physically to not playing as much as they were previously. Like, it's so many factors that these players are dealing with, especially young players going into the bubble. So like, I don't understand.
My
like,
mic.
Yeah,
I'm talking to Patrick. Sometimes my mic, Patrick, it causes a delay, and YouTube make me say things that I actually didn't say. Because when I review the stream, I was like, I didn't say that. But the word that you're looking for is not elucidated.
Elucidated. That sounds sus.
Yeah, that sounds suspect. Yeah.
Hey, Juju, I'm so glad you said that.
It's elucidated.
And I'm so glad you said that, because Pelican fans never want to point out the fact that also coaching matters. They had what was Stan
Alvin Gentry?
Stan Van
and Stan Van the second year. But the first year, 2020, they had Gentry.
That nigga damn near had the shakes, nigga. The nigga was shaking, nigga. Standing still by himself. The nigga literally was 95 years old with Alzheimer's, nigga. What the fuck
what the hell?
Niggas don't ever want to put coaching in understanding, bro.
Yeah.
The team was
whoever.
I don't even think it's talent. I don't even think y'all have more talent than that. I think y'all. Well, actually, y'all do. Y'all got Valanciunas, but overall, the core of y'all team, I think, was just as good.
That's a lie.
No, they're more talented now. I believe.
Yeah. Oh, like overall, but I'm just talking about like if we're taking, I think McCollum, Ingram, and Zion versus Lonzo, Ingram, and Zion. I think I'd like the Lonzo effect with all them better. That's just me, but I think he makes Zion a way better player than what CJ McCollum could. So I think that's not a fan, because even if you watch their play, Zion is just a better player on the court with Lonzo Ball. That's a fact. And I think Lonzo increases the potential that we can see with Zion in comparison to CJ McCollum. I don't think he increases that potential. That's why I say that.
Has Zion even played with CJ yet?
Nope.
So what are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about his style. What do you mean? His style of play and what he's already shown. What makes you think that he's going to increase Zion's volume of play in comparison?
I agree with Juju, because this is why I agree with Juju. Because if you remember the fanfare and the electricity. Hold on, Jessica, baby. Hold on. I'm gonna let you get in, mama.
I ain't been able to get in since I've been on.
You and Juju been going at it for the longest.
Yeah,
that's why the music was playing. You was having an episode and didn't even know it.
I want to talk when everybody.
I think she agree with me though, Dex. So it's good. We good here. She agree.
Okay, we're gonna let you get in. We're gonna let you get in. You the first lady, so we're gonna let you get in most definitely. But what I was saying to compliment Juju on the Zion and Zoe connection, that was one of the things that the NBA and all of its media affiliates were highlighting and posting. Zoe and Zion, or Zion Zoe. They even had nicknames, you know what I'm saying? And that was so spectacular and exciting.
What was the nickname?
It was Zion Zoe.
What?
You don't remember that?
Hell no.
You guys, listen, you guys got to go back and read your own press clippings of your own Hornets.
Hey, you need to go back.
No, you need to go back, because I was there. Apparently, you wasn't.
They said they called him
some very nice highlights.
Z-I/Zoe.
Still left a lot to be desired. Let's be real. They have some very nice highlights. But Lonzo still left.
But that's what it's about. Though Spike is about entertainment.
No,
he's lying, man.
Hold on.
You know what from what you seen, bro. You talking about some hold on. You saw. No, he wasn't. When Lonzo played with Zion. Wait, hold on. You're wrong. When Lonzo played with Zion, he was legitimately playing at an all-star level. This is undisputable. Go back and look at the stats. Look at his 3-point percentage. Man. Oh my gosh, y'all are lying.
Why don't you guys go back and look at the articles?
I'm not talking about the whole season. I'm talking about 20 games.
Juju, this is why. Juju, hold on. Juju, this is why it's a disaster, because these guys don't want to go back and look at the articles. They want to have a revisionist history. See, they want to revise history. All you got to do is go back and look at the articles from the beat writers of the Pelicans during that time. Just put the date there, Zion and Zoe, and just read the articles and look at the damn monikers.
Matter of fact, I can get you the tandem. I can get you the stats of Lonzo Ball stats when he plays with Zion Williamson. I guarantee you they're all-star. I swear to God.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. I really don't give a damn what type of show they was giving. If we ain't winning games or we ain't
Oh
trying to
my
get to the
God,
championship,
Jessica,
I
a
don't
woman
care about no
scorned.
show.
Jessica, did you not?
No,
It
Y'all,
wasn't
y'all,
what
y'all
you
Pelicans fans did not
tell
watch.
you.
Y'all did not watch the 2020
No.
season.
I
Those games
watched it.
with Zion and Lonzo, they were
Hey,
Man,
winning.
I
listen,
watched it, man. That
listen.
shit was terrible,
Listen,
man.
Lonzo averaged 13,
That
6, and
line.
5 with playing with 74 games with
You talking
Zion.
about a show?
That is not all star.
74 games with
They gonna give you
Zion.
a
74
show.
games.
He didn't play
averaged
no
13.
74 games with
Nah,
with
bro, you're talking
Zion.
about.
You talking about through his career? You talking about? I
You
guess
talking
it's
about
through
his
his career.
career? What you
Where
talking
did they
about? He
end
didn't.
up?
We're
Stop
not talking
that.
about a
Shout
season,
out to
bro.
Triple
did
B
they
Nation is
end up?
in the building. Triple
We're
B
not talking about a
Nation is in the
season.
Yeah.
building.
To
We're
clarify
talking
for
about.
you, I'm specifically talking about when Lonzo Ball played with Zion those 20 some odd games, like Zion's rookie year. Zion's rookie year 2020 season before the bubble for 20 games
He
straight,
wasn't even
probably
on the
20 plus,
Pelicans
even before
last
Zion.
season, Josh.
Actually, before
He
no,
was
I
on the
said
Bulls.
2020. Before
Josh.
Zion even came back from injury, Lonzo Ball was already playing at an all-star level. And then he came back, he started playing even better. Swear to God, I'm not even a Lonzo fan.
Yeah, we're not even
Well,
talking.
I'm a Lonzo fan, but not like a Lamelo fan.
No,
But
you
I'm not a
definitely a
Lonzo
Lonzo fan.
No, Juju's a LaMelo guy.
He's definitely a Lonzo fan.
No, he's a
But
LaMelo.
listen, what I'm saying is this: remember when those guys went down and Lonzo had to carry the burden? Because remember,
And he couldn't do it.
Gentry put him on the bench. Remember that, right? Because he said that Lonzo was being too passive, so he put him on the bench for a couple of games. Let Frank Jackson and Etron Moore and Kendrick Williams and Nico Millie start, kind of handling the ball a little bit, and then he brought Lonzo back, and Lonzo went on the tear.
Yeah. Put up Josh Jackson quote. He said it right. Lonzo averaging 21, 7, and 6 for a month before the bubble.
Josh,
that's what he did with Zion.
Hey, Josh, he just want his name to be said. But Josh,
no, well, go look it up. Prove him wrong. Go prove him wrong.
I never once got on this panel and said I know everything about basketball, and never once. So I don't care what you.
Well, you sure talking like it.
No, I'm just telling you about my team and what I do know.
Man, you don't even know much about your team.
All I know is this
because you would know that that happened.
This is the most exciting.
Yeah, I'm challenging you right now, Jessica.
When we had lines.
Yeah, like wait, Jessica. The overall.
Because Jessica said that she was a Pelicans fan when Zion came. So if you was a Pelican fan when Zion came, your eyes should have been on that Lonzo and Zion connection.
Yeah, but
because
I seen it. I seen the passes and shit. But all I'm saying is that
it was much more than that.
Yeah, Lonzo averaged 13, 6, and 5 with Zion.
I don't care about a show.
That's it. It's not all-star. It's not an all-star play.
Oh my God,
man,
this nigga not listening. I said before the bubble, bro. The stats are right here. Look, bro. The stats are right there. It's literally pinged by Josh Jackson. That's what I was saying. That's what I'm referencing.
Josh Jackson be lying, man. Nobody ain't taking it.
Go prove him wrong, Sky. Go prove him wrong.
Show me some different numbers from that same time frame.
So you need to rephrase it and say Lonzo played at an all-star level.
That's what I said. I said before the bubble.
We said that, bro. We're not talking about all season.
Josh is lame as hell. Period.
I did. I said he was playing at an all-star level with Zion before the bubble.
Yeah, he said before the bubble, Spike. 20 games before the bubble.
No, that was how he cleaned it up.
Spike don't like how you put Jessica in the jam. That's all that is. Spike do not like how you put Jessica in the jam.
Hey, don't be a liar, bro. I was trying to say it, but Scott's cut me off. I was finna say before the bubble, and he cut me off.
No, he didn't.
Like what?
No, he didn't. Y'all won't even give me opportunity.
I mean, it's not like that's difficult. It's not like Juju did something difficult.
And I'm gonna be honest.
It's very simple. They can't comprehend it.
A guard averaging 20 points in the West is not all-star level.
You sure?
21, 7, and 6 in elite defense.
What is Chris Paul? Hold on.
What is elite defense? On top of elite defense.
20 in the West.
Bro, wait, hold on.
Spike.
All right, Dex, you can cook him.
Spike, what is Chris Paul numbers?
What is Stephen Curry's number?
This dude's talking about
no, we ain't talking Steph. You said a guard. You said a guard.
You said all-star guard.
Yeah. So Chris Paul's been an
Chris Paul was an all-star guard.
No, we ain't talking about that. You said a guard in the West. No, Spike, stop it now. You're mumbling over your own words. You said a guard in the West, Spike. A guard. You didn't say past history. You said a guard. I named a guard. Chris Paul. What is his numbers?
Yeah, look at his 2020 numbers. Yep. All-star.
Yeah, it's probably under 20. It's definitely under 20.
Okay, then. So
Okay,
you got to
then.
eat your
And he
words.
doesn't play the
They say that
same
shit is
level of
electrifying.
defense as Lonzo Ball that year. That year, Lonzo Ball was one of the best guard
What?
Man,
defenders in the
Lonzo
league.
trash
Can
like a
somebody
After
please
after
tell
like
me
Drew
what
Holiday
team?
and Marcus
Can
Smart, that
you
was
tell
it.
me what
boy,
team
trash.
Pelicans
He was right there with
had
anybody
when
that
Zoe
year.
was playing?
Facts.
Can anybody
Sky,
tell me what
Sky, he
team
gave
he
you
was sitting at every year
Sky.
Zoe
That
was on
trash
our
gave you
team?
a triple double twice.
And they talking
I
about
bet
that's
Man.
electrifying.
Y'all
No, that
Pelicans
trash
fans really
gave
are
you a
haters,
triple double
bro. Y'all
twice.
supposed to be
How is
truth
that
up here, bro.
electrifying?
Oh,
Because
Juju.
somebody's
I'm
doing a show on the
unbiased,
floor and you a
bro.
damn
I'm
Oh,
not even a
Juju.
Lonzo fan, bro. I'm
Hey,
just speaking facts.
should I paste a link in the chat to disprove everything that these two episodial Pelican
Yes,
fans is talking
sir.
about?
Let's go.
Oh
Because
my
Hey,
God,
Juju's a
really?
I don't
troll.
want to
You ain't,
do
you
it
know what, Dave?
because I
You ain't
like
got to worry
Jessica
about
and
me
I want
saying
Jessica to be
nothing.
mad at me. She gonna block me on
Look,
Instagram every time I crack her head. She blocked me on Instagram, and
you
I have
a
to come back
lie.
and apologize.
But I
Yeah,
promise you, I won't get
Damn.
on here no more and say nothing. You ain't got to
Oh,
do nothing. I don't got to talk on it. Y'all
You don't
sit
even
over
got
here
to do
telling me.
that. Just
Y'all
say
sit over
you
here.
concede. You
Y'all
can get back up here.
know
Just say you
because
concede.
I
That's all we want to
ain't
hear.
got
Check
time.
this out. Oh, Juju.
I
Juju, how much?
promise
Who you like?
you, I don't
Jessica,
got time to talk.
you're bleeding from the
I like
head
the
because you done
Hornets.
got cracked up
Let me
here
tell
on
y'all
Flight Sports
something.
TV today.
Who
Y'all
you
think
like?
that it was electrifying.
Hornets and Bulls. Pelicans
I,
a top 5 team for me too.
Y'all think
I
If
bet.
that
I
it's
put a
a.
link up,
You
Jessica, would you read the
mean
link?
to tell
I bet you on both of
me
them games.
that with
Would you read
I
the
gotta
link,
see when
Jessica?
LaMelo come back.
Man, I
We
oh
can
don't
talk
want to
about
hear
it,
that,
Sky.
man.
God,
We can
We
talk about
on
just
it,
the
Sky.
panel,
Hold on,
man.
hold
you
No,
on.
gonna
no,
tell
no,
me
no,
that
no,
it
no,
was
no,
so
no, 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 no,
electrifying,
no, no, no,
Tinks,
no.
and we are 13.
It was much see TV.
We can talk, Sky. Hold
I
on.
don't
Just give
take.
them. Let them
Look,
talk. Let
I
them
don't
talk.
take bets
wait.
like
What
that.
do you
I
mean?
play with
Hold on.
what I got. I bet
Why do you
like
think?
that. You
Why do you
like them
think?
that much? I take what I take.
I like them with LaMelo. That's what I'm saying.
No, I bet with whatever we got. That's what I'm
I'm
rolling
not
with.
doing that. I'm not doing no LaMelo Hornets versus the damn Pelicans. I just said it.
Man,
Bro,
come
this
on,
nigga trying
man.
to take money from me, bro. Come on.
Because
Man,
all
put
they
your
When
money where
talking
LaMelo
your
come
about
mouth
is
back,
is.
what
when
is.
Put your
LaMelo
money
come
where
back,
your
bro,
mouth
when
is.
LaMelo
That's
come
all
back,
I'm
I swear
telling
to
you.
God, we can run it. I
Put
swear.
your money where your mouth is,
Wait,
man.
actually, when the Pelicans play the Hornets, if they play them later in the
The
season
second
with
game,
LaMelo,
y'all
nah, I ain't
play at
doing
home
that.
too,
Hell
and
no.
y'all play y'all play at home.
Nah,
Bro,
I ain't doing
Lamelo's
that,
not
bro.
there. Lamelo's
I
not
ain't,
there.
I
Lamelo's
ain't
not
doing
there.
that.
Man, LaMelo could be there. I won't bet.
Let me look.
Bro, Lamelo's
Hornets
not
versus
playing, bro. That's not
Pelicans.
worth the bet at all.
So they play. Do you wanna do a bet March
None of
23rd,
the ball brothers are playing,
2023?
huh?
We could
Hornets
do
versus the
that.
Pelicans.
We could do that.
All right, bet. How much you want to put? 25,
But
50,
this the
hundo?
key. No, this the key.
Mm-hmm.
Because you talking about winning March.
Yeah,
So if March comes,
I gotta go.
you got to play with whatever they have. If he hurt
that's
again,
fine.
or they sitting him out, you got to play with whatever he have. But if he
If LaMelo
same with
isn't
me,
playing, I'm
same
not
with
taking
me.
it.
See, that's what I'm saying. Well, we basing this off players. I'm telling you, my team is good with no matter what they putting on the floor. You just said that they better. So if that team you feel like better, you would take the bet. I'm playing with whatever. Zion could be
All
hurt.
right.
Zion could be hurt. Bi could be hurt. All of them could be hurt. They could even sit them out. I'm still taking you on that bet.
I'm
And
especially
Sky,
against the Hornets.
hold up,
Yeah, that's
Hold
what
up,
I'm
Juju.
trying to
Hold up,
tell him.
Juju. Hold up, Juju.
I
And
feel
Sky,
like
don't you ever
Jose
forget
can
about. Oh, hold up.
Jose, Herb, and Trey can handle the Hornets.
Hold up, Juju.
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
And Scott, while you're talking big about that, don't forget about our bet.
Oh
On
man,
that,
trust
yes,
me, I ain't
sir.
forget
On
about it.
November 16th, buddy. Get ready to give me that 40 piece. All
Dang,
right?
Sky, you betting
All right.
everybody.
Yeah,
Nigga bet the
Remember that.
Pelicans versus the
Remember that.
Bulls.
yeah.
Pelicans could
Remember that.
win.
Man, these
Pelicans
niggas
versus
dumb,
Bulls,
man. I'm
buddy.
taking their money,
Look,
man.
y'all,
They believe that, man. I'm taking their money from now on. They'll lose enough money where they'll believe.
you finna
They'll
take their
believe after I
money.
just
Yeah, what you
yes, sir.
mean? All right, nigga,
Well,
Pelicans lost the ball so many times.
I
Oh,
went got
Lonzo gave
cash
you a
out
triple
just for
double
y'all.
twice.
I went got
Lonzo gave you
cash
triple
out
double
just for y'all.
twice.
I ain't even had that at first. I went got that just for y'all.
All right,
Hey,
bro. 40 piece.
So I ain't gonna sit here and just act like the Pelicans don't have some things that could be worked on. But I promise you, all the things that y'all be stating that's not the issues.
not
And that's
just that. Not just that,
the
Jessica.
stuff. But look, the stuff that they be talking about ain't even the issue because they don't know. Y'all sit here and talk about who they gonna be in their feelings because one is gonna outshine the other. It's see that right there is not even the issue. That wouldn't be one of, if we had an issue, that ain't one of the issues. Because at this point, CJ probably is on a team where he don't mind stepping back because he done played All-Stars
But
up
who
with
said
both.
that though,
Hold
Jessica?
on. I heard it earlier before I got on the panel.
That wasn't what I said. I
I didn't
said
say
that
that was
Ingram.
Juju. Did I say you said it?
No, I think you're like interpreting the statement or whatever. That wasn't what was said. The point was just that Ingram
It was a
performs
lot that
better.
was said. Say what?
But no. The overall point, right, is just that Ingram performs better with the ball in his hands and with more touches. And
No,
now
he
that he's
don't.
playing, what,
He
Jessica?
don't.
You lying?
No, I'm not. And if I really was in a position right now where I can give you some facts, but I ain't nowhere where I can show you or look it up or something like that.
Okay,
But
you good. You can just give me your take then. Fuck it, it's fine.
to be honest with you, I've seen Ingram fumble the ball or get the ball to more times when he is the one that's doing all the ball movement. I don't know, since I don't know basketball, y'all, I don't know if I'm using the right
You're just
word.
saying like when he's dribbling the
But
basketball,
when
he turns the ball over or whatever. I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
more so when he's playing off ball. I guess that's what that is. When he plays off ball, and I think Dex explained it pretty good earlier. I give him a little credit, and then he started going off track and being a hater. But at the beginning, he was doing pretty good.
Damn.
But and then not only that though, but his assist went up next season, and I see that happening again this season, and even get better with his assist because those boys like Trey Murphy and Herb, how do you think they get their points? They got to get it from, they getting it from somewhere, and who you think is helping them? But the last game that we just watched in the preseason with CJ and BI, CJ didn't even, he got like 9 points or something like that, and BI got his little 19 or whatever. CJ don't have a problem just what you call it, handling the ball and not having to get his points off, because I think CJ is in the point in his career where it don't matter if he's an all-star or not. He want to get a ring, and he might get one before Dame Lillard do.
But Jessica, that might not be like, I understand that he can do that. He can accept that role, but that might not be what's best to his ability. Maybe he's just best going out there to score the basketball.
Well, no, I don't think that's true though, because we done seen it happen where it worked and they won.
No, we saw it with Portland.
CJ and Bia, no, I'm talking about the Pelicans when CJ
Yeah,
came to the Pelicans.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking about for the length of his career. When he's successful and when he's on a successful team in the playoffs, it's usually because he's one of the better scorers in the league and he's looking to shoot.
But
so I don't know how that's going to change now.
But this last playoff, who was the most successful player on the team?
BI. They don't know that.
Thank
though.
you.
BI.
I'm not disputing that, but CJ was
who
looking to score. How many shot attempts did CJ take in that whole playoff series? I bet it was 20 or more.
Nah.
Yeah,
nah.
and to be honest with you, he probably should have took less. Because he didn't play that good, and he didn't play that good in the playoffs with us.
That is true.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. He still gave us some points that we probably couldn't have got nowhere else. But he didn't play He didn't play that good in the playoffs. Not to my, and I never really watched CJ until now because he's on the team. So I was expecting a lot more than what I seen, and I was kind of a little like, And even now in the preseason, CJ hasn't gotten off to no good start. Just coming out there and doing it. But we still won games, and to me, I'm cool with that, and I feel like he's cool with that too. For CJ to come out there and only get 9 points in a preseason game, he should be getting more points than that. And I don't think it's just because somebody else is dominating the ball. He's taking shots, he's not making them. But for us to still be able to win games because we have Trey, because we have Jose or Herb or Bi or Zion, that is exactly how it's supposed to go. You're going to have nights where BI might not be that hot, but you still got Zion and CJ. And that's how everybody's points is going to average out, because they're not always going to be on the floor together, and they're not always going to have a good night. So CJ might not have a good night one night, and guess what he going to do? He going to have higher assists. And then BI going to be hot, and Zion can be hot. Okay, cool. That's what you need. You need to be able to know that when your star player can't step up, you got another star player that can step up.
Well, I think you're overrating their bench players, but yeah.
Trey Murphy shot.
CJ McCollum only had his highest assist total was 6 in the playoffs.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. CJ McCollum is a guy that looks to shoot the basketball, and with Zion being implemented into the lineup and having another player that needs to shoot,
thank you.
But I can promise you this: if CJ gets on that floor and he shoots the ball a couple of times and he realizes he ain't hot, He is
Can I
not
say
going to
something,
continue
Juju?
to shoot the ball. He will
I
give it
doubt
to
that.
Zion, and he will give it to. I promise you that. I
Based
promise
on
you that.
what?
I
Juju, can I
promise
say
you that
something? Okay.
because
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
that
Hold
is
up,
the
but
key.
Zion,
That is the key
Juju,
to
can you let
winning,
somebody else talk?
and that is the key to winning the game.
man,
Why
Zion
would
could
you
get hands
continue
off the
to
rim.
shoot
Zion could get
shots
hands off
if
I
the
you
rim.
think
know
you
he
guys
ain't
looking
got
at it
that?
wrong.
Yeah,
Shout out to the
No,
Chargers
wrong too.
because
I think y'all looking at it wrong.
look,
I agree.
we all want to know how Bi will be acclimated with
I just let me tell you something,
the
Day.
re-entrance of
Last season.
Zion Williamson.
Okay, and I'm finna
Right?
tell you. Hold that thought real quick. I'm gonna start off because y'all was asking the same thing about CJ. I'm gonna start with CJ and I'm gonna go to Zion.
But
When
CJ's
CJ
never
first
been the
got on the
problem.
team, hold on, Rave. When CJ first got, and I love you to death, Rave, but just hold
He
on.
is a problem. He don't
But
play
when
defense.
CJ,
I mean,
but
Chris
yeah,
Paul
that's
torched
the problem.
CJ McCullough.
You right. That is a big problem. But
B, I don't want to
hold
play
on real
defense all
quick.
the time either. That's another problem. If y'all didn't have Willie Green
That's
defensively
different.
if y'all
But
didn't
that's
have Willie
different.
Green's defensive schematics, like just playbook wise, y'all would
But
not be
we
a good
do.
defensive team. That's how it was before.
But we do. But you
Yeah,
can't
y'all
don't
do.
talk
But
about what ifs.
I'm
That
just
don't even
saying.
make sense.
I'm just saying I don't know if y'all
What if we don't
defensive
have
ceiling
Willie
is that
Green? But
high.
we do. Why the hell would we talk
No,
about
no,
some
no, but
bad stuff?
I'm trying, Jessica. The point that I meant from that is that Willie Green can raise the ceiling defensively of this team due to how well he coaches it defensively. But I don't know if Ingram's going to want to get that same effort, or even CJ McCollum. They don't
He
play
will.
defense.
I don't know. Let me tell
Shit,
you something. I
Zion
don't
don't play
know.
defense.
Listen, don't ask me a question if you ain't gonna let me talk. I don't
CJ
know
ain't
about
finna play no defense.
I don't know about
Facts.
CJ, but I promise you that Bi and Zion will be playing more defense. They have bought into all of
Hopefully.
that. They're not gonna sit there. They're not. They first of all, this team is a team that they all cool. They don't have beef with each other. They all cool. So they want to
Hell,
all
they won't
see
even
each other.
answer CJ's FaceTime. What are you
Oh
talking about?
my God.
Damn.
You worrying about the wrong thing. They just did it.
Well, you
CJ
said
and
they all
Bi just
cool. I mean, listen.
they
You
are.
confabulating
They
a little
let
too
me tell you
much.
something. Hold on, let me tell you something. No, I'm not, because let me tell you something. I'm the type of I have a couple of females that I'm cool with, right? I have no
Bring
problem
them
with them.
on.
Cool. When we
Bring them
hold
on.
on, when we get together,
You
we
heard what
laugh, we
Biggie said.
chill. But I'm a type of person that when I'm at home or it's my day off,
Baby, baby.
I don't always got to be around a whole bunch of females. And guess what? Because if that was the case, I wouldn't be sitting here talking basketball because them girls don't want to talk basketball. But what I'm going to say is,
Hey, we could
and
talk
they
about other
call me,
things too
guess
now.
what? They call me all the time and I don't answer the phone. And when I see them, it's all love and it's all good because they know what's up. That's just not my personality. I don't always want to talk to no females or be around no females. I'm grown. I be chilling by myself. I do everything by myself.
Okay,
Like
what
I'm
that
doing
got
right
to do
now.
with CJ McCullough?
Because just because CJ called Bi, you see how Bi look right now. Bi, he been on his. By the fact, I don't got to answer that question. Go on YouTube and go find CJ's interview with Bi. They'll answer that shit for you. Anybody want to know
Listen,
why?
all I'm saying is
Anybody
that
that want to know
CJ was
why
crying on
CJ?
national TV
He wasn't
that those
crying. You
guys were.
overrating it.
Yeah, he was on
Boy, hush.
ESPN.
I'm
He
not
was on
gonna have this.
ESPN First Take.
That's a childish conversation. I
That
ain't gonna
nigga
have it
Dex
with
is
you,
an
Derek.
instigator.
I know. That's
He
why I
was
said
on
I'm not finna.
ESPN First Take crying that Bi and Zion would not return his FaceTime
Dex
calls.
is an instigator.
And go listen to the interview. They'll discuss it. They'll let you know why. I
Dex
ain't
is
finna
an
have that because that
instigator.
ain't important. At least they
Because he
ain't
was
out there
bugging
catching
him.
charge. Hey, at least they ain't out there catching charges and DUIs
No,
and
I
smoking and
respect that.
weed
I'm
and
not. Listen,
stuff.
you're right. I respect that. Listen, but he was bugging them because he wants to be a father figure to
Yeah,
these youngsters,
that's
and they
true.
just wasn't trying to hear that. That's all.
They
No,
Wait
get
till the
that's
too
season
why.
starts.
Hold on, and they guess what? They gonna be they have much respect for CJ, and that's all I gotta say. Okay, and just
Yeah,
because
as a
somebody
union
don't
rep,
always
they got
want
respect for him as a
and
union rep.
just because somebody don't always want to answer the phone call, don't mean they ain't got no respect and they ain't cool with them. So stop it. Get on to the next conversation.
Hey,
Cause I ain't gonna
listen.
talk about
Listen.
something
Let me say. Can I say that? Okay. Okay. I've been waiting to talk. Listen. That is the reason why I question things because
oh my
yeah,
goodness.
CJ McCollum told Brandon Ingram. CJ McCollum showed leadership and veteranship towards Brandon Ingram. He's like, look, Brandon Ingram, you can still ball and watch us be successful doing it together. But I want to see
No,
Brandon
they
Ingram.
actually had a they
Don't worry
actually
about it.
sat
When you
down.
lose your money, you'll see.
They gon'
Hold
they
up, wait a
actually
minute.
We done woke up Sky. Ray
Don't
done
worry
woke up
about it.
they
Sky.
As soon
actually
as you lose your money, you'll know.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
when
All I'm saying is,
CJ
You're
no,
gonna
cause
learn the
y'all
hard way.
no,
Ray.
y'all are
You're gonna
see,
learn the
y'all are
hard way.
saying.
when
Listen,
CJ
hold up.
joined the team, when CJ joined the team, BI wasn't playing so good because he was more worried about how am I gonna get CJ acclimated to the team? How am I gonna get him involved? So let me
Right.
tell you something. So CJ said, this ain't working, BI. Like, let's have a dinner real quick. We need to have a conversation. They had a dinner and
I
CJ
agree.
basically told BI, hold on. CJ basically told BI, look, do your thing. Do what you've been doing. Don't change nothing. Keep balling. Cause I'm gonna get mine.
What else he gonna tell
When
him?
I feel
Hold
like
up, Dex. Let me
when
talk,
the
please.
opportunity comes or is needed, I will handle it. But in between time, do what you got to do, BI.
I'm not. That's
So that problem is
why
solved. How is there an issue if
I'm not
CJ is basically
disagreeing. Whoa,
telling
whoa.
BI
I'm
ball
not.
out? Cause
Stop
I'ma dance on the
having
niggas
it.
when it's my turn. You do
Stop
what you
having
got
an
to
episode.
do.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Ooh, Jessica.
You
Your
having an
mouth so getting
episode.
fancy
I'm
tonight.
not listening, bro.
It is, huh?
Y'all having an
I'm supposed to be
argument.
in bed. I got work in the morning.
Y'all going back and forth about two. Listen, y'all going back and forth to me. To me, y'all going back and forth about two guys I think they could easily work out. McCollum and Brandon Ingram, I think
Now,
they can
okay,
work
so
this
the
shit out.
issue, so
My
the issue
argument
is
is when
so how does
Zion.
Zion? So let me tell you something. So how does Zion get implemented with those two? So I'm looking at it like this.
That's what
When I
I'm
see,
saying.
Zion is
hold
plug and
on.
play. Zion is
So
plug
yeah,
and play.
yeah.
No,
Exactly.
it's
I've
Let me.
been
not.
telling them
Not with
that.
Brandon
Yes,
Ingram there.
he is. He
Not
plug
with
and
Brandon
play.
Ingram there. I disagree.
Yes, it
I
is. Hold on. Let
disagree.
me tell you,
We'll
They
see.
Rave.
won last year with Brandon
I
Ingram,
got the
dummy.
perfect
No, they didn't. What are you
example,
They
talking
Rave.
about?
did
Rave.
win.
I got the perfect example.
What are you talking about? He didn't play.
When Zion was out, Jackson Hayes, I believe, was playing Zion's position at times, or whoever it was.
Exactly.
Brandon Ingram was making his 7 assists, 8 assists a night, and he was passing it to Jackson Hayes, and Jackson Hayes was doing his dunks in between the legs and roller coasters and
But he
windmills or
wasn't
whatever you want to
averaging
call it.
27
So
points
look,
per
let me
game.
tell you something. Yeah,
Hold on.
you're right. Because why? Because Jackson Hayes isn't as good as Zion. Now you swap it out, and instead of it being Jackson Hayes, you got Zion. And guess what happens? Now Brandon Ingram assist numbers will go even more up because you got a player that's gonna make it
Yeah.
more times than Jackson Hayes did.
Brandon
It's
assist
that
numbers will
simple.
go up.
And if you don't check it out, and if he don't put the bucket in, they gonna foul him. He gonna get to the
Fact.
line more. What you
Then
talking
Jackson
Now,
about?
Hayes or
now, if
whoever
we
played
talking
that
about the
position.
Brandon Ingram, if we talking about the same Brandon Ingram coming out of that first round playoff series with the number 1 seed in the whole entire NBA, Brandon Ingram was having monstrous assist numbers, like 9. I think
So
one game
was.
he had up to like 11, right? I think
Yep.
one game Brandon Ingram had 11 freaking assists, 21 points and 11 assists one game. You had another game where Brandon Ingram had 37 points, 9 assists. I mean,
Brandon
come on, man. That's superstars.
Zion was not there.
But it would be
But
easier when Zion is
it's
there.
gonna be even better,
Bro,
right?
y'all
Because you gotta think, some of those passes that Bi was making, some of those rookies wasn't making a
But
shot.
that's not the point. But the point is, it's not about Brandon Ingram assist numbers. What we're trying to say is overall for the Pelicans' future success, I think Ingram at his best, at the Pelicans at their best, is this dude putting up major scoring numbers and also putting, intermediate assist numbers. And what I'm questioning, right? And even with CJ McCollum, because you've already basically agreed that CJ McCollum doesn't even look like the same player that he was before.
Man, you
So what
can't
I'm
He's not.
saying
talk to
is,
me.
But
if you're
guess what?
if you're splitting these shots with CJ McCollum, who's a worse player, and also Zion, that's going to affect BI's
Hold on,
scoring
Jessica.
numbers, which is
Let
going
me
to
get
affect
him.
the team's
Hold
success.
on,
Thank you. It didn't
Like I
affect
just
anything.
said,
It's a domino effect.
if
Let me get him,
no,
Jessica. Let
listen,
me get
no,
him.
let me say something.
I
If
got
Y'all
something
about to
for him,
see
though.
CJ is
tomorrow.
not having a good game, do you think he gonna be just shooting up shots?
Yes, I think he's going to try to shoot
And
out of
see,
it.
that's the
Yes, that's what good
problem.
shooters
I
do. Good
don't
shooters shoot out of
know.
their
That's
struggles.
what you fail to realize, because if you watch the last
What?
game that they played against, listen, because you're talking and you haven't even been watching. If you watch the
I
last game that they
did.
played,
Stop trying to sound like a
listen,
teacher.
look, I might can teach you something, but if you watch the last game that they played
I
against the
like how you
Hawks,
said that, though.
if you watch the last game that they played against the Hawks, CJ did how many points did CJ put up that night? What, 10, 9? The whole game?
But Jessica, that's not my argument though. My argument is simply that CJ
You won't let
McCollum's
me
best
finish.
value. No, I understand your argument. I'm just saying that CJ McCollum's and Brandon Ingram's best value that they bring to a team to make that team successful is them scoring. Sure, he can alleviate those things with passing the ball, but he still needs to score.
Why do y'all keep talking about
Sky,
CJ
I got a question for Sky. Hold on one second. Let me ask Sky a question real quick. Sky, hold on, Jessica. Let me ask Sky a question.
And CJ didn't put up them numbers.
Oh my God.
Because you still got Valanciunas.
Is Sky here?
You still got Zion.
Okay, hold on, Jessica. Just 1 second. Sky, could you address that question? How long Zion will be out after the injury?
Zion is playing
He's
the first
not
game.
Oh, okay. He's not out. So Mo, he's playing, Mo. Everybody, Zion is active.
And go to Flight Sports.
He rolled the shit out of his ankle. That video was bad.
I put the video in there.
That shit happens.
He said he playing.
A lot of people.
Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
I thought he was gonna be out. It looked like he got like a Lamelo type injury, like tier 2 ankle sprain with that. That looked really bad. So I'm glad he's playing.
What I do, baby?
But even if he is out,
no, he playing.
But even if he was out, and maybe not against the Nets, but we still would be okay.
Why y'all keep talking about McCollum? I think he's fine. Hold on, I think McCollum is fine. What he's doing, I think the success of you guys last year is because I really, truly, in my heart, feel like Brandon Ingram was agreeing with McCollum. Like, look, we can have a better style of playing if we work together. I don't. If you could still do like you said. Brandon Ingram, do your thing. Brandon Ingram, I felt like you could take this team to new heights.
And that's
Brandon
what they
Ingram
did.
did his thing. I think the success was better because they finally played together. They showed Brandon Ingram, like, look, bro, you ain't got to do all this when you can still get your numbers and we all play, we all do our thing. So that's not what I'm trying to argue. That's why I keep hearing y'all argue about McCollum. No. I think McCollum is the leader and veteran that try to keep the personalities together. What I'm saying is, when Zion is back, Zion is going to have a flashing light. A guy who can challenge Brandon Ingram at getting that ball to his challenge.
Zion just was on the floor. How many points did Zion have just on the floor?
Brandon Ingram. Hold on, what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
y'all forgetting some stuff. When Zion got the ball, he attracts so much attention, right? Let me tell you something. Sometimes, because they did it with BI. They say, it was one point where BI couldn't get no shots off because he wasn't used to having 5 people on him at one time. And then they were trying to change up the offense, and BI told the coach, no, I'm going to keep the ball in my hand because I want them to come to me. Because if all 5 players come to me, then guess what that means? That means all my rookies are wide the fuck open, and that's how his assists started going up. So
and that's a chance that he won't change. When Zion gets on the floor,
he's going to attract. Don't tell me to wait. I ain't done talking. When Zion gets on the floor,
look, y'all, hold on. Talk, man. Let him talk, man.
When Zion was just in the preseason, y'all.
I shut it up for like 20 minutes. Suck my dick, nigga. Fuck out.
Hold on. When Zion was just on the floor, right? When preseason, he had drew so much attention. He didn't even look that good to me, to be honest with you. But he still got time to get better. But he drew so much attention that he ain't had no choice but to pass the ball, and that's gonna help BI out too. Either way it goes. When they get on that floor, teams are gonna have to make up their mind who attention are they gonna draw, who they gonna focus on.
Right, they got the scheme for that.
Or is it gonna be Zion? And whatever team decides on who they want to pick that night, the other player probably gonna have a good night, and that leads to winning. And guess what? We will be okay.
That doesn't lead to winning.
Hold on, wait.
It can lead to winning.
You need all of them playing well.
Hold on.
They will be, but they will be. But if you take 3 players and you guard Zion, who's gonna be open?
But nobody. Listen to me. None of those people that you name or naming challenges Brandon Ingram. See, those guys. What? Yes.
Man, let that dude talk.
Zion challenges Brandon Ingram because You're talking about another guy that can play at a high all-star level and can have a huge success by having the team have it catered towards Zion more. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Zion wasn't
Exactly.
playing last
That's the
season.
point.
Zion wasn't
That's the
playing
point.
last season.
Do you
So
really
what
think
I'm
they're
saying
gonna
is,
cater?
no, what
Man.
I'm saying,
Wait,
Hold
Scott,
on,
Scott
wait a
and
minute.
Jessica.
hold on.
Jessica,
Listen,
Y'all
you
have to
talking-
agree with
talk.
that. There's
No,
no
let
way
me
you
talk.
don't.
Y'all niggas talk. No, hold up. Y'all talk.
Jessica, you
No,
talking to
I let
Lonzo
y'all
Ball
niggas talk.
fan.
Hold up. I let y'all
Let them
niggas talk.
talk.
I'm
man.
not
Hold up,
Lonzo
Scott. I
Ball
let y'all
fan.
niggas talk,
I'm a
bro.
Melo
See,
fan.
the
Lonzo
difference
Ball
I let
between
y'all
fan.
the
niggas
difference
talk. Hold
between
up, bro.
Scott,
No,
the
all
difference
I'm
between
saying
No,
is,
let
us
Ray
and them,
finish. He was making a
the
good point.
difference
I
between
have
us
a
and them
good
is
point, and
we
I've
a
been holding
team
it for the
player. They
longest. Let me
player
talk.
players.
Yeah, I
No,
don't know what they
I've been
doing.
having a good point for the
So
longest.
they
Y'all
be
never
worried
let
about
y'all
one
let
person,
y'all
like they
talk.
worried about
Yeah,
Zion. We're
yeah,
not
they
worried
worry about
about
What
one
I'm
That's
everybody.
not
saying
person.
his
is,
We
point.
work
no,
as
what
a
I'm saying
team.
is,
We work
hold up.
as a
Hold up,
team,
please,
and
hold
Willie
up.
Oh my
Green gonna make
Last
god.
sure
season,
that
Let him
if
go.
you
let me
Let
ain't
him
talk.
go,
playing those
Let
Jessica.
me
key
Let
talk. I
Please,
players,
know you're
Jessica, let Ray
listen. I
finish,
know you're a
please.
Pelican
He
fan,
just
and
talking though.
I know you're a Pelican fan, and you just want to get it out. Listen, what I'm saying is,
Check him out.
think about it. Last season was Brandon Ingram's first season ever where he was actually just passing the ball more, playing within the team system without being a ball hog and ISO. Why is that? Because guys like rookies or second strings or
I just
what's his
told you.
name?
I just
Hold
answered
up,
that question.
Man,
hold
don't
up.
let
McCollum
him
letting
talk,
Brandon Ingram
Jessica.
hold up.
Just let
McCollum
him
letting
talk,
Brandon
man.
Ingram know that he can play without going crazy, without ball hogging.
I
That
just no. I
he
just
can still have
told you
fun.
that the reason
What
why Brandon
Just
Ingram's
let him
assist
talk,
went up
man.
is because people started recognizing that this man was unstoppable. So they had
But
to take three
Zion
people.
wasn't there
Listen,
either. But
right? So
Zion
now you're
wasn't
gonna
there
have
either.
Zion. So what you think that's gonna do? So if
No,
Hey,
you throw
what
Jessica.
three
you
people,
do
Hold on.
is
Hold on,
if you
Ray.
throw,
Ray. Ray.
what I'm doing is
if
Zion.
you
What I'm
throw
saying is,
three
what I'm
people,
Ray.
saying is
if you
Jessica.
Zion's
throw,
gonna go
Hold
out
on.
there. No, let me
oh my
fucking talk.
gosh,
Damn it, no.
You
y'all
guys
gonna
been
act like
talking
y'all
forever.
Zions go no. Y'all niggas no. Y'all
Y'all not
wild.
getting to the point.
I got quiet for 30
Listen,
minutes to let y'all talk.
Ray, respect the
because this
platform.
man
Come
is
on, bro.
asking
You
a
already know the
question and
protocol.
I already explained it.
Man, Ray just be ranting, man.
129.9 pounds.
He be
Undefeated.
ranting.
He has
Instead of getting
7
to the point.
wins. 6 of his
Get to the
7
Yeah.
point,
wins
Jay.
come by way
Go ahead,
of
Ray.
knockout. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait,
fighting
hold on.
out
It's
of
an ad right
San
now.
Antonio, Texas, by way of Austin. Here is Floyd Kid Austin Schofield the third.
Oh yeah, I want to give a shout out to Fight Sports TV.
Y'all gonna see CJ do things y'all ain't never seen CJ do.
Hey, I'm done talking
He
about
ain't
you.
just
You'll see it this
he
year.
ain't just
You'll
gonna
see it
be a
this year.
shooter.
You'll
Oh,
see it
how
this
much
year.
how much you got on Brooklyn?
You
I
gonna
bet
see
you
it.
on Brooklyn too. How much
You're gonna see it. Watch.
oh
No,
Ray,
you
how
gonna
much
see it.
you like Brooklyn?
Because you
No, I
basically
don't.
telling me now I don't understand why you don't get the fact that if you have another player on the team that's a good player, that it don't make it better. You
Shout
don't
out
want
to Nico.
But
You're talking about
because
all
What
those
we're trying
guys
to
do
say is
not
that
challenge Brandon Ingram
when
in
who
ball.
Like that. We
who
see
None
don't
of those
things like
challenge
that
people
around the
challenge
NBA. That's
Ingram
not.
in touches,
That's not
point
Jessica. That's
shots.
not inherently
why
true.
would Zion be
Just because you
challenging
add another.
Brandon? Why
That's
would
Because
Zion be challenging Brandon?
Zion is a guy that they know that can average almost damn near 30 points per game.
But he
And
haven't
if they
averaged
feel
that
like
yet. Zion
if
still
they
got to
feel
get
like Zion,
unrusty.
if they feel like Zion
Oh
can
Jessica,
go
you
crazy and
arguing with Lonzo Ball
handle the
fan,
rock,
man.
if they feel like they could put the team on Zion's back, if they any minute
Why do
at
we
any
want to put it
second,
on his back? We trying to get shit off his
Shout out
back.
to
Y'all
Marvin.
is retarded. That's
Perspective from
retarded.
the other side.
Why would we do that? We play as a team, Ray. We
yeah.
play as a team. We
she's
not
not
trying to
you're
put.
not Jessica, you're not listening at all to what he's
You're not
saying.
listening. You're just yelling.
I don't
Nigga,
want to listen to it
no,
because it's
you
bull crap.
only play
Why
like
do
Wait,
I want to
Jessica,
sit here and listen to bull
you
I
crap?
don't see
only
how you
Typical
don't agree with
female.
what he
No,
said
no, that's a
initially.
typical female, guys. Typical
But
female.
Jessica,
Don't want to listen to a
like
man when he's
honestly,
right.
like
This
honestly, if
man,
we just
I'm
stop
not
this
even
he
yelling at
literally
harassment,
you.
Ray,
said we gonna put it on his back. Why are we gonna put
Because
that's not
something
his
on his
if you
point.
back
listen,
when we don't have to do that?
because if you listen and let me
The only
talk,
time you gotta put
if you
something
let
on
me
somebody's
freaking
back is
talk,
when they're the only
bro,
player that can do
if you
it.
let me talk, I
No,
can
the
Oh
tell
only
you
time
why
you're
Jessica,
I'm
gonna put
saying this.
something on somebody's back. Oh,
Let me
don't, no,
talk
no,
and
I'm
I'll
not
tell
gonna
you
finish
why.
that.
And
I'm only
Jessica,
saying this.
you
Don't let
talking
me
to
talk, bro.
non-Pelican fans, dog.
Bro,
Let
no,
them
that's not what
say
I'm
what they
saying.
said.
Bro, what are you talking about?
That's
We
a good
watched the
thing.
They
Ray,
want to
Pelicans.
put
Ray,
it on
one
his
second,
back.
Ray,
watched the
one
They
second, Ray.
Willie
Pelicans too.
Green don't even play like that. Willie Green is
Hold on.
Willie Green is
Because
not even
Everybody,
gonna
one
sit there and
second,
because
say,
please.
forget
Everybody, one
everybody else.
second, please. Just give me, everybody, just give me 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second, just 1 second. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the panel. We got Jessica, we got Ray, we got Sky, we got Juju, we got Nico, we got Marvin. We got Marvin in the building. Marvin perspective from the other side. We got Flight hanging in the balance, and we got an illustrious chat that's going mad crazy with the cacophony of clicks with their chatter. And shout out to everybody that pulled up on Flight Sports Block. Hit that like button, hit that subscription, hit that notification. We got the cash out ready for you. If you feel a little generous, Christmas around the corner. But if you got an early generous gift, hit the cash app, hit the super chat. Let's go. And we also have active the PayPal. The PayPal. You get it? Pay your pal. Okay. Let's continue what we got going on. But remember, Flight Sports TV will be live streaming Kid Austin main event fight on October the 22nd. And Kid Austin, after the fight, will come up and share and enlighten us round by round what took place in his mind as he execute another victory and maintain his title belts. So October 22nd, pull up for the Kid Flight live stream. We will have visual.
Now I'm gonna say this. I am not gonna sit here and say that it won't be something that they're gonna have to figure out. I'm not saying that we got it all figured out, but I can tell you this, that it will get figured out and it will be just fine. It will Zion is gonna get his and BI is gonna get his. And whoever else need to come in that night, whether it be Valanciunas, CJ, Jose, Herb, Trey, whoever it might be, they will have their nights as well, because we've seen it recently and we've seen it in last season. Zion just played in preseason, averaging what, 9 points or whatever the case may be, and they played against the Heat. They got their ass whooped against the Heat, and I believe was it just Zion or just CJ? So obviously we can't put it all on Zion's back right now, because he's still got to get back into basketball game shape. He might be in shape, but he got to get back to playing. So you still need BI to put up them numbers. So when they get out there, BI is going to put up his numbers. And when they feel like they figuring it out, or and they're going to, because the game I seen against the Hawks was a beautiful game. And Zion didn't play. It was BI and CJ. And that game was from defense to offense, not perfect the whole game, but it was a good game. Now you take that game. Now you have to figure out how you get Zion in there, get him in whatever. There was a point in the Hawks game where we started slagging off, and the Hawks came back. We was like up 40 points, and the Hawks came all the way back up. During that time, Bi played a little bit, and he probably didn't have a hot hand for that second. That's when as a player, okay, I ain't getting it right now. Zion, it's your turn to take over. And the Hawks probably wouldn't have came back up 40 points that quick, or during that second quarter. Because now you can let Zion do his thing, because at this point I missed a couple of shots. And guess what? CJ didn't have nothing but 9 points, but I feel like he played a good game too, because he facilitated the ball, or whatever you want to call it. He did that well. He did that good. He did his point guard thing, whatever. Didn't
Well,
do no
listen,
points.
Jessica.
Bi had a block. Bi had a block or a steal that game. He had his 19 points in
Jessica,
20
you're
minutes.
long-winded
He
like a
had his
deer
7 assists. I don't
with a
care.
lot
Y'all
of lazy loquaciousness. You guys are really missing the really point about this Pelicans team. And
okay,
I'm
what's
just
the
really
point? What's the
disappointed
point?
that I'm not hearing good content of your own team coming out of you Pelican fans' mouth. I had to take a
Really?
break from drinking my vanilla silk almond milk with less sugar, that is,
Okay,
and
hold
my
on. Wait a
quick
minute.
trip blueberry muffin to get
That
back on the stream to get it set straight, because you Pelicans fans are sending it awry. Now,
you know
one thing
what?
about the
You
Pelicans,
ain't gotta
what's going
worry
to make
about it
the
no more. You ain't gotta worry about
What?
it no more, Dex, because I ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna sit back and let y'all
Listen,
watch.
yeah,
I
take a
won't
pause.
get
Take a
on here and
pause
say
for a
nothing
second.
else. Because what y'all need to be worrying about is the
I thought
Lakers,
you
the
said you were going to
Hornets,
say nothing.
Lonzo Ball, the Bulls, and everybody else. And while y'all talk so worried about the Pelicans, we
Listen,
good. And I ain't
that
got
little
nothing else
Man,
to say.
that little wine
You
that
talking
you're
about
Jessica.
drinking
bad
right now is getting
content.
to the
You
best of
talking
you.
about bad content. What about look at all you talking about bad content?
The
I
Bulls
sat
good.
here and listened all day long and heard nothing
Jessica, you
but
didn't let me
bad
finish.
content about
You
the Hornets.
rebuttal,
All
and I didn't
y'all
even
worrying
finish.
about is Jello, and the Hornets ain't got shit going for themselves right now.
Listen, Jessica, one thing I
The
can say
difference
about the
between
Pelicans.
me and you, the difference
Listen,
between me
Jessica.
and the next person is I'm not worried about just Zion. I'm not worried about just Bi.
Jessica,
I need
Jessica, could
everybody
you
on
let
that
me
team
compliment
to do
some of
what
the
they
things
need to
about the
do.
Pelicans?
No, you can keep your compliments.
Well, one thing about the Pelicans that I will say,
We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need no compliments. We
Jessica, stop
good.
being so selfish.
Or
Who?
Jessica
One
start
thing I
Who's
can
taking
say
their
about the
money.
Pelicans is
I'm
that
starting to take their
you got
money.
four.
I ain't playing with them.
Listen, hold on, Sky, 1 second. Because what I'm about to say, you guys are not highlighting. That's the only thing I'm saying. You guys are too staunch about
Man,
what
you
happened with Lonzo and all that other stuff.
who
But
ain't
I'm telling
nobody
you about
talking
this new.
about that.
Yeah,
Jessica,
y'all
let
were
me
bad.
finish,
Y'all had
Jessica.
PTSD about that. Y'all did.
I ain't
That's why
No,
say
y'all brought
nothing.
y'all
it up.
I
nothing.
ain't been
Cause guess
saying
what? Your
nothing.
name don't
Y'all ain't
never
let
come
me
out my
talk.
mouth for real.
Why
Your
can
name
I
I
don't
had to
never
not?
come
cook
out my
y'all on
mouth
that.
for
Why
Y'all
can
were
real.
I
tripping.
not
Why
give
would I
my
be
take?
worried about Zoe? He is not on my team. I'm not worried about
Jessica,
Zoe.
Y'all
you're
got
And
having
I
an
Jessica
know we
episode you
mad.
got
don't even
4
realize it.
She
players.
man.
We got 4 players. Valanciunas can put up numbers. Zion, CJ, Bi. So somebody gonna have a night.
It's not all about numbers.
Okay, listen, hold on 1 second, guys.
Really,
I
Zach?
just
I
want
am
to
not
share this.
having no episode.
Oh my God. FYF, I mean, Jessica, you turned into FYF right in front of our eyes.
I don't care.
Only thing I'm sharing just real quick. I'm gonna be concise. One thing about the Pelicans, they got 4 quality scores and they got 3 premium scores. So it's gonna be hard for the Pelicans to have an off night when you have that kind of weaponry. And who I'm talking about, of course, Zion, Bi, CJ,
I just
and
said that.
Valanciunas.
I just said that.
So a team will have to scheme for all facets. And then if you throw in Herb Jones can get you 16, 3 assists, and about 8 boards. So it's going to be very difficult night in and night out for teams to scheme for the Pelicans if they play at their apex. This is crucial for Willie Green to have this team optimized night in and night out if he wants the record, a better record to supplant the record he had last season. Because even though they made the playing game last season, I don't know if that same record will make the playing game this season with a healthy West. And everybody's upset in the West that Golden State won their 4th
We're not
championship,
gonna have
and
that problem.
Stephen Curry is over here shimmying all around the damn court. I don't think these teams are happy about that. So these teams going to come out the gate. They're going to come out the gate fast. They're going to come out the gate hard. So Willie Green going to have this team optimized, and he's going to have to oil or lubricate the pistons in this team to have them firing on all cylinders correctly. If not, then the Pelicans could be in trouble. And it would be very
Well, I think
disappointing with all this firepower from the Pelicans from the top to the bottom, because the Pelicans are deep. They like the Bulls. They're very deep
Rico, you ain't
with good
funny,
talent
Rico.
coming off the bench. It would be a
You ain't
very
funny
disappointing
neither,
season.
Rico.
Can a brother get a word
I ain't
in
worried
and y'all
about all
all
that.
are on your feelings tonight, obviously. This YouTube
Possibly.
streets is
In
hot
your
tonight.
feelings, emotions make you
Everywhere
cry
you go, these
sometimes.
people is going crazy. I just got a quick take. Sky, I heard you
Yo.
say, did anybody want to take that Brooklyn bet? I'm taking it. How much?
Oh, you want to take it?
Yeah.
Hit me in the back channel. Let me know how much you want to bet. Whatever you want to
I'll
bet.
call you on your phone. No problem.
Yeah, you got my number. Just hit me up.
Salute to
Emotions make
everybody.
you cry
Hey,
sometimes.
Yes.
I
Thank
did
you,
want to
Marvin,
just kind
for
of
chiming in, Marvin. We appreciate you. But let's not forget that Flight Sports TV has become a new side revenue stream for the
I know
hustlers.
it.
Oh yeah.
If you on that grind, you come to Flight Sports TV and you can make you some money. And it's obvious. You follow what I'm saying? Now, we had a couple of reneges, but most often, you're going to get yours. So Flight Sports TV has become a new side revenue stream. Come up, get aboard, and let's make some money.
Dex, I did want to ask a question because the regular season is so very close. Hadn't nobody
Tomorrow.
yes, tomorrow. Hadn't
Yeah.
nobody said anything about the games tomorrow. You guys want to
The
give me some takes on the
Warriors,
games
who play?
tomorrow?
The Warriors and the Lakers play at 10,
I mean,
right?
we got Klay
We
Thompson
can hold
tomorrow.
on. We can do them one. We can do them one at a time. The first game is Philly at Boston.
Um,
I think
Easy Boston
Philly
W.
win. I think Philly win. I think Philly gonna win.
I do too. I think Philly gonna win
I
that.
think Philly gonna win.
Easy dub.
I'm not saying it's a guarantee.
Me either.
But
I ain't saying that neither.
Juju still on the panel?
I don't know. I just because I'm just gonna ask these two questions, and you guys can continue on. Because Dex, you know I'm getting to your boys because you guys play Golden State in the
They
second
said the
game of the
Lakers
day.
get beat.
Marvin, please spare me, Marvin, because I'm like Jessica, but only thing that's different between me and Jessica, I'm muting my mic with my trauma episodes. Because my Dodgers
Yeah, I know.
lost, my
Yeah, they
Cowboys
did.
lost,
Yeah.
and my USC Trojans lost all in one night.
Cowboys
So
trash.
Marvin,
And you
I don't know
please
why
lost.
you like
spare me a
that.
little bit and get me at the end of it.
Sound like you ain't got a lot of
Well,
room to talk, huh, Dex?
I was gonna get
I'm
him
not.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna be
say
tomorrow.
this.
honest with you,
I'm gonna say
Jessica.
this.
Please.
That's
I'm
why I've
gonna get
been
him
nice to
tomorrow.
everybody. If you notice that,
Well,
I ain't
let me
been an
say this.
asshole. I've been nice.
That's a lie.
Dex, let me say this. I just brought it up because they are on the schedule, Dex. So we have to find out what people think. Just so happen they on the schedule.
Yeah, give me last, man. Start with Portland Trailblazers or something.
They don't play
The
tomorrow.
Lakers
The
gonna get
Lakers
beat.
play
Only
tomorrow.
2 teams play tomorrow. Them four
Oh,
teams.
okay.
Four
I
Them
got
the
you.
only
teams.
4
Only
teams.
4 teams play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Shout out
Only
to
4
Zen
teams.
Master.
What's up, y'all?
LeBron and AD
What up?
dropping 30 apiece.
Hey, Zen.
Zent.
Hey, I
Gucci.
had to tap in. I heard Jessica
Wow.
having her first episode, so I had to
Dex, is it
tap in
true,
and
Dex,
congratulate her.
Hey, I
is it
like that
true?
production.
Is
That
it
looks
true,
tight.
Dex, that
That focus look tight.
your Lakers?
Zen is ready for war. You see, he got that
Is it
camo
true,
on.
Dex, that your Lakers do play well against these
So,
guys?
Oh.
Is it true
They're
that your
playing the
Lakers play
Warriors, right?
well against Golden State?
They're playing the Warriors, right?
Is it true that y'all play well against Golden State?
Can you hear me?
Oh, Lord,
Yes.
you are still in your mode? Yes, Dex.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
We
go
hear
on.
you.
Oh,
Can hear you,
Can
Dex.
anybody hear me though?
Unfortunately, yes.
What's
Yes,
up,
we can hear
Rico?
you.
Rico in
My
there.
bad.
What's up, Rico?
Unfortunately, yes.
No,
Man,
We can
take
hear
them
you,
people
Okay,
off
Dex.
Dex,
that screen,
is it
man. Them
true?
people trash.
Is it true that the Lakers play well against Golden State?
yes, they do play well against Golden
Yes,
State.
Dex.
And I believe that the Lakers will spoil Golden State ring ceremony because it's only right. It's only right that the
man,
Lakers spoil their ring ceremony.
Boy, we
Muttley,
gonna be laughing
Because,
tomorrow, boy.
Muttley,
because
Hey,
right
Dex,
now,
Muttley,
is Klay Thompson
wake
playing
up.
tomorrow?
can
Wake
y'all
up,
hear me?
Muttley.
Can y'all hear me?
Klay Thompson
Yeah, we
is
hear you.
ass
We hear
cheeks.
you.
Dex,
Okay,
is
then why
Klay
is
Thompson
everybody
playing
talking
tomorrow?
when I got a question asked to me?
That's Rico, man.
Dex.
Talking
You
about
ain't the
Klay
first
Thompson.
one. You
Go
can rest
ahead.
assured that they've been doing it all
Man,
night.
we Lakers fans. I feel like we in the same boat together.
Okay, Nico, you're gonna see your boy Clay, right? Hopefully Clay has a good game because he's coming off of a disappointing playoffs run. He had like one good game in the playoff, and that was it. And I think that was against Dallas. Other than that, he was very
Oh,
underwhelming.
you are
And
disrespectful.
I believe
No,
that
that's true.
Nico, I believe that the
That's
Lakers
not
will
true. He dropped
ruin.
8 threes and 35 against the Nuggets.
Okay, oh, it was the Nuggets.
Yeah,
Then that's who it was. It
that
was
was
the
one
Nuggets.
game.
Yeah, I know it was
Not
one game.
No, he sent
That ain't
Memphis
the
home too. Game
that
6
ain't the
against
Clay of
Memphis, he
old.
was nice.
It ain't the Clay
No,
of
but the
old.
All
one
right,
game he
guys.
exploded. The game
Let,
that's
You know
what
it
you
ain't the
said.
Clay of
That's the
let
old.
one
me
I'm
have an
talking about.
episode. Let me go ahead and relax.
Okay, Nico, the game that you just said, that's the one that I'm talking about, the one he exploded on. But I think the Lakers will ruin Golden State ring ceremony with a victory because the Lakers have to win. Their preseason wasn't too amusing. So they have to come out with a win. They like the Hornets. They have to really come out with the first game win so they can breathe a slight sigh of relief being in the winning circle and celebrating in victory form.
Homer.
Marvin.
Homer. Excuse me.
Okay, I just wanted to ask everybody on the panel what they thought about. First of all, Rico. I mean, was that Nico or Rico? Nico. If you give me your take on that first game, which is Philly at Boston.
I got
Easy
it.
dub for Boston.
I'm sorry.
My fault. You do sound far away, but I'll give a quick take. Easy dub for Boston. They have chemistry. James Harden can't play well against bigger, longer defenders that have speed, and they'll have to rely on Embiid, but he won't be enough.
So you got Boston?
Yes, easy dub.
Jessica, are you still here?
Marvin, I also got to say, I don't think Time Lord is playing, so we got to look out for that matchup. Joel Embiid might eat that night.
That's the reason I was bringing this.
No, Time Lord is out. He's out like what?
8 to 12. 8 to 12
yeah,
weeks.
exactly. Yeah, 8 to 12 weeks. There you go.
You got that Lonzo Ball thing going on.
Got that whole Lonzo Ball thing. You're right, Zen. But his might be a little different because he played. Remember, he played in the playoffs with that soreness. He played through it.
Yeah, but it's the same injury, and now he's on the table.
Yeah. Okay. Zen, if you don't mind, give me your take on that game.
Oh, Philly and Boston?
Boston.
Yeah, Boston are running boys. Philly's going to take some time to gel with Maxey emerging. His role, I think, is going to be bigger this year. Joel's going to be focused. I know he's going to be focused, but Boston's just – my faith in them is restored. They haven't – other than Ime Udoka's issues, it's been quiet, and that's exactly what you wanted after.
They got Joey. They got Joey
Mozzarella.
They actually played well after that in that last preseason game, too.
Yeah, but they've restored my confidence, organizationally that they're going to be okay. And honestly, I think Ime will make his way back next year. As crazy as that sounds, I think that the reason they're keeping Damon Stoudemire there and the other guys is because those are Ime's guys.
Oh, but Joey his guy too.
Joe was his guy too, so that's his staff. Still,
yeah, that's his staff exactly. They didn't hire anybody outside of.
They got suspended for a little sex.
Yeah,
I don't know if he. It's hard for that to come. I don't know if he get back. I don't know.
All right, hold on, guys.
They might have to move on.
My ears, what I'm hearing is that Udoka is going to New York.
Oh, he'll have fun there. No
okay,
doubt
we
about
can
it.
leave that.
Better not go be depressed.
You're right. Rico, are you still there, Rico?
Yeah, Marvin, what's up?
Who you got tomorrow with who you got tomorrow with Philly and Boston?
I'll be honest, James Harden, and I'm a former James Harden fan. He looks nice, like body wise. So I think he'll have a good game. I think I think Joel Embiid is going to eat, like I said, because there's no Time Lord. I think that's going to be they might steal that game. I'll be honest. I'll see what y'all say about Boston.
Have you seen Harden's speed? Bro, have you seen Harden's speed this preseason? You mentioned his physique. Yeah, he's got his burst back. Harden's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So you picking Philly.
So no more strip club wings.
Yo, he told that lie. He said he lost 100 pounds over the summer, capping ass. But I believe he did get fit.
Okay, second game of the night, guys.
Imagine a nigga that's 230 losing 100 pounds.
Right.
Yeah, right. Zen, since you're on the panel, I would love for you to go give your take on this one first. Okay. And that is the Lakers coming into Golden State on their ring ceremony night and trying to pull out an upset. Lakers at Golden State.
They're going to get their ass whooped hard.
Hey, you got to take Zen with a grain of salt now.
Hey, look, the Warriors, believe it or not, the Warriors are the premier basketball team in California. It is not the Lakers anymore. So you got some catch up.
Maybe for a decade.
I don't know about that. I think that's debatable.
Guess who's the richest team in California?
Steph Curry's been a Californian superstar for.
Who has more Asian fans? That's who's the richest.
The Warriors. They're the richest team in California.
All right. Okay, guys. He's picking Golden State. Nico, I want to go to you next. In the previous game that Golden State just played, they played the Denver Nuggets in the last preseason game. The Nuggets looked kind of good, and Golden State lost that game. Now, I know it was a preseason game. Is Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry only having 17 and 14 out of the starting lineup? Is that an issue, or do you think Golden State wins this game?
Well, for one, no, it's not an issue. We know Steph Curry is the petty king, and he's self-proclaimed. I've been saying that, but once he called himself that, it definitely became canon. It's a real thing. He don't fuck with LeBron on the basketball court. You're not going to see 17 points out of him the day that they play the Lakers. He's going to come in with a vengeance. He's going to come in evil, all energied up, and Klay Thompson's going to be eager to show off his bag. Yes, he's definitely going to evil, but Klay Thompson's going to be eager to show off his bag. He's worked out some. He hasn't played any pickup games throughout the summer. I can see that. Look, Klay Thompson said he didn't play any games this summer because he got PTSD right now from tearing his Achilles.
Listen, Klay Thompson is still crying.
Hold up,
that
Dex,
the Dodgers got eliminated.
Dex, okay, I'm going to you last. I want you to give a long take.
Wait, Marvin, I'm sorry. Can we pause on what Nico just said a second ago about this nigga having PTSD? Nico, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I did want to hear that again.
Yes, Klay Thompson has PTSD from tearing his Achilles. He had a pickup game that Draymond said he was supposed to go to. Klay went out there by himself, full tear of his Achilles, took him out for another year. So he said he didn't play any games this summer, any full contact games until coming back to the Warriors facility. So
he was hanging out the Dodgers at the Dodger game.
That ain't good.
So who you picking, Nico?
He's still coming out to whoop ass. I'm going with the Warriors. Come on now, they have Klay Thompson. And it's just not going to be the Lakers have Russell. That's not just that. We have Russell Westbrook. And I didn't even get to that. Steph Curry, do not fuck with Russell Westbrook. You seen him gaming from half court. Come on now. That energy is coming back the day that they play.
So you telling us that Steph going to try to go off because Russ on the floor?
Steph going to go try to go off.
Him and LeBron.
Man, them guys are full of champagne. They're not going to do anything. They're gonna need to service themselves at halftime.
Steph gonna have 37. Klay gonna have about 28.
All right, hang on, Nico. I just want to address Dex right quick. Dex, I'm gonna say this real calmly without the music. You took your medicine today. You have calmed down. Remember,
do I need to get the music going?
The trauma of this weekend is gone away. It's starting to leave. But let me get Rico's take, then I'm gonna come to you. Is that okay?
Jello to the Lakers.
I see that he's still
he know the Lakers trash, and we all know the Lakers trash.
Let me get I didn't know you were still there too. So I want to get yours.
Going nowhere. I'm listening.
Okay, Rico, are you there, Rico? Brother Rico. Okay.
I'm here. What's up, Marvin?
Okay. All right. The question at hand is the Lakers at Golden State on ring ceremony night, opening night, NBA. Now, is it an issue? Can it be an issue? Because Michael Porter Jr. just scored 17 points, and this Warrior team has problems with people like LeBron James. They also have Aaron Gordon. Can that be a deciding factor in this game?
Who have Aaron Gordon?
No, that's what I'm saying. You lost me.
I meant Denver had
Anthony
Aaron
Davis.
Gordon. Yeah, but the Lakers have Anthony Davis and LeBron. Can they make a difference in this game and pull this out in Golden State?
No, I'm sorry, and I'll be honest, it's a little too late in LeBron's career. Listen, it's too late in LeBron's career for me to be asking him to play defense. I'm falling around the curve. He's 38 now, so I'm not going to ask him to guard nobody. Let's say you brought up MPJ. If I had LeBron guard MPJ, he'd probably have 30. So when it comes to stopping the Warriors, no, bro. We already give Anthony Davis too big of a responsibility. If we want to put any bets on anything, I'd bet Anthony Davis gets injured game 1. And I'll take Nico's bet too. I guarantee Steph Curry go off on them two point guards in Los Angeles because he hates both of them.
Okay, I'm ready to take that bet.
No, you're not, Dick. I still got Sky to go to. So wait.
Listen, we know how much Stephen Curry hates Patrick Beverly. We know when we see them on the court how petty they get at each other. This man is going to have 45.
Give me some numbers, 20. Rico.
All right. Stephen Curry is going to look at the Lakers roster, right? He's going to be like, all right, I'm going to give Russ 18. He's going to get subbed out. I'm going to give Patrick Beverly another 15. And if this dumbass coach feel like putting on Lonnie Walker on me, I'm definitely going for 50. That's what he's looking at. Ain't nobody.
Give me a number, Rico. Over or under?
Oh, wow. What you mean over or under? Over or under 40?
For Steph. So you say Steph over 40?
Under 40.
I'll take the over on 35. I'll take an over on 35.
Okay. For how much?
No, wait, Dex. I'll let you get that bet at the end. Wait, Dex. Damn. You too aggressive, bro.
Go ahead,
yeah, because Nico and Rico are treacherous when it comes to the
Lakers. On you, bro. Well, you ain't heard nothing. Here comes Sky. Sky, you there?
Yeah.
Sky different.
No, I believe in the
Sky
Lakers.
hate everything
just not against
outside
the
of New
Warriors.
All right, hold on. Let me address Sky with this question. All right, Sky. Lakers going into Golden State, game 1. All right, now we know they got LeBron. We know they got AD. Can the Lakers go in there and take this game, man? Or do the Lakers leave out of this game with the same problems they had from last year? Russell Westbrook.
I don't believe it's gonna just be Westbrook. What I believe is they leave him with the L, but what they're gonna do is they're gonna come out strong because they got a point to prove, right? But by the full quarter, they'll be weeding in the back.
Draymond's gonna punch LeBron in the eye, and the game's gonna be over.
They're gonna come out fast, though. They're gonna come out fast because they got a point to prove against the champions, and then boom, before you know it, it's gonna fall apart. Watch what I tell you.
So you got Golden State. So right now, it's a clean sweep of Golden State so far, Dex. And I'm gonna go to you next, Dex. And I'm gonna go to you next, Dex. No, you need to give a real in-depth one if you're gonna try to get rid of them 4 losses I just heard. If you don't mind, you can probably
Jessica, you just a woman scorned.
Marvin, we only use the term sweep for teams that make the playoffs. Please don't use that word. The Lakers ain't make it.
I don't listen. Rico is laughing. Nico don't really bet, but Rico is laughing at my Lakers, and he have a Laker as his profile picture. So I need to get into Rico pocket like $50 or something, $25, $50, because I don't like how he's laughing right now.
Okay, all right, Dex. If you don't mind, you did ask me to let you go last, and you really didn't give no take. So I was letting you go last.
Okay.
You remember?
This is my take. This is my official take.
I have a question before you start. All right. First of all, who are the injured players on your team? Who's going to play Wednesday? Who's out?
Well, Schroeder's not playing. See how Nico
Troy Brown Jr. out? Is Troy Brown Jr. out, or will he play?
Hold on, let me see. Want me to check it first? Because I don't know right offhand.
I think I seen an O about his name meaning out. So before I got started,
was it for the game or was that for preseason?
No, he didn't play none of the preseason, so it's still most
likely he's out. Yeah, most likely he's out.
All right. Before you give your take, I wanted to give this to Rico and Nico and all the guys who was talking about Steph. Last year, the Lakers played the Warriors, game 1 NBA last year. The Lakers lost the game, but just to give you guys these numbers before Dex go, Clay had 21 and Curry had 20. Now go ahead, Dex.
Wait, Clay wasn't playing.
Who is that in the background? Who's jogging?
Yeah, who is that?
Clay's not playing. Yeah, I gotta be quiet. Let me talk about Clay right now. Clay was not playing.
Okay. All right, Dex. So in your mind,
But Steph did
Dex,
have a triple-double, by the way.
yeah, but in your mind, seriously, Dex, do you think y'all can beat these guys Wednesday?
Of course, yeah, because who's out is Thomas Bryant is out, Dennis Schroeder's out, and Troy Brown is out. Yes. Those three are definitely out. Thomas Bryant, that kind of hurt me a little bit, but Damian Jones did okay in the preseason. So, because I think the Golden State Warriors are going to be filled with too much champagne, and they're going to have to service themselves at halftime. And I just think that's going to take a lot of them because they're going to be celebrating with their fans all day. They got the ring ceremony going on at halftime. And I just think that might...
Stop it. Your team is shit. You talk about the world fucking champions going to take a L to you.
Wrong, Zin.
Why everybody jumping on the? Why everybody jumping on the Lakers?
We know Zen had
Stop
anywhere
it.
LeBron is.
Homer fucking Simpson. Stop it.
Why everybody jumping on the Lakers right now? Y'all gonna be surprised when they win this game.
Look,
if they win, I'll be
Dex,
happy.
you gotta understand. Partly, Dex, he's a Portland fan. So
no, we're talking about the world champs. We are talking about the world champions. This sorry ass Lakers team is gonna go in and beat the world champions on their ring night.
That's gonna be an 18-point loss. I'm telling you.
I'll attack Dex point in saying this because this is what he needs to hear. You must not understand that a petty Steph Curry supersedes anything else that could be going on. Like, I've picked up at least 5 years ago that this nigga is one of the most evil players I've ever seen. But people, put him in such a high godly spot to where they see he does no harm. But when he has vengeance on his mind, you can expect nothing but destruction. That's the only time I'm really like high on Steph Curry.
Nico, that sounds like some animation narration. But no, we do know that Steph can get petty.
It did sound like some anime.
but no, Steph Curry.
When you insult his father, he come for you.
And in closing, Dex, I did want to ask you this. Now, to everybody that's on the panel, I just like me and Dex spoke about this before I started. Lakers do match up well against Golden State. They play them well every time they play them. So, Dex, your answer is yes, obviously. You say you can win this game Wednesday.
They will win this game.
I mean, they can. It ain't likely.
Okay, that's all.
Everybody got a punch a chance, right?
That's right. And then I wanted to go to you next, man. I wanted to go to you next, because I'm gonna go to Wednesday.
All right.
And that's when everybody plays.
Yeah.
And that's when your team plays. And we're gonna get everybody's take about Portland.
Yeah, we on the
because
road.
they on the road at Sacramento. You go last then. You go
Do
last.
I get the yarn before I get my take?
You go last. Sky, if you there, I want to get your take on Portland at Sacramento. If he's still there. Sky's gone too. I can't see who's on the panel, guys.
Jessica just pulled up.
Jessica, you want to get in this? I can't see who's on the panel, so I don't know who to call.
Oh, I'm here.
I just
Rico.
my
I'm sorry.
My service had dropped earlier. I ain't want y'all to think that I was talking all my junk and just left.
No, you just had an episode. We understand. We all do it.
I said I had
Dex is having one right now.
Earlier. Dex kicked me off.
Hey, yes, just to let you know, I do computers. If you still got dial
so I had an episode and you kicked me off, Dex.
No, we don't never kick anybody off having an episode. We let them go through their trauma cycle like everybody else because it's what you call it, replenishing.
Trying to be funny, Marvin.
Yeah.
I'm happy. Dex believes that the world champs are going to lose to the Lakers on ring night tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'm happy you back, Jessica, because I was just going to address the Pelicans.
Homage will be paid in my flight voice. Homage will be paid.
Nico,
I'm willing to be wrong on this one.
Yeah, I'm here.
Nico,
with you.
All right, we're going to Portland at Sacramento. Sacramento's a new up and coming team here, guys. Portland is also. I need your take. Portland at Sacramento. Last game on Wednesday, 9:00.
I believe that. I'll say this: Sacramento's a train wreck, so let me put that out there first. I think Portland will win because they are, they got their leader back, Damian Lillard. That's the main thing, and they got a guy in Anthony Simons who I think is an upgrade over CJ McCollum. If they got Josh Hart still, right?
Yeah, he's starting at 3.
All right, yeah. Hey, Josh Hart is that guy. I've always thought he was a nice guy. Finish on the inside very well. Shoot the three ball well. That's a guy that I don't think that they can guard on the Sacramento Kings. And I do look forward to, let's say, the point guard matchup. But we already know who wins that. They win all the way down the board. If I'm keeping it real with you,
Grant
from
versus
top to bottom.
Sabonis.
Yeah, Sabonis is probably the only dub that the Sacramento Kings have over the Trailblazers. So I got the Trailblazers winning that game.
Okay. Rico, are you there? Rico must be having me on mute.
Rico left.
Oh, he left. Okay. Sky left also. So Dex, go ahead and give me your take on the Sacramento Kings. Portland going to Sacramento. Now, so hold on before you go. Sacramento. De'Aaron Foxen is starting at the point guard. Kevin Huerter. That's a good pickup, guys. At the shooting guard, Harrison Barnes, small forward. Keegan Murray, the rookies, is coming in his first game in the NBA. He should be starting.
Is he going to start?
Yeah, they got him at the starting position.
Where?
And then Sabonis, the center.
Hold
they
up.
got him starting power forward.
Center? Oh, they got
Sabonis
Sabonis at center.
Sabonis at center.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got Murray starting at the power. That's why I wanted to mention this to Dex where he gave his take. What you think about that lineup, Dex? Can they run with these guys?
Listen, I did a lot of deep penetrating study on this Sacramento Portland Trailblazer game. And I found something very alarming. And what it was Damian Lillard ain't trying to win shit.
Oh, hell. Oh, hell.
Is that your analysis, sir?
You know it was coming.
All of this archaeological digging, in my research, I might add, some may consider me the new Cecil Rhodes. You know Cecil Rhodes, who renamed Zimbabwe Rhodesia. So I feel with all that archaeological work, turning over stones, that there's going to be a trouncing. There's going to be a massacre. It's going to be hazmat type blood spilled all over that floor. And the one team that's going to be walking out of that corridor is the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
Portland Trailblazers will be trounced. Damian Lillard will have a Michael Jordan emoji crying face. And people will wake up the next morning and question Damian Lillard legitimacy as a player being the face of a franchise. That's how bad a whipping that this is going to get. Portland will have to scrape up the pieces and try to tank for Vic. Portland will go into tank mode after this game, and Dame Lillard might ask for a trade.
Man,
so this how bad it's going to be in Portland. The roads will be shriveled up. And this rose will have a lot of thorns on its stem.
Wow.
Nobody's going to touch Portland. That's how bad this is going to be. Sacramento will be 1-0 in first place of their division when it's all said and done after that game.
All right. And I want to say this before you go any further to everybody in the chat and on the panel. I believe that was a revenge win because I don't think he likes what Zen said about his Lakers, but good take. Miss Jessica, are you on the panel, sweetie? Did she leave too?
She might have lost signal again. I'm here, but she might have lost signal again.
Okay. All right. I can't tell who's on the panel because I can't see it. They don't have it on the screen, so I don't know who to call.
Shout out to Hungry Ham. Hungry Ham is in the building.
What up, Hungry Ham? Is he in the building? And is he on the panel?
Looks like he's in the chat.
Hey, shout out LeVar Ball too.
And who is that?
You?
He's not on the panel just yet, but he's in the chat.
Who is who was that?
I'll go now. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that cap sandwich Dex fed y'all.
Game to LA. Dame
All
to
right.
LA.
The result
All right.
will the
All right,
result
Jim.
we
Portland and
the,
Sacramento.
the
Portland and
result we
Sacramento.
don't disagree on. The result we don't disagree. I do think Portland will lose. But I think Portland's going to start the season slow because of a few things. I think they have to gel more as a team. They have a lot of young pieces. And I think that Chauncey Billups, I'm not 100% on his coaching and his ability to gel a team quickly. Mike Brown, on the other hand, I do have confidence in. So I think the Kings will definitely start off faster than the Blazers, strictly on that. And so I give the Kings the advantage tomorrow night.
Wow. And that's a home team. That's a home team. Yeah, that's a home team fan picking his own team to lose, guys. So that's an honest take. I appreciate that, Zen.
What else you gonna do with that garbage up there in the rows?
Mike Brown is sharp.
The rows should be ashamed of themselves.
You can't bait me. Somebody called me the N-word last night. I was out of my house.
I seen it. I seen the video. I watched it.
He couldn't even bait me. So, despite Dex's cap sandwich, like I said, I just think that Mike Brown's a better head coach than Chauncey Billups is at this point in their careers, and he will definitely put a better product on the floor day one. Just
okay. All right. Question before we go any further.
I want to ask Rico. Hold on one second, Marvin. Rico, what video you gonna make? You said I'm gonna make a video on it.
Is that in the
chat?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I put that in the chat just because Hungry Ham was saying that more people should be talking about, LeVar Ball and the Ball Facts interview. And I said I'll make a video on that. I just want to comment on some things he mentioned. I think we see the game the same way. So I thought I might as well, try to get a little breakdown.
Go ahead and promote it then so the people can know that's going to be out. Would you promote it?
I'm going to drop a video. I'm going to freestyle it. Check out my channel. Subscribe. We at 530 right now. Let's get to 600.
That's what it is. Hey. Go to Nico Savage. Nico Savage on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I'll be over there every once in a while. Rico, are you back now? Okay, Nico, you back?
I'm here,
right?
Marvin. I'm here.
Okay, I can't see you guys when you're in and out. Okay, I wanted to get your take on the Portland game. Portland is going into Sacramento. And before we go, I wanted to ask Zen, is that take you saying Portland going to lose? Is that you saying Sacramento has a decent starting five or a complete team?
I think that they have a good starting five, and that Portland and Sac are going to go back and forth at between 7, 8, and 9 all season.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sacramento got a better squad than a lot of people think.
I expect Portland to get better as the season goes on.
Yeah, we coming to you next, Rico.
Exactly, because they my bad.
All right. Okay, Rico, to you. Portland's going into Sacramento.
Yeah.
Now, in my eyes, I hadn't gave my take on this game yet, but I really see these teams kind of close as far as talent. With Portland going on the road at Sacramento, to you and who you got to win, which one of these teams is this game more important to, and then who you have winning?
I'll say this game is more important to the Kings because they don't have the veteran leadership. They kind of need to start off on the right foot. They have the younger players. They're trying to establish themselves. We have Portland and Dame. Dame could lose the first game of the season, but we know around game 30, 35, Dame is going to turn into a superhuman, and he's somehow going to get like a seed in the playoffs. We just need Portland to gain their chemistry because they have a lot of new pieces. They have Gary Payton Jr., who I believe is getting started. He might get started. They do still have Josh Hart. Josh Hart was playing great at the end of the Portland season, so he's probably going to have a bigger role. Then you got Simons. You got Simons. Yeah. He's going to have to learn how to play next to Dame. So whereas last season I saw he had a lot of the playmaking and shot creating responsibilities, he's going to have to learn to play that CJ role unless Dame, unless that's the plan for Portland going forward, where Dame becomes more of the shooter, the scorer, and Simons becomes more of that distributor. But it's going to take time for Portland. Portland's going to be a problem later on in the season. You can't sleep on them, but they just need chemistry right now. Plus, Dame hasn't played ball, I want to say, a year, 2 years? When's the last time Dame played?
No, he played last season. He got hurt in the Summer Olympics, and then it carried over into the season.
Okay. Yeah, so he needs to play with his team. That's what he needs. He needs chemistry his damn self.
Mm-hmm.
So who you got winning the game?
I got Portland squeezing something out in like the past. I'm not in the past. In the last maybe 2-3 minutes of that game, they might win by like 4 points, a couple free throws, maybe 4 to 6 points. But
right.
All right.
just by that might be a win for Sacramento.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you this question before I go to the next person. Is
Go
that
ahead.
take based on you feel Portland's roster is better than Sacramento's?
I do feel Portland's roster is better than Sacramento slightly, but it's close enough. But I'm giving a nod more to the veteran leadership, the superstar talent that one team has and one team doesn't. I feel like that's enough to win a game.
Okay. So you got Portland. All right.
Yeah.
Nico, did I get your take on this game? Or is he gone
you got
again?
my take. Nah, I'm chilling.
Okay. All right. So I want to go to the next game here, guys, because this one here, I think I know y'all probably don't want to talk about it, but I really do. And this game is the Knicks at Memphis. Now, I'm going to start with you, Dex, because I know I need to get that negative comment out the way early. Listen, as quiet as it kept, Knicks fans, a lot of people believe the Knicks got a decent squad this year, guys. I don't know if y'all watched them in the preseason, but they did look pretty good. They are playing some solid defense, and they got some stability with Brunson. So, Dex, if you're here, can the Knicks go in down in Memphis and win this game on the road? If you're here, including him. I can't see if he's gone. Rico, go ahead and give me your take on that Knicks game.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't. Apparently, y'all saying the Knicks look all of a sudden because Obi Toppin did one dunk on a fast break.
No, really, seriously. I don't know if you've seen Mitchell Robinson. He's playing a lot better. He's scoring a lot more. The offense is it's under control with Brunson on their team. I'm serious now. As well as if you haven't seen them, I know you're thinking about the old Knicks, but Brunson does make a difference on his team.
No, I agree with that, Marvin. I was being a little extra with that, but I'm just saying Memphis is a different problem. That's all. Like I don't. That's a hell of a test, game one. Memphis is on a revenge tour. They feel like they should have been in the finals last season. They feel like they're better than Warriors, So they look at the Knicks. They're like, but if the Knicks could steal that game, that would be perfect for them. That'd be the perfect start to their season.
Will it be too much of a high for them? Because if they lose the second game, then they back on the low. But just winning that game is enough to get them on the right track, you think?
Yeah, no, they just need to feel what winning feels like. That's all.
Against a team like that really would feel pretty damn good on the road. Somebody's mic is messing up, man.
Yeah, it sounds like it's in somebody's pocket or something.
Yeah. Okay, Zen. Knicks at Memphis. I know you ain't real keen on the Knicks, but I don't know if you've seen them this preseason, but what you think about that game?
Memphis. More cohesive, picking up from where they left off. No major changes, no big free agents coming in to disrupt things. Just continuance for them. The Knicks got a lot to figure out, as well as their history as an organization. I just would never bet on the Knicks. Ever.
Wow. So another fan that feels that past history is doomed for Knicks. I'm gonna give my take on this one, guys, because it's not that I like the Knicks. I do like Memphis in this game because it's on the road, but I think the Knicks gonna show some feisty in this, man. The Knicks got a different squad. If one thing about the Knicks is they land their hat on defense this year, and they always had with Thibodeau there. They've been playing some good defense, and if they can do that and control the tempo of the game, which is going to be hard against Memphis on the road. But Brunson does bring that stability to this team, guys. I'm going with Memphis too, but not no blowout. I think even if the Knicks just put up a good fight, I think it's good for them. So I'm going with Memphis also. Nico, are you gone?
Something that bum-ass Julius Randle to show.
Nah, I'm here. I'm still.
Okay, Nico, give me your take on that New York Knicks at Memphis game.
Taking Memphis, they already know how to win. New York Knicks aren't that impressive, even with Jalen Brunson. They'll keep the game within fighting distance, but they won't ever get close. And I'll be on here telling Flight how bad his team sucks.
Yeah, because I was doing this in just for flight to be true. All right, I'm gonna do one or two more guys, and here's one I think we all can chime in on. Zen, you go first on this one. The Pelicans at Brooklyn. How about that?
Ooh, hello Brooklyn. How you doing? I'm gonna give it out to Brooklyn.
Wow, and why?
Easy money sniper. Say less. That's it.
You don't get this more of a home win because it's pretty evenly matched.
No, I think Brooklyn's ready to go make statements early. And I think this is a good opportunity for Brooklyn to make a statement, and they will.
Wow. Rico, Pelicans going into Brooklyn. Can BI and Zion mesh? Can they do this thing? Can they go in Brooklyn? Because this is a hell of a test for them. When everybody talk about this new team they got, they going in Brooklyn. Brooklyn's healthy. Got a new regime going. Got some new players. Can New Orleans pull this one out?
I think they can. I want to put everybody onto something. We need to watch the Brandon Ingram Ben Simmons matchup. They're both competing. Yeah. They both believe that they're the best pick in that draft. That's going to be a competition for sure. Ben Simmons is going to have to guard some Brandon Ingram. We're going to see what Zion looks with a Defensive Player of the Year candidate guarding him. So can 6'7" Zion handle a 6'10" Ben Simmons? And how is Ben looking? Ben looks nice to me. He wasn't putting up a lot of points in the preseason, but his defense, his transition, everything, his passing looks amazing. So,
and we can honestly say
Zen
Kyrie
said,
has a better attitude.
Yeah, and like Zen said,
great,
I can't bet.
Sorry, bro.
Mic check, I'm back.
Thank you, Dex. So with New Orleans going in Brooklyn and you having these matchups, who you picking?
Are you asking me?
No, Rico.
Oh.
Rico going again?
I'm gonna I'm sorry. I'm gonna take like Zen said, I can't bet against KD. I think KD got something to prove. And
I'm gonna ask you.
KD,
I'm gonna ask you this for the final question. Is that win on because Brooklyn is at home, or you think they got the better team?
No, neither. I think it's an attitude thing. KD needs to do this. Like, and he likes the Brandon Ingram matchup. It's a fun game for him, but he needs to show that this season he's starting off in a dominant way.
Okay. Dex, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. The Pelicans are going into Brooklyn 6:30 Wednesday night. Will the Zion and BI train roll? Can they pull this one out?
I believe the Zion and BI, CJ McCullough, Valanciunas train will roll. And like I was talking to Rave and Jessica Sky earlier, as well as Juju, is that it's going to be very difficult for any team in the NBA to properly scheme for 4 quality and 3 premium scorers. It's difficult to just do it for 1, not alone 2, but 3, and then you add on like the exclamation point with another good score that can get you 18 and 17. You know what I'm saying? And maybe 2 or 3 assists to go with it. And I just think Brooklyn is somehow a shell of its former self with the last aspect of the Brooklyn being formidable. I mean, wholeheartedly formidable, not with the BS. With James Harden being injured, Kyrie Irving being injured, and Durant had to take him on by himself.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Brooklyn is that can they honestly keep up with 4 quality scorers and 3 of the 4 are premium scorers? Can they actually keep it? Do they have the team with Seth out, Joe Harris out? Where cometh thy help, Brooklyn? Because you only got Kyrie and you got Kevin Durant, and that wasn't enough for Boston. So will it be enough for the Pelicans? I think so. I think Brooklyn pulled this one out. The Pelicans defense is not ready for the caliber team of the Brooklyn Nets when Kyrie and KD is basically on a revenge tour. Kyrie basically wants to quiet the Brooklyn naysayers about him being fickle-minded on various issues relating to the NBA inside and off the court. So I just think this Brooklyn team will come and celebrate with their crowd with an opening night victory over the New Orleans Pelicans. It will be tight. It will be close. For Brooklyn, edge it out with late free throws and a couple of stops.
Okay. Nico, I got your take on that game, didn't I? Or are you still there?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Okay. Give me your take on that game. You got the Pelicans going down to Brooklyn. What you think on that?
Well, I do have to give credit and say that the Pelicans are a revitalized team. They actually look potentially formidable. They seem like a Hornets team that finally figured out how to win. And they might put up a fight. But at the end of the day, you just don't bet against Kevin Durant. I don't think people really understand how important it is for someone like Ben Simmons to play with scorers like that, to where he doesn't have to really think about scoring, and he does what he's best at: passing the ball, playing defense. And he's hitting KD in his proper spots. He's gonna hit Kyrie in his spots. And let's not sleep on this. Ben Simmons with Kyrie Irving might give you a semi-LeBron and Kyrie effect, just without the 3-point scoring, and maybe a little more genuine willingness to pass the basketball. And I say that simply because the way that Ben Simmons sees the game is in a LeBron-esque fashion, to where he's high percentage. He understands what guys are good where and when they get it to him. And to have that kind of guy, that's way better than James Harden. The fit is better now than with James Harden. They don't need an extra scorer. They need a guy who's willing to get 12 points, 12 assists, and 12 boards, and do it and have fun while doing it. And I think Ben Simmons is going to be the X factor for that game, and just how he sets shit up. And it's an easy dub for the Brooklyn Nets.
Now, you said, Nico, you said Ben Simmons will be the X factor?
Yes.
Okay. That's crucial, because the Nets have never had a point guard with that type of athleticism, height, and defensive prowess. And that is crucial. But besides Ben Simmons being an X factor, I want to also add on to a healthy Nick Claxton. Because one thing I did see in the preseason is the pick and roll with Ben Simmons, Nick Claxton, and that's a lot of height to contend with. And the New Orleans Pelicans, I don't think they have anything that can counter that when those two get into a pick and roll situation, because it eases up the floor for Ben to just shoot straight to the bucket and dunk it or lay it up. And we already know that Nick Claxton is a high flyer, athletic individual, and Valanciunas probably would not be able to keep up with that high flyer speed and athleticism coming from Nick Claxton. So good point, Nick. I agree.
Dex, I would say that's going to come more from Jackson Hayes. So that's going to be another matchup we'd have to look at. Jackson Hayes versus Nick Claxton would be something nice. Yeah. That's X factor.
I wanted to bring that one up because I think this game here is important for both teams. I think definitely with the Pelicans, they want to see how they look with Zion, and I think it's a good test going into Brooklyn to see how good they really can be, because I think Brooklyn's going to try to win this game also. So in my eyes, I'm looking at it not in the sense of nothing, because I think this is real. I think this is a close game. I think just about every game the Pelicans play this year is going to be close. But I think they're playing against a team that's trying to prove something as well as they are. And they're on the road. This is the only reason I'm giving this game to Brooklyn, because they're on the road. So I'm going to go with Brooklyn in a close affair, but I think it'll be one of the best games of the night. Okay, we got another good one on the slate, guys, for Wednesday, and that's Cleveland at Toronto. Rico, give me what you got on that one. Cleveland at Toronto.
Cleveland coming out party. Let's go, guys. It's about time. We're going to watch a lot of Cleveland games this season. In Cleveland with Donovan.
You think this is a show game?
Bro, Donovan Mitchell is already a nice player to watch. Just aesthetically, just to look at. He's a nice player. His game is pretty cool. Then you add Darius Garland, who's coming into his own. He's this new prototypical point guard. He's athletic. He can run the point in a very traditional manner, but he also has that scoring boost about him. Now we have this new age player that no one's really talking about, Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley he's being slept on a lot, in my opinion. He's going to take a huge leap. He's already drawn some Anthony Davis comparisons. But I think if Anthony Davis can't hold up, that means the sky's the limit for Evan Mobley. I think if he can resemble his game and stay healthy, that's a darn good player. And you got Jarrett Allen, the person who should have never been traded, Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn.
Yep. And I apologize for the side note. I originally wanted Karis LeVert and Spencer Dinwiddie to be traded for Ben Simmons, not James Harden. That way they could have definitely kept Jarrett Allen. But anyways. Yeah, I think Cleveland just has. They're gonna hit a stride somewhere through that game, where it's gonna look fun. It's gonna look fun. They're gonna look like they're not trying out there. Defense is gonna transition to offenses. Cleveland might be that new team that's fun to watch during the regular season. I'll be honest.
So you going with Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Nico. Are you there?
No, let me answer it next because I got to do something real quick.
Okay, Dex, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what Rico had to say. Now, we want to see what Cleveland is going to look like without the three towers. So they got a little smaller. They switched out Lauri Markkanen for Karis LeVert. And I think Karis LeVert will help them bring a little more speed because they was kind of sluggish and lethargic at times. But Darius Garland did his thing, like Rico said. He's an all-star, so he got a little confidence going on into the season. But he also been attached with Donovan Mitchell. I mean, listen, when the last time that we saw two good point guards in Cleveland at the same time? Because even the LeBron years, you didn't have two. You know, even with Kyrie, you didn't have two. So now we got two all-stars at point guard leading this Cleveland Cavaliers team with a twin tower set. And I'm talking about a good twin tower set. We know what Jarrett Allen is all about, and we just figured out what Evan Mobley is all about. He was in the running for Rookie of the Year. He was edged out by what's the boy from Toronto?
Rudy? From the team they playing.
No, he was edged out by the
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah. He was edged out by Scotty Barnes. So that's going to be a terrific match to watch. And at the same time, we're going to see what it's like with a dual twin tower instead of a triple twin tower that really didn't mount up to a hill of beans last season because how they exit the play-in situation.
Okay,
you know
let me do my take on this because I want to do one more team, and I know Flight going to kick us off here in a minute. It's after 12. All right. My pick on this is exactly what you're saying, too, Dex. And I'm going to be quick, Rico, and you can go. And the reason I'm picking this team is because of what you said. I think this game goes to Toronto. First of all, it's on the road. Well-coached team that has a whole lot of expectations for this year. They won 50-some-odd games last year. No, 40, almost 50 games last year. But this is a good defensive team. they're going to suffocate those two guards, slow the game down, get the bigs in trouble, and I think they can beat them. I think Toronto is a team that's a lot of people not got their eyes on a lot, but I think Toronto's kind of strong. You got something to say on it, Rico, before I go to the next?
I think that it's. I feel
Somebody's
this way
mic
about a lot
is
of
in their
teams.
pocket or something.
I feel
You
this
might
way
just have
about
a
a
little
lot of
short, Nick.
teams. I'll be honest. I just feel certain teams lack the superstar power or like the star level power. Like they could have a good all around team, but when it comes out to closing games, they don't really have that player. So I feel there was a team I remember growing up that had this that was like this. They were solid all around. It was the Denver team right after they traded Carmelo Anthony. When they had Wilson Chandler, they had Danilo Gallinari, they had Aaron Afalo, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
I believe Andre Miller was their point guard. They still had Nene, I believe. You know, they had a solid all-around team, but they just didn't have
Fareed.
that closing player. Yes, Kenneth Fareed as well, the Manimal. But that's just how I feel about Toronto right now. And I want to see, before I give like Toronto these games, I want to see if Scotty Barnes turns into that player, because that's who I think it's gonna be.
All right, you don't think Scotty Barnes is doing exactly what the coach wanted him to do just enough? Do you think he needs to up his game?
No, I think he's in like that Kawhi Leonard situation in San Antonio, where they see his incredible ability on defense, so they're gonna use that to as much as they can. But then again, they see that he has potential offensively, but he's not there yet, so they're bringing him along.
Okay, so you don't think that you don't think they're expecting more offense out of him this year? You think you're looking at the defensive side of the ball?
No, I like I said, they're bringing him along, but I don't think he's
a good two-way player.
Yeah, I don't think he's a star level offensive player yet. They're bringing him along there, but defensively, they're going to use him for what he's worth, and he's worth a whole lot.
Right. Yeah. But see, and also you got to look at this, Marvin. They waiting on Siakam to really get over that.
I was just going to bring up Siakam.
It's not Scotty Barnes. It's Siakam they really waiting on. Scotty Barnes got a couple of more years in his development. You know what I mean? So Siakam got to really, play like, like he played the year after Kawhi left. I mean, he got to bring that type of basketball back to the North. Otherwise, they're not going anywhere.
Can he do it?
That remains to be seen, because I don't watch him like that. But that remains to be seen. But Siakam is really the player that they banking on to get him, because he's basically a mirror image of Kawhi at his apex.
Well, he's a lot bigger, but
yeah, he's a little thinner.
Go ahead,
people don't realize how old he actually is. I think a lot of people think he's still young.
Yeah,
Who you talking about, Steph Curry?
No.
I'm talking about Siakam.
Pascal Siakam's old.
But you can't trust them Africans' age. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You just can't trust it. You just got to go. You just got to go on what you call
Marvin,
the
can you look that up for me, Marvin? How old is Pascal Siakam?
I don't care what Google tell you. It ain't correct.
They probably ain't got it right.
Google ain't correct. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's 27, but he probably like 34.
Yeah, you might be right, or he could be 18. What the hell? But okay, Nico, you got to take on this Cleveland at Toronto game.
Yeah, short and simple. Cleveland got Jared Allen. I think he's a top 5 center. He should be DPOY. I don't know why they thought they gave it to Rudy Gobert. Jared Allen is the best defensive center in the league, and that's going to be game changing with all that power around him.
Whoa, you say he's the best defensive center in the league?
Yes.
Do anybody on the panel believe that? In the league?
I'll agree. Everyone agree real quick.
Okay, didn't nobody say nothing? I guess they do. Okay, so so you got Cleveland.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he's up there. He's top.
I'm sorry?
I'm putting him at number 1.
Okay. All right. All right, one more game.
Straight defensive players versus two-way players. That's all.
All right, last one, because I know Flight finna get us. And you know it's my team. Bulls are traveling to Miami. We go.
They're going to get whooped. Sorry.
And why? Why you say that?
That's
Easy claps.
whoop y'all in the playoffs.
Okay.
Y'all still don't got Lonzo?
No, but he gonna be watching. So we got him in that. We got him in that resort. Nico, what you say about this game?
Hey, easy claps. I just, is DeMar DeRozan playing?
Oh yes.
Oh shit. Y'all be done by the third quarter.
Okay, Dex, you got to take on the Bulls at Miami. He's gone again. Okay, I'm gonna get
He
my
did say he
take
had
on it.
something to do with. He wanted to get his take in, and then he had something.
Oh, okay. All right, I feel a little different. I think the Bulls got a chip on their shoulder from everybody saying exactly what you guys just said. And I think there are a lot of people sleeping on the Bulls bench this year. That's going to be the real deciding factor in a lot of games for the Bulls this year. If they starters are not playing well, plus the new acclimation of the new offense that Billy is inserted in with the Bulls. 5 out. The Bulls are constantly moving. Very little ball dominance on this offense. Vooch looks good, and we don't have to press Pat because if he don't need to start, he don't need to start. He needs to come off the bench, play better, having more touches with the second unit anyway. That helps the Bulls in general. Andre Drummond finally get a rebounder. Instead of giving up all these damn offensive rebounds, man, maybe we can rebound the damn ball. I think the Bulls pull it out. I think they got a whole lot of want in this game simply because of what was said about them last year about top East teams. It's one of the first ones. It's one of the top ones, and it's the first game of the season. Why not get rid of it early? I think they can win this game, man. I'm telling you. Now, it ain't going to be nothing easy, but I think the Bulls' bench is a little deeper, and I think that's where we're winning at. I really do.
It's time to go at you with some questions real quick.
Come on with it.
Well, a question specifically. So what do you see DeMar DeRozan doing differently that can help you guys win?
Running this new offense, which is going to give him less shot attempts and more motion, and playing better defense. One thing about it is
he gonna do that?
The offense that the Bulls were running last year was stagnant. It became very stagnant when we lost Lonzo. One thing about losing a player, if you still don't have him, you learn from the loss. I think the Bulls have. I think they running a different offense to make up the fact that we don't have Lonzo, which means motion, and we got to rebound the ball. I think we addressed that. I think we addressed our rebounding. And as far as DeRozan is concerned, whenever you get a player on your team that shoots second in the league in field goal percentage, I don't care what you say about it. He's getting you the best shot available late in the clock. Every team needs that guy. He's going to be there. If he give us 22, 24, that's all we need because we need to get more off our bench. We need to get better rebounding and playing better ball movement and player movement. And I think we got it. Like I said, I don't know if you guys watched any of the preseason games, but the first game of the season, we were horrible for first game of preseason in the first quarter to the Pelicans. We gave up 40 points. And I think Billy even made adjustments, which gives me confidence. I think he's going to change a little bit because he went in the second quarter and no, it wasn't great. They gave up 28, but the second half, and it was still the starters almost through the whole third. The Bulls tightened up the defense, ran the right offense, and got back in the game. So it was a sore eye. But one thing you want to see is progress in the preseason. That's what the Bulls did. We gave up the worst quarter of our preseason, the first quarter of the preseason, and we had the best defensive first quarter of our preseason in the last game of the preseason. That's progress. Meaning you playing your players, they learning from what they was doing wrong, and they get better in the preseason, and then you acclimate it into the regular season. So a win like this, I mean a lot to the Bulls. Not to a lot of people, but to the Bulls fans, it means a lot. Because I already know we played Miami twice last year, and we were there in each game. We lost it late in the fourth, and it was due to stagnated offense. I think we're going to be moving more. Plus, it was due to us getting out-rebounded every game. So hopefully we can get our rebounds and play better defense. I think we win again. That's why. And that ain't being a homer.
You do got some faith in that team, though. It's kind of making me optimistic about life.
I know what they can do. It ain't just, and when you say that, that's exactly what I mean. Team. I'm not looking at one player. I'm looking at everybody to contribute on this team. and they need to, because if you look at how they played, and if you didn't watch them, then you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. Everybody felt like the Bulls were playing damn near all these starters every game this preseason. No, the Bulls are 10 deep. So those players who were playing in the preseason, those are who are coming off our bench. We rarely played any Marko Simonovic and the other guys. They got a couple of minutes in, but we played the guys who are going to be on the team because the Bulls team is so deep. We got some players that should play. Caruso is coming off the bench. Kobe White's coming off the bench. Drummond's coming off the bench. Gordon Dragic is coming off the bench, and more than likely Pat is coming off the bench. You guys tell me, how many minutes should all five? That's the bench. How many minutes should they get? At least 15 each. Well, that brings DeMar's minutes down, Zach minutes down, and Vooch, and Ayo. So when you can do that, you have that many people, because that second team is not bad. That team that I just mentioned, and that's not the starting team of the Bulls. That's the bench. So the Bulls, if Billy can in-court this pretty good, and keep the minutes down for everybody. Game one, I guess you can go out, and I still wouldn't play these guys over 30, 32, 31 minutes apiece at the start. In the start, definitely not Ayo, because I think we're gonna get more out of Goran than a lot of people believe. He's a true point guard. Yeah, and he stabilized the game. That's what I like about it. So I think the Bulls got a deep team. That's what I'm going for this year on the team depth of this team. And then, not to mention, if we can get to when we get Lonzo back, well, I just mentioned 10 guys, he makes 11, and they don't get no shorter. Everybody's still gonna play. So hopefully we can get these guys healthy, man. And I think we'd be all right, man. And another thing, if we do lose, let's lose. You can't go out there and get blowed out. Like I know what Nico be saying. First quarter, Bulls down by 15, giving up 40 points. You can't do that. We got it, and it's on the road against a top team. You need to show your ass on the first game. So I think they're gonna win it, though. I think they are. I think they got it in them, and as quiet as it kept. You know how motivation get a lot of people. Sometimes people say you can't do it, so it make you try harder. Hopefully it works this time for us.
I guess that's the part that probably hurt the most when it come to me, because I did watch a lot of Bulls games last year, and I get to see how excited you guys are and how you look forward to everything going well. And it just hurts me so much harder when things go the exact opposite. And I just think tomorrow is I wouldn't say tomorrow, but whenever they play is one of those days to where, everything sounds good on paper, but then you see DeMar DeRozan out there and he's shooting over a triple team. And I just don't think that they can win with that kind of mindset.
Yeah, and I agree. That's why Billy changed the offense. And like I said,
the offense looked different than preseason last year also.
It was the same offense. He changed this to 5 out. Totally different offense. Totally different offense. They're doing a lot of high post rolls off of 5 high with everybody at the top of the key, which leaves a lot of room in the paint for any kind of cutters. They wasn't doing that. They would start low. They do run a set with Vooch low and then come back out and swing it around. But they start basically on a high post set. And that pick and roll at the top, they know how to be doing a pretty good job on the pin down when they're coming down the lane. So that's a different wrinkle that I did not see last year. And Ayo is going to the hoop a whole lot more. I don't know if you watched him, but and that's in transition. That's with him coming down with his strength he didn't build. He's just going around and just bodying the guard that's on him and laying it up. He hasn't got real strong. So I mean, and that's that's the hope of every team. And it ain't no thing about anybody saying we supposed to have hope. We supposed to. And I can say to what you said, I think the Bulls fans were feeling pretty damn good all the way to the All-Star break. We was in first place. They had a right to feel good. And I done said this plenty of times before. Everybody who said they wasn't doing nothing when they was in first place was looking for something to be wrong, because you can't go to half place. You only can be in first. So the Bulls were doing exactly what they wanted to do. I'm not going to mention Lonzo getting hurt. Everybody know that was a turnaround, and what happened to the Bulls this year. We got to go with what we got and then hope Lonzo gets back. I can say this also. I think we'd have been better off last year if Lonzo was out early and came back late. I think that's what we get this year. He's out early, he comes back late, which betters the team, like getting another free agent almost, and then we make a run down the stretch. Bulls can do it, fellas. I'm telling you now. We don't need no help on our bandwagon, Nico. You can rest assured that. It's enough of us.
Oh, shit, ain't gonna catch me bandwagoning that team.
That's what
I
I'm saying.
guess.
We don't put no Marquez on me now. Come on now.
Oh no! If I'm going bandwagon, it's going to be the Warriors, the actual winning team. But my thing is, just when it comes to the Bulls, not to take any jabs, it's just that DeMar DeRozan has a very chameleon-like mindset and play style. He does the right things when it doesn't matter. But as soon as the season starts, he's going to give you the same bullshit he's been giving you. He's going to give you 26 points, though. So you can't really say shit about it. He's going to shoot 50%. It'll be 26 points. So you sit back and you shut the hell up. That's how they're going to be. But no, it's going to be like that, but he's going to kill the team's production and their ability to win because he's not a Giannis. He's not a Bron. He's not a Steph Curry.
The difference in this year and last, hopefully we can get through this year healthy. He won't have to have so much responsibility. And when the playoffs start, he's rested because he was dead tired last year. Luch was too. And the depth on this team should make the difference, I think. And then a healthy Zach, too. We never talk about Zach. Zach got to bring his game up. Quiet as it kept,
he's not a winner,
24.
unfortunately.
I don't really look at his game as the last shot getter, but he's a definite contributor to the team. So we need to use him such. So I think they'd be all right. I mean, it's going to be tough for a whole lot of teams out here in this game one. But I like the schedule they kind of put it together because this year the Bulls don't have a rock solid hard ass schedule going down the stretch. We got a lighter schedule at the end of the year. If we're gonna have some tough ones, let's get them over with now. While we supposed to be healthy, but we're not quite. And I don't know if you guys know it, but fucking Javonte Green got a little hip pointer. I think he'll play, but he was kind of nicked up in our last preseason game. He been playing his ass off. He was shooting 71% in the preseason, which is preseason, I know that. But he was hitting his threes. So
I'd
I got
like to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Who on the Bulls roster currently do you think is a winner? Somebody who just like they prioritize winning. Well, other than Alex Caruso, Lonzo Ball, and I'll even throw Io in there because he makes the right plays. Who's a winner on that team?
I think definitely if you leaving out the main two, that's DeRozan and Zach. It just don't show on their face. No, it just don't show on their face. First of all, DeRozan been in the playoffs all the time, so that's a recipe for winning. At least he's trying. I mean, he's doing something to get there. If you're not a winner, you're not going into the playoffs, at least trying to get a shot to win the championship. And he's been close a couple of times. Zach, last year was his first year. I think that's going to lift him this year to be a whole lot better. But the key to this whole thing is not necessarily being a winner. It's about being healthy. It's about being ready for when it's playoff time. And the Bulls weren't that last year. They were dead, tired, banged up, and didn't have nothing left in the tank. Plus, they was going through emotional losses one after another down at the end of the year. This year, I think the bench keeps them afloat. We're going into that second half. Plus, now this early, the Bulls did some great things a lot of people ain't talking about, and that wasn't going into the luxury tax and going and hard capping himself. They looking to make a move at the trade deadline. Mark my words. And they ain't nowhere over the cap. Well, they real close, but they got money to do it. So, and hopefully by then we can get what we need out of Kobe White too. That is the issue. And Pat, I'm not worried about Pat as much as a lot of people are, because I think the Bulls going to bring him off the bench. And I think he has more of an opportunity of scoring when he's with the second unit, which is going to stabilize our scoring, going to keep us afloat in games, or either bring us ahead in games, because our second unit is going to be, and plus that's a hell of a second unit that plays some good defense. So I think that second unit is going to be the key. Everybody going to say, well, but DeRozan doing this, but the Bulls are winning because that second unit coming in and outscoring the other team's second unit. I think we can do that. I really think we can. And then definitely with Drummond rebounding, I think we can control the second unit and control the momentum and the time in the game. Time, getting teams tired. Just outdoing them. It ain't just one player on this team this year. Everybody needs to work. And then, like I say, we get Lonzo back. That's 11 starters on that team. So I wouldn't say starters, but good players. Because if he come back, Io go to the bench, which is going to limit Dragon's more minutes. We need him because we don't need him with the age thing. He needs to play less minutes as possible early in the year. Now, there is one player on there that's been forgot totally about, and that's Derrick Jones Jr. See, I didn't even mention him in that 10-man rotation. he didn't almost play his way out of this lineup, guys. And I ain't mentioned Dalen Terry either. So this team got a lot of players on it, man. Now Terry probably won't get as much burn as early in the season than Derrick Jones. I don't know if Billy gonna play Derrick Jones much though, man. I mean, he fits the team, but he got to get his shooting. His shoot percentage is not bad, but he doesn't shoot enough. And on this team, it's hard to get shots. But better offense, movement. I think the Bulls will be all right, man.
Why is it hard to get shots?
Who, for Derrick Jones? Because there's no plays around. Because no plays ever ran for him. For one, he's more of that, offensive rebound putback guy or alley oop guy. Two sets that I ran very much. I mean, you don't run a putback, never. But alley oops, you could run it more. Hopefully, we can get more. He can get more implemented on that with Goran on that second unit. But I think the Bulls can even try, because they did it in their last preseason game. They started Derrick Jones Jr. And that way they got him acclimated in the game, and they kept Pat and Javonte Green on the bench resting. And the Bulls bench outscored every game in preseason. The Bulls bench have outscored the others up bench. That's why I keep harping on the bench. They got a deep team. So, but Derrick Jones Jr., I think he might be the odd man out, man. I'm serious, dude. I mean, it's just really no place for him. I mean, you can not unless you put him in the starting lineup. And if you put him in the starting lineup, that's going to take minutes away from Javonte Green and Patrick Williams. So it's hard to, he was able to play last year because of injuries. But this year, if we healthy, we got a deep-ass team. So Tony Bradley Jr., your boy Dex, he'll never get another minute with Drummond on the team. I mentioned that to people last year, and we didn't realize that. We got 3 points, 2 rebounds, and a half a block out of Tony Bradley Jr. off the bench last year in 15 minutes a game. Drummond.
What's up with your boy Troy?
Troy who? Troy? That's he on y'all team now. Troy Brown Jr.?
I mean, Tony.
That's what I'm talking about, Tony Bradley Jr. Now we're going to be looking to put him in the team. Yeah, come on, that's what I was just mentioning.
The Pharaoh body. The guy with the Pharaoh body.
Yeah, he gave us 3 points, 2 rebounds, and a half a block off the bench in 15 minutes last year. Well, you get Drummond in here, who played, I think it was 14 minutes a game last year. He averaged 9 points and 9 rebounds. So you're looking at an uptick right there on points and rebounds. Rebounds are key when you're giving up a bunch of offensive rebounds, and that's what we was doing. But I think the key to this year, man, is going to be the rotation at that power forward position. If we can get production from the starting lineup out of one of those power forwards, and then I would say bring Pat off the bench. I think it takes a lot of the pressure off of him, man. Plus, he's free to, to score more because he's not on the floor with Zach and DeMar as much. He can be our primary scorer with that second unit. I think that.
But that wasn't the case, right? Because Pat was supposed to be like the baby claw. So how are you going to turn him from defense to offense when he's not even room for that?
No, I think we need his scoring off the bench, though. We were the worst scoring team in the NBA off the bench last year. We need that punch. And we need to build his confidence by giving him a chance to be that punch. I think that works on both ends for the Bulls. I really do. I mean, it wasn't the fact. The only reason I'm saying it is because Javonte Green is playing so well. He's playing well, man. I'm talking about damn well, bro. He's playing well. So I think we can afford to bring Pat off the bench. Now, we do lose size if we start Javonte at that power forward position. But he's real active. Very active. And if he gets beat, he's going to make up for it by beating that power forward down the floor and scoring himself. So, and then if we can weather that storm and then bring in Pat off the bench, we get that punch there when they taking their guy out. So I go back
this
to
is the thing, Marvin. We've seen the Chicago Bulls play exciting basketball from preseason to the first 5 games of the regular season. Then all of a sudden, it was a switch. They never got back. Do you see something similar happening this year? That somebody flip on some kind of a switch, and now the offense is all altered once again?
You know, I done had this back and forth with you 50 times. I didn't see no switch, but if you want me to address that, I will. First of all, this ain't the same offense, and that means a lot, which means it shouldn't stagnate. If you're running a 5 outs, you're going to always have motion. That's what the Bulls are running this year. Like I said, I don't know if you watched there, because, hey, I knew the difference in the offense from the first preseason game, but our defense was slacking in that first game against the Pelicans, and we gave up a lot of points in that first quarter. But then the acclimation of the sets and everything came into play, and they got better and better and better and better each quarter. So I don't see that happening at all, for the very reason of, if you're running a 5-high offense, you're going to always have somebody different shooting the shot, because running the sets, everybody's always moving. So you never can tell who's going to end up, breaking open. I think that's the glory in this offense. I think it allows you to shoot a lot of threes, which the Bulls need to shoot more of. They shot the least amount of threes last year, even though they were the best percentage team. They didn't shoot enough of them. So I
They
think
didn't have
this means
nobody
a
to
lot.
really to shoot them with, right? It was only basically Zach, Zoe, and the big man.
Yeah, but then everybody was upset with Vooch because they felt he was taking too many. Well, if he didn't
Too
take
many,
his,
yeah.
we just set a fucking NBA record for the least fucking 3-pointers. The Bulls' offense was not predicated on 3-pointers last year. It's more predicated on them this year with this 5-high set. But it is predicated on taking a lot of balls to the hoop down the middle of the lane.
So they eliminated the Horn offense?
Yeah, it's going. They're running 5-high now. And you can tell. Like I said, I don't know if you've seen a preseason game. You can tell. They got a lot of layups, a lot of dunks, and a lot of threes. And then see, when you mix in DeMar DeRozan's
Sounds like
mid-range.
James Harden's Rockets team.
Yeah. When you mix in DeRozan's mid-range game, it fits perfectly. Because late in the shot clock, you're gonna need it. I don't care what nobody say. You need a shot maker when it's late in the shot who contest. The Bulls last year were the most hit the most contested shots of any NBA team.
Yeah. But that was by choice. It wasn't by force.
Well, I mean, it was a little bit of both. It's because they depend on DeMar DeRozan so much. Well, I can tell you why. Because last year they depended on DeMar DeRozan to hit so many shots late in the shot clock.
They didn't depend on DeMar DeRozan to hit nothing late in the shot clock. What version of the Bulls were you watching? Because he had the ball in his hand. Tick-tock.
The same one. The same one that had DeRozan.
He believed in him.
The same one that had DeRozan scoring 28 points a game last year and shooting over 50% from the field.
We're not knocking the results. We're talking about, you brought up difficult shots. I wasn't even going to bring that up. Because
he was second in the league. He was second in the league in hitting difficult shots last year, Dan.
But that was by force. I mean, choice, Marvin. That's all I'm saying.
That's his whole career,
Dan.
That's his whole career.
No, we're just speaking about the Bulls. We ain't worried about his whole career.
I'm glad y'all proud of a loser.
No, I'm telling you, but that's what his whole career has been based on that. Yeah, that must be your mic.
Ain't me.
Ain't you?
No.
Yeah,
who was that making that noise with the mic? Is that Flight?
My mic is pristine.
Hello.
Spend bread. I'm bored. I'm broke off this.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
Somebody might keep these like it's laying in the pillow or something.
Well, we thought that was you, Dex. Hell, when you wasn't saying nothing.
Oh, let me wiggle my shit around. Hold on. You hear anything?
No, it's gone now.
No?
Yeah, I'm wiggling my wire.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Marvin. Now.
Yeah, I think the whole key to this thing is they didn't lose any players and they gained some players. Camaraderie, these guys getting together, playing better, and getting another year under their belt. It means a lot to this team.
Okay, but Marvin, we was on a difficult shot taking tip.
Okay, and I explained.
Will that resume? That's what I'm asking. Did you notice that in the preseason?
It shouldn't, no, because of this new inclemented offense. No, the 5-high set.
Okay.
No, it shouldn't. If you watched the preseason, then you would have seen what I'm talking about. It wasn't.
Yeah, I didn't really watch the preseason, so that's why I gotta get it from you.
And then it is kind of strange, because I don't know if everybody knows what their particular team, what kind of offense they run. because if you look at it, they try to run the same sets just in different angles. But the Bulls run the same thing. They run a high 5 high sets with more than one ending to the play. They do it in 3 different ways. Same variable.
With options. Yeah.
Yeah, with options, yes. But what I love about it is I'm talking about it's never hardly anybody standing around. Nobody. They're always moving. Even when the ball is on the right side of the court, they're moving from the left side of the court and swinging back to the right side of the court.
Well, I'm glad they're moving because they should be stagnated.
Yeah, that's
Waiting on one loser to shoot the ball.
No, I'm telling you, and this gives everybody more on the team a chance to have a good shot.
All gas, no brakes.
And flow in the game. And the key to that is the second unit. When they run that offense with the defense and the rebounding they can do, that's the difference, I think, that makes them with the Bulls. Because if they run motion offense and they hitting their shots and rebounding and offense with Drummond, then that's what makes up the difference. And as Nico would say, with DeMar DeRozan. See, it ain't about DeRozan scoring 28 this year. It's about DeRozan scoring 22. But Zach LaVine scoring 25, Boots scoring 18, and Pat scoring 12. And then all the rest of the guys. We haven't
even talked about Zach much this
I just mentioned it to him. I said I love the quietness. I love it. And I think he got something to prove this year. Yeah, because you had never seen him play, and last year was his first year. All right, how many players in the NBA are winners? Because there's very few of them that's in one championship. We can all say that about a whole lot of players.
Yeah, I would. But fortunately, I don't like those teams, so don't really talk about it too much.
You're a Laker fan, right?
The most prestigious franchise in the NBA, yes.
Laker fan, and he supports the Bulls. He supports the Warriors to some extent.
No, I support Lonzo Ball. I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Definitely ain't supporting that poop team. That's a depressing
You really think the Bulls are poop? You really think the Bulls are poop?
Awful.
Like I said,
awful.
Dex,
come on now, that's a little.
Dex, you gonna get that from anybody. I already told him.
For a fact
Rico's being a little disconcerting right there. That is not. The Bulls are not.
I've been telling y'all they're a first round exit team sweep since the beginning of the season.
But it's not awful though. See who Mike is that?
I don't know, and I ain't even moving mine.
I'm playing 2K right now. My bad. My controller's
oh my God! You got static in
the whole time.
Let me see one of your wires are frayed. Playing 2K with a frayed controller.
Yeah. See, Dex, when I hear that, I go back to
shout out to Uncle Vern.
I always say this.
Shout out Uncle Vern.
The guys who talk like that were saying the same thing when the Bulls were in first place at the All-Star break, and they say, yeah, they was. That's only because the Bulls didn't win. I went back to the streams. I'm trying to figure out
why Nico
hold on, Dex. I went back to the streams right here on Flight, and I heard Nico talk about the Bulls at the break. He had nothing to say about no first round bye. So I'm just reminding him. No, you want me to play it on my other device?
Yes.
What you said?
What did he say? First of all, what did he say?
I want to know.
I want to ask him what he thought he said. I want to ask him what he thought he said. Because the Bulls was a half game out of first. Matter of fact,
because he's been trashing the Bulls like forever.
That's facts.
Matter of fact, they lost that last game, and if they would have won it, Billy Donovan would have been the coach of the All-Star team. And you were not saying nothing about the Bulls first round exit.
Nah, I was shitting on that team as soon as I seen how they use Lonzo Ball. I was like, oh yeah, that's a train wreck.
All right, let me tell you what he said, Dex. He didn't say nothing because he didn't come back on the panel because the Bulls was in first place.
I was there.
You wasn't there at All-Star break. We did a team breakdown at the All-Star break. You were not there.
I mean, probably not during the game. No, I think I was there during the game.
Right before the game got ready to play, after everybody had played all their games, getting ready to go to All-Star.
Oh,
we did an
announcement. I might not have been there that day. I got you at least for sure. I got you at least 120 days. I was there shitting on this team. Even when they were in first.
Like I said,
I was on here with KNT telling you how y'all winning playing bad basketball. And you guys will be bouncing the first round against the Milwaukee Bucks.
The Bulls?
Yes. Uncle Vern, you remember me shitting on this team?
He
told you that first round exit.
But just like Bobby, like Bobby said,
Everybody, hold on, Dick. I mean, Uncle Vern. Everybody was saying that when Lonzo got hurt. That's what he's
I
talking
said that
about.
before then.
I was going to say that. Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead.
Even before then, that was still the
No,
first
see,
round
everybody
exit.
was talking about that after Lonzo got hurt.
Yeah.
Because now I can give Dex credit. He did have a sentiment that the Bulls' offense changed after 5 games, even though they were in first place. Dex seen a little change. I didn't. I didn't see very much of a change because
but
at
Marvin,
one time
it was Nico and who else was ragging on the Bulls?
Rico too. Rico was doing it.
Oh, Nico and Rico. Oh yeah,
All right.
well K&T.
Let me say this.
K&T was a little
The
different.
second he got DeMar DeRozan got signed.
All right.
The second
That's
he got
facts.
signed, bro.
All right, let me
Tell y'all ain't going nowhere.
on the 9 game. All right, hold on. All right, let me ask y'all this. Y'all know last year how many teams had 9-game winning streaks, right? The Bulls were one of them. So I know out of those 9 games, you guys still wasn't talking noise. I don't even care what you say. I know you.
Oh man,
it was a lot of
quiet. You was just saying they were lucky, if anything. But they want.
Come on, Uncle Vern, you
Yeah,
can't.
because they was
No,
ragging on DeMar
You can say what
DeRozan.
you want to, but 9 games in a row. Even in the 9-game winning streak, Dex, they did it after Lonzo Ball was hurt.
After got hurt, yeah. After Lonzo got hurt, yeah.
I was doing it
They
before.
had a
all they
7-game winning
can talk
streak
about.
with Lonzo
Because-
and a 9-game winning streak without him.
Yeah, without him. And here's the thing, they did it very easily because he was out more than half of the season. So the Bulls had more than half of the season. So they would think in their minds that they were talking about how bad they was the whole season, even though they were a half game out of first at the break. 18 games over 500, and everybody's saying they playing bad. To you, Nico, if you're a coach of any team that's let me say this: if you're a coach of any team that's 18 games over 500, and you say they're bad, they would fire your ass.
That's cap.
That's all I'm.
I have good reason.
Okay, what you want them to be 30 over? You want them to be 30 over because they was 18.
I just knew that's not sustainable. I watched DeMar DeRozan be over 500.
To you and Rico, there's nothing you can say about that but the end of the year. That's all you meant. That's all you're going to is that we didn't play good at the end.
No,
but if we
I've been
18
saying-
games over, you can't tell me not one time in your life.
Marvin, to their defense.
Wait, no, I want to ask Marvin a question.
If you was 18 games over 500, when do
He
you
don't
question
believe
your
us.
team?
But I know what trash
I want to ask
basketball
Marvin a
is.
question.
I mean, but you sounding crazy. Don't make
Marvin,
sense. I believe
Marvin.
you. It just don't
Well,
make sense.
I was right.
Okay,
because you
Rico,
got
go
swept
ahead,
by the
Rico.
team I
Marvin,
thought you
let Rico
would.
go. It's too late to
Go
be
ahead,
having
Rico.
an episode now. Let Rico go.
We've already seen this happen before in NBA history, and exactly what Nico said is it sustainable was the question at hand. When we saw James Harden starting 5, all go injured, and he was averaging 35 for the season. At one point, he was averaging about 40 for 2 weeks, and they were winning games. Is this sustainable? No,
If
it's
your
not.
team-
It's not winning basketball.
But you're not considering the
Having
team
James
was
Harden
not
doing
healthy.
95% of the
I'm gonna
offense.
say it again. When
No,
the
he
Bulls were
plays
healthy,
like that, and
all right,
he plays
you
like that,
saying that
Marvin.
because they were hurt at the end. When they were healthy, they were number one. You was not saying that then. When Lonzo
Yes,
got
I
hurt,
was.
you had a right to say we was
We
playing
were here.
bad. Yeah, okay. And if you were saying that they were playing bad at 18 games over 500, you don't know basketball. Real simple.
That's cap.
And anybody
No,
could tell you that.
Hey, I picked the
we
Warriors
just
to
know
win, and
there's
I
a
picked you
difference
guys to lose in the
between
first round
preseason.
against the Bucks.
There's a
No,
difference
it's a difference.
between
It's a
regular
difference
season
between being
success
healthy.
and
It's a
postseason
difference
success.
between being
You
healthy
need to
and
play a
unhealthy.
certain brand of
Hey,
basketball to
Lonzo
win
could
in the
have been there. Y'all
postseason,
still
and y'all
going out in the
don't
first
play it.
round.
All right, I say this: if the Bulls were healthy the whole season, I would believe anything you guys are saying. But you can't tell me with a healthy team, us being 18 games over, and then without a healthy team, we being 10 games under, does not make a difference because I know it do.
But Marvin,
Unfortunately, it
to
does
their
not.
defense, listen, Marvin, to their defense, they're talking about the totality of the season, not just because Lonzo got hurt. From the beginning to the end, they predicted this would happen based on the basketball that they witnessed. Now, I was trying to go toe-to-toe with them, but I had to concede because I thought the Bulls was a good team. But then when they start pointing out this is nothing new for DeRozan to play like this and then crash and burn to the end, I actually seen it because I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine was going to play that way all the way through and propel the Bulls to a top 4 slot to be in the Goldilocks zone. That's what I was chanting all season long. And these young men proved me wrong because in the end of the season, what they said was going to happen actually happened. DeMar DeRozan crashed and burned.
And I say
Two
this
11-point games in the playoffs. Are you kidding me?
Real quick, Marvin. It's not even just that because DeMar DeRozan is an X factor in losing. DeMar DeRozan definitely increases your chances of losing. But just the way they played basketball was hero ball. Everybody wanted to show off. They were like a better Charlotte Hornets, and that doesn't win games.
As well as they saying that, I say this again. Every last one of them saying this after you heard what he said. Playoffs. We wasn't helping. We didn't have the same team when we finished at the break that we had when we went to the playoffs. You got a right to say that. Moore was on him. He was shooting more. He was shooting bad. The offense was bad, but it wasn't the full team. You guys keep on saying that you was talking about them being bad 18 games over in the first half when I know you wasn't. But you keep bringing up.
That's why we was arguing with him, Marvin. We was arguing with these dudes like, you guys are crazy. Y'all mad. Y'all sick. Y'all insane.
No,
how can you talk about a team that was, that was winning?
They must have been hoping on an injury too. They had to been hoping on an injury.
Hold on. Yeah, Dex used to say I'm coming in here to rain on a parade and being a hater, and I wasn't.
Did.
I was just informing you guys of the future.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. But what parade was you rating on if they was 18 games over? You must have came in on every win.
18 games over.
Because you guys felt good being 18 games over and losing in the first round.
Regular season parade.
I say again.
Yeah, they really thought that was going to work in the
Marvin, I'm telling you, Marvin, it was crazy. We used to get on Nico and Rico, and it was somebody else. There's one more person. Was it Phonics? Was it
KNT?
Phonics, Sky.
KNT and Sky, yeah.
Sky.
Oh, man, we was at brutal arguments about that. Like, dude, look at their record.
Remember Rave used to argue with me when I used to talk so much shit about the Bulls?
Dex, they was hating because they was winning so much, Dex. That's all that was.
I called them haters. I labeled them haters, but they proved me wrong.
It's definitely
maybe I was delusional.
All right, here's the deal. If you talking about any team 18 games over, you hating. It's obvious.
Hey, but
what you want me to say?
Hey, Uncle Vern had the nerve to say they got 2 Klay Thompsons. I'm still sick.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, I know I said it. Look, hey, but
I remember that.
They still got 2 of them. They still got them.
Klay Thompson win, Uncle Vern.
That's all right.
These dudes some losers.
I wanted to say, hey, Marvin, remember the time though when Marvin, when they started off, when the Bulls started off, they started off real good, but then they started going to DeRozan like that. And then everybody and their mother started saying, look here, that's a recipe for disaster because that ain't going to work in the playoffs, even when they was winning them 9 games. But they were still saying that ain't going to work in the playoffs because DeRozan going to freeze in the playoffs. And then what happened?
Preach, Vern.
It happened.
What you need to realize is,
damn, bro, you got a purple eye.
What y'all need to realize is what the Bulls were doing. The Bulls were winning on outscoring teams because we wasn't playing defense no more. Everybody knew that because we didn't have our defensive squad no more.
Marvin,
was out.
back-to-back
Lonzo was out.
game
All these
winners.
guys was out.
We was
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. But let me finish. The way the Bulls was designed last year was not the way they were supposed to be winning. They were winning last-second shots, 123 to 125. No, the Bulls were set on defense. And when they lost their best defenders, they had to change to try to outscore people, which gave y'all the opportunity to say DeMar DeRozan shoots too much. This year, we're not.
I think that happened before Lonzo went out.
Well, we shot too much before Lonzo got injured, bro. Stop it.
Wait. I got a good reference point. I got a good reference point.
For you to say that, the Bulls were ranked in the top 5 in offense and defense before Lonzo went out. So how can you say that, Dick?
It was in the Goldilocks zone. I give you that.
No, so tell me, how can you say that? You just said.
Well, a lot of teams, to be honest with you, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? We know we like to give Lonzo a lot of credit and everything for the Bulls' success in the first half of the season, but a lot of teams was playing really bad in the first half.
That's a fact.
And the Bulls took advantage of it. The Golden State and the Miami Heat and the Phoenix Suns. Oh yeah, and I
Okay,
forgot
you
the
know,
Milwaukee Bucks.
you know they had played 43 games and they were top 5 in offense and defense. So how long were these teams playing bad?
All you gotta do is look at it.
Well,
I
yeah,
can't
definitely
give you
wasn't a
that.
better
I just
offensive
told you they
team than
played
the
43 games.
Celtics.
They was
Wait,
40,
so can I
40
bring
in the
something up now?
43rd game of
I
the
got to bring the
season.
reference points
On
up.
the 43rd game of the season. And this is to
I don't
Rico
know
and Nico.
exactly
Since y'all,
with
all
the
right,
Marvin.
wait. Listen. All right, hold on. Let me just say this. To Nico, Rico, and everybody who
Get
listens.
this music ready.
For them to say that the Bulls were playing bad offense when they were up all these games, they were top 5 in offense and top 5 in defense. So where were they playing bad at, Nico and Rico?
All right, man. Like, I know you can't see it because of the numbers behind it, but when you know what winning basketball,
No, Nico. I got
What
the
the hell
numbers
is he
for it.
looking
I
for?
got the numbers for
well, you know
it.
what?
I got
You
the
know,
numbers.
Rico. Before you go there, let me say
DeMar
this:
DeRozan
what game
shot
did they play the
selection.
Warriors? What was the Warriors like? Game 13 or 14?
Yeah, somewhere around there, between 11 and 13.
That time I was already shitting on them, telling them that they're finna get blown the fuck out, and that's what happened. They lost by 40, and I expected that. Why? Ask me why. Because the Warriors play good basketball.
No, Zoe
You
played.
guys don't play good basketball.
Zoe was a
Zoe was
part of that
there.
massacre.
Zoe was there and got 40 dropped on him. Not even Zoe can stop an onslaught like that. That's why I knew when you guys to play playoffs, whether you had Zoe or not, getting your ass beat the fuck up because you don't have the
8-4.
personnel.
We were 8-3. We were 8-3 when we played Golden State. We went to 8-4,
Game
and we
11.
won the next 5 out of 6 games.
As a matter of fact, Golden State did
You want some?
and all that well.
You say you won the
No,
next
we
5
won
out of 6
at-
games?
all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
we
won
won
5 out of 6. But
Hold
got
on,
dropped
listen.
by
One of
All right,
40
those,
first
by
of
either
all,
one of those
team.
games
hold
was
on.
Indiana
All right, hold on.
That's
All right,
facts.
or Houston, right?
All right, hold
No,
on.
Indiana
Listen.
beat them by 40.
Yeah,
This
that's what
was
I'm
the
saying. He said
stretch
he
that
won
he's
5 out
talking
of
about. All
6.
right,
So
listen to this. This is the stretch that he. Oh, you getting ready to roll?
I'm gonna get here earlier. I appreciate you guys. Shout out Flight, Dex,
All
Marvin,
right, Flight.
Uncle Vern, Rico.
okay, salute.
And the GOAT, you know what I'm saying? South Central legend, LeVar Ball.
Yeah, we about to get up out of here and pull back up tomorrow.
Peace, yeah.
All right, Flight, salute.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.